Welcome to the legendary Upside 7 draft mega stream. I'm going to be doing 7 drafts with 18 guests today in honor of 7/18, the date that I won my winning Best Ball 3 Mania team. It's also the date that the regular season winning team was drafted. We'll have the winner of the regular season last year, King Kap, on one draft into this. But the first draft of this mega stream, I'm going to be joined by Dwain McFarland and Ian Hartitz. We're going to be drafting all 3 against each other. So that'll be a fun way to kick things off. Stick around. We've got a ton of drafting on this beautiful Tuesday. All right, gentlemen. Welcome.
What's up? I thought you were about to say start your engines.
Well, we've started the engines. We are already in the draft.
Yeah.
You guys got in the same draft?
Yeah, we did it.
I didn't hit yes.
Hit it. Yes, go.
All right. We'll see if I'm in the same one. It says
you just hit it. I think we're good.
Cool.
Wait, Dwayne, I thought the system was that when I hit the intro, you were gonna hit enter.
Yeah. I probably
what happened to
screwed
that?
it up, but yeah.
We were very clear about that, Dwayne.
I'm in here with you. You're in.
Let's go.
I just wanted to cause a little bit of a panic to start, the stream for you, Pat. You got a long day.
I appreciate it. Somehow there was a lot of we got in like a fresh new draft, so it didn't create any issues. Hang on, let me share my screen here.
And by the way, I see in the comments, Dwayne minus 300 for best hair. Like, come on, we're talking minus 550.
Yeah, that's minus 550 easy. I mean, like maybe if we started this stream at like 9 p.m., I could have. It could have been Dwayne would have been minus 300, but.
Ian, but like I think for best piggyback ride, like in a pool room, like you're definitely minus 1,000.
Thanks, Dwayne. By the way, I got the turn here, which is pretty fantastic, and none of us are actually drafting right next to each other, so always good to get some of those snipes out of the picture. But as much as I love, like, do you guys have like a 1-0, like a spot you've liked most? I think I saw Silva say recently 101 was his favorite, and got to agree there. But if I can't get the 101, man, being around that turn, the 112, I have been liking how those teams play out.
I like 4 through the middle, to be honest. Like I get someone I really love at 4. I get, something coming back, as far as the running back, the sweet pocket, like it in the 2-3 turn is there. If your stack works out, you could take one of the quarterbacks. If you've got Jamar Chase, it's fairly easy to get Joe Burrow coming back to you in round 5. Like, so I just feel like there's a lot you can do from the top half, but I don't necessarily like 1-1. I feel like if you're in a good draft room, like you can really get, kind of blocked in, like with smart drafters that know what to do. They can leave you sitting there with the quarterbacks you may not want without your stacks. So I prefer like 3 and 4, honestly, more.
Okay.
I like 3 and 4 a lot. I like Cooper Kupp a lot. So that kind of is driving that partially.
Me too.
And the one reason I like Cooper Kupp is like he can have he's got the ceiling of the other 2 guys. I like them better than him, but he allows you to start your draft with a really high ceiling wide receiver. Tyreek Hill does as well, but I'm a little more nervous just because of this whole boat incident. So, but you get that same structural start, which is kind of the ideal way to start right now because you can get boxed into a running back, quarterback, running back at the 2-3 turn where you feel like you don't really have any other option but to just accept what the room gives you there with those running
I have
backs. So
little of CMC because of what you just described. Like CMC is the one guy that terrifies me. Like if he just goes absolutely bonkers and has say Elijah Mitchell's out of the picture early, like I still feel fine taking the receivers that are there. Like I still feel like they have enough upside in their own right, but I could be in massive trouble. Like my CMC exposure is like 1%.
My CMC exposure is probably pretty tilted toward hyper fragile starts for that same thing. Like,
yeah,
I'm like, okay, fine. Like I'll do CMC, Jonathan Taylor, and Breece Hall. Like that seems
I have a few of those.
Like a pretty high upside way to play it. And then am I buried at wide receiver? Probably yes, but I'll try to dig out.
If you get that start pad, are you taking what, like 2 more running backs at the most the rest of the draft?
I've taken none more.
3 total?
Yeah,
Love
I've
it.
just stopped at 3.
Yeah.
I mean, in this environment with your first 3 picks, all running back, I think, you have to be willing to push the rest of it. And I've done that with, I'd say the earliest I've probably gone is a 4th running back in the 10th round and then stop. And I don't know that I've done more than 4.
It was probably Antonio Gibson, which totally makes sense. So I'm with you there.
He is the type of guy, it's like a Gibson or a Charbonnet, or, maybe like wait a little longer, get a rookie, take like one upside swing and be done with it.
I've been just, cheaping out and doing the $5 puppies while we still got them there. But like, have you guys noticed since yesterday, Saquon and Jacobs falling? It looks like Saquon's still on the board here. Jacobs, I know Jacobs has already been going round 3, but like if we start getting these guys in round 4, I mean, that's just going to be ridiculous. I feel like we're going to buy the dip every single damn day.
Yeah, I'm buying it if they slide. I had Jacobs fall to me at the end of now it was a puppy yesterday or the day before yesterday. It was like when it was yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday, like after the news broke. Yeah, so it was like 311. So I mean, I'm not passing Josh Jacobs at 311. Like
311.
No leverage. Like he's gonna play. Like I guess there is a chance. Like the bigger concern I guess you would have is like, do these guys late in the season, right? Just kind of be like, oh yeah, I got a hamstring pull. I'm not gonna play. Like I've got my year, for the season, like that'll count towards, their veteran, whatever. Like that's the biggest risk I feel like. It's just more of that versus
I got Zamir White, I think, at the 17-12 yesterday, so he's not moving that much just yet. We'll see what happens. But man, I was saying before this even happened, like with Zamir, like in the last round or end of round 17, like even if Jacobs doesn't hold out, like I still think that's a fine enough, late round just running back handcuff pick. The only other guy I'm consistently clicking that late is Pierre Strong. So I just think it's so weak after that, Gainwell, Spears, Jerome Ford tier that like, hey, I'm begging to find a running back that late that has any sort of upside, and clearly Zamir at this point has some.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to do with Barkley what I just did, which is try to get him in the 3rd. And if I can get him in the 3rd, I'm into it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten him there yet. I like that.
I've gotten him once. It's weird because I got him like a month ago in the 3rd, and then everyone seemed to calm back down. But that has like made me just want that again. So being able to get him here at 302, I like that. I'm kind of still taking Jacobs like I was. I'm not really as nervous about it. He doesn't even seem to be putting up as much of a fight. He's just going to be like, I'm going to skip summer training camp and then show up and play. Like that seems to be his right. Do you guys have a different read on that?
That's my read, honestly, with both of them. They just don't have enough. They're not going to pass up like on the paychecks, but I don't really worry about them missing camp. Like these athletes are in better shape than ever. They take care of their bodies all year long. Used to, there was kind of, oh, you miss camp, you come back, you get a hamstring pull, you get this, you get that. I'm not really that concerned about that narrative. In fact, like I think you could make an argument that it's better. Like that they're coming in fresh. You know what I mean? My biggest concern is later in the season. If these teams aren't playing well and they just decide, well, you know what, you guys want to keep screwing us, I'll just act like I'm hurt, or any little nick, I'm just going to miss time. Like that's the bigger concern. But, these guys want to play. Your career's only so long, right? And you're trying to make your mark. Yep. So probably just over worrying about stuff.
By the way, I'm a huge fan of just as soon as I'm on the clock, I am drafting ASAP because I want to instill that panic in whoever's drafting after me. And just all of a sudden, thought he had 30, maybe 60 seconds to get his mind together. Nope, you're right back on the clock.
You know what it's like from the experience of being with a whole room who does that to you? It's kind of like if you have like a real spicy dish, and at first you're like, this isn't that bad. And then like 30 minutes in, you're like, it really builds, You
can handle it for a round or two, but it catches up to anyone.
You just don't have any time ever to like put your phone down for a second. You're like, come on, man.
I started off with a Bijan and Chubb at the 1-2 turn, just getting my 2 superhero build, and I'm probably not going to take another one until like round 9, round 10 now. Got Keenan and Judy. I've been drafting plenty of Cooper there as well because I love Watson. I almost thought about going Keenan and Mike Williams and then just trying to, force the Herbert drop because you will see that when you can really get.
Yeah, you're not getting Justin Herbert, just so you know.
Yeah, I know it was going to be iffy. And you know what? You can get QJ, Everett, all these other guys later anyway. I wasn't going to put all my eggs in that basket. We got, as the kids like to talk about, the week 17 correlation going there anyway. So even if I don't get Herbert, I can still build the Denver Chargers thing going on with Russ later. Hopefully I can, Dwayne. I know you've been drafting Russ as much as possible.
Yeah, I love Russ. I love Herbert. My favorite is still Deshaun Watson. Like Cooper was sliding back, and I don't love taking Cooper at the turn, but man, if he gets back to you in the mid-4th sometimes, like that's pretty gold. And then you're set up in the middle of the 7th if you want. You can take Deshaun.
You don't necessarily need Cooper for Deshaun either, though. I mean, Elijah Moore goes right after him. DPJ.
Yeah.
Why is Cedric?
I'm just saying it's not easy to get Cooper in the 4th and then get Deshaun in the 7th.
Do we know for sure that Cedric Tillman's going to be nothing? Like, why is he completely free at the end of the drafts?
I take him at the end sometimes. Like,
okay.
I don't take DPJ every time. Like a lot of times I'll just save that last pick for Tillman instead.
Yeah.
All right. I got completely boxed out at wide receiver. This draft is
sure
already feeling pretty dead. But I just, you know what? And 2 of my ranks have the same buy. So, it's a little early. It's the first draft here of 7. Might not be running back with this one, but we'll dig out. We're gonna dig out a wide receiver. I'm gonna probably draft like one more running back all draft.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Deontay Johnson, like, fuck, we were getting this guy late round 6, round 7, I think, at certain points of the offseason. And now I'm in the early parts of round 5, and I'm like trying to talk myself into it again. And I still don't think it's egregious there, but at some point, maybe just got to hold it off a little bit because we've gotten so much good exposure. I hear you, Dwayne, but like, he's my highest drafted player regardless. So I just,
too. He's priced right. He's priced right now.
Yeah.
I mean, like he should have been going around Godwin and these other guys all along. Like his talent profile says he's as good as Terry McLaurin, right? He's as good as these other players, maybe better at earning targets, not as much of a big play threat, right, as some of these other guys.
Yards per target is, I know the yards per target isn't something that we want to always be putting a ton of stock into, but like his every single year is always bad. He's coming off a career low, I believe.
Yeah.
And with the touchdowns, like we're probably freaking out about it too much. So I agree with you. I think 5th round makes more sense, but I think he can get open. He can definitely get open. Like what happens after that is not my favorite.
Very true. Very true.
But also I would love to see him playing with an elite quarterback in their prime, right? That type of profile can still really come through because really your yards per target, yards per route run, and those things are so impacted by your quarterback and the accuracy of your quarterback.
Brady would have loved him.
Yeah, if you're good enough to get open like he is in space, like you're also probably good enough to run after the catch, but you can't just have DBs sitting on your route like they were with Roethlisberger. And then now with Pickett, right, you're just dealing with a young quarterback, and maybe Pickett grows this year. His ADOT also was the highest we've seen for his career last year. So, I mean, he had a trade-off in yards after the catch, went down, but his ADOT went up, which kind of smoothed things out overall for yardage. But yeah, to your point, like we just haven't seen that hyper explosive year, but it's just hard when you're going to get as many targets as he's going to get. It's really hard to not score like between 5 and 7 touchdowns historically. So
yeah.
Leave me JSN. Come on, peanut butter.
I almost took JSN. I ended up going with God.
I almost took JSN. Hollywood. That's how bad things got. I was like, I might have to take JSN.
Damn it.
Oh, there he goes.
It's fine. Whatever. I like Lockett too.
I was about to say, I don't have like a good lean on JSN versus Lockett. I see the case for
I have both of them a lot.
Yeah.
I have both of them a lot. I take JSN first just because it just feels like I can see it more with him absolutely blowing up down the stretch in the Amon-Ra St. Brown fashion. And that's what this is all about, right? You have to be crushing in the fantasy playoffs. But then Lockett has a really high single week ceiling. So that's probably a little unfair to Lockett.
So perfect for JSN again. I mean, we always talk about him putting up the best numbers out of the Olave and Garrett Wilson, led Buckeyes offense. But let's face it. I mean, at that point in time, not taking anything away from JSN, but like defenses were more concerned with those guys, just like they probably will be now with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett on the outside. So Dwayne, I know you found some good stuff showing that, JSN was still able to win, full out, with, man press coverage and even on the outside. So not slandering JSN by any stretch of the imagination, but like, my God, man, there's just enough volume there. Like you can't think of like a better fit in the offense. And I think that's why just Geno Smith is such a great value later too. I've been calling him, an arbitrage version of Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert for a while now, because I get it. I would draft those other guys first as well, but 40, 50 pick difference, man, when you can almost always get them with at least one or two of the guys all in on Geno, and a range with a bunch of pocket passers too that I just don't think have his same level of upside.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the thing with JSN is just like he doesn't need the long bomb passes to be an explosive playmaker, like Amon-Ra St. Brown, like Cooper Kupp. Yes, they occasionally get those, but he's going to have the mismatches versus the linebackers versus the safeties. He can play inside, he can play outside. If Lockett misses time, if DK misses time, like there's so many outs. And I just really feel like JSN, I know we're worried. Damn it, Quentin Johnson just went. I know we're a little bit worried about the Pete Carroll effect, but I just feel like JSN's going to be so good. They're just going to be forced to play so much more 11 this year. Like I'm just kind of banking on his talent.
That's how I'm playing it too. I could also see him moving up during training camp with people like, I think we're going to see a lot more JSN than people realize type of reports.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
People were already freaking out going, I was told he wasn't fast when he scored like a 7-on-7 pick play touchdown. Like, yes, we're going to start seeing just the most random highlights boosting ADP.
Yeah.
It's the Isaiah Pacheco effect from last year. Like just certain names are going to be, rising up. And yeah, Pacheco ended up, being a good bet and everything, not to take away from him. But you just see players doing the exact same thing on the practice field. And one has, 5 million views and the other one has 100,000. So
that is funny. It was actually pretty good training. Maybe I'm just through rose-colored glasses now. I'm remembering this, but like Damian Pierce got a lot of training camp buzz. Like training camp was Ramondre Stevenson got a lot of training camp buzz. I feel like training camp had a pretty decent showing last year.
Yeah, it's hit or miss though, man.
It is.
It is some of these where, and Ian, you talk about it. Sigmund Bloom talks about it. Like there are the guys that get that consistent, steady drum beat. It's just it continues through the whole off-season program. And so I kind of try to pay attention to those more, but like some years I feel like it's like you said, Pat, like the training camp buzz really works out well in your favor. And then there's other years I'm like, why the hell did I listen to that? Like I totally overreacted to that.
I knew it was noise and somehow I was fooled. Yeah.
Go.
Let's briefly just discuss Team 1 here, who is absolutely ruining my life. He has taken, for a guy who needs wide receiver, having the guy at 1 start 7 straight wide receivers.
Oh, yeah.
7.
It hurts. It definitely hurts.
And you're seeing more and more here lately of the pure zeros, Pat. Like I'm seeing the pure zero builds way more like over the last 2 weeks.
Interesting. See, sometimes I wonder if the puppy thing helps or if it hurts, because if you're like in the mode of drafting, you're drafting puppies and you're kind of just like opening the app a lot, maybe you're jumping in Best Ball Mania more. And the puppy crew is generally a more wide receiver heavy crew. We see that. It's like, I don't actually have hard data to back that up, but it does look like the ADPs of the running backs fall every time a puppy's going. So I feel pretty confident that's true.
Man, I had a sick puppy going yesterday, but my thing with the puppies is like, I'll make sure I have the time to go through an entire BBM draft and stuff. If it's too late or something, I'm not going to start it. But the puppies, I'm like, okay, I feel like drafting for 20 minutes. Yeah, let's freaking do it. So I was at the gym getting, doing my cardio thing, but didn't go long enough. I was like, all right, I'll just finish this off in the sauna. And, sometimes your phone starts to overheat in the sauna. And I was just there like in round 16, like frantically trying to refresh this thing. Had a couple autos at the end. So just, a little pro tip for anyone out there. If you are going to try to draft in the sauna, really, really, really set that cue, because it might be taken out of your control before too long.
I can't believe we haven't talked about this, Ian, because I had my phone overheat during a draft when I was running.
Whoa.
Yeah, that told me that I probably shouldn't be running. Like I might be about to die. Like my phone overheated. So yeah.
Oh, that's great. So I went ahead and snagged Watson and Waller. I thought about doing Watson and Elijah Moore, but I already got 4 pretty good wide receivers. And I just think after Waller, it is a pretty big dip there at tight end. So 2 guys that, I haven't drafted a ton on the same team. I've drafted a ton of them separately, but getting them one after another, I will take it. So pretty strong across the board. I'm feeling good so far.
You've got the Waller or the Watson Chubb stack going on. and you can kind of fill that out later. What were you saying about Tillman earlier? Are you into him?
I mean, it's just weird to me that he's just completely free round 18. I mean, I give DPJ the benefit of the doubt with getting the starting job, but like I don't think it's impossible that Tillman could beat him out for that spot in 3 wide receiver sets. So it's one of those things where they've used the last 3 drafts, man. They've taken Schwartz and then David Bell and then now Cedric Tillman. So 3 top 100 picks that aren't going to be in their starting 3 wide receiver sets. At some point, you would like to think the first guy you draft
might be not being on the team.
Yeah, man. But like,
and Bell. Yeah.
I think Tillman was like their first pick this year, so I would think they have a plan for him. And the fact he's free there, man, like I'll probably take him in this draft.
All right, let's have a little fun at this point. I don't have the clip because this isn't the ship chasing StreamYard, but imagine that I'm rolling the Sky Moore clip right now.
9 rounds in to the day, and Pat's already saying "fuck it."
Pat's like, I need some upside at wide receiver. Why not right now?
I mean,
what are your thoughts on Sky Moore? I'll be honest, I'm under on him right now, but I loved him last year, and he's a guy that I know that I need to gain more exposure to. But the way a lot of my builds are happening, like where he goes in the draft, it's like I'm having to pivot to running back.
Yeah, and that's, I think, you are starting to see him rise, and I think that dynamic is why he's starting to rise. Not entirely, but it's like the main reason he's starting to rise is that it appears he is going to be their starting slot receiver and kind of have the Juju role. And Juju, but not Juju, actually sounds pretty exciting, kind of regardless of who the player is. And Sky Moore was a pretty good prospect, and I guess if we were going to say last year I was very bullish on him, but if you like put me under truth serum, was like, what is your biggest concern? I'd be like, my biggest concern is that the biggest, the only real underclassman that we've had come out of a non-Power 5 school and go day 1 or 2 was Devontae Adams. And it took him like 3 years to get it together. And maybe this guy starts really slow. And that could mean that this year is also a bust and he doesn't do anything till next year. But the slow start might ultimately look like a learning curve. So I think we can I'm willing to kind of talk myself back into it. And then the other thing is I don't want to do what I did last year, which is like chase him up the board if he does get hype. So I'm just kind of trying to take him a little bit overweight now. And I think the boards are crying out for a wide receiver to jump into that 8th round, 9th round range. And, he kind of already is starting to be one of those guys, but I could see him moving up. Like now that we've kind of had Burks might fall more to the 8th. Like the late 7th round needs more wide receivers too.
Yeah. Like so Nico's another one that's kind of climbing into that vacuum.
100%.
You're seeing him and Sky Moore are the two I've noticed.
Yeah, I could see him continue to rise as well. So I don't think, unless the reports sort of shift, I don't see Sky Moore falling. Like the Chiefs starting slot receiver, in the 9th round feels fine.
And I mean, if Tony is, you either love Tony or you think he's going to get hurt and be a bust. I mean, if that's not the case, then someone else in this offense is going to eat. I understand we didn't get, the Juju's this year's Cooper Kupp situation, but we still did see Juju and Mecole Hardman with the minimum of 8 games be top 36, full PPR per game wide receivers. So, hey, if it's not going to be Tony, then, Sky Moore, even, I don't know, MVS, like he had a nice little AFC, it was a championship game, I believe, maybe divisional round. It was a championship game. Had a good championship game for himself. And then maybe even Rashee Rice. Maybe we were burnt so badly by Sky Moore that we're not paying enough attention to the new day 2 wide receiver in town. So definitely on teams where, Dwayne, I know we were talking yesterday about something we're going to talk more about later, being scared of not having enough of someone like Kadarius Toney. But, if that's the case, just don't be afraid to go ahead and throw some extra darts at those other receivers. Because if it's not Toney, man, like I'm pretty confident Mahomes is going to still be putting up bonkers numbers. So it's got to go to someone.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm with you. The Sky Moore, the biggest, I'm with you. Maybe it's just a learning curve. I do see some people just blindly like all in on him on Twitter. And I'm like, but I do agree like with your sentiment.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
who would be all in on Sky Moore?
I don't. Well, I loved him coming out. Like, did a lot of research on him. Now you have to discount everything because like you said, it was a smaller school. But
and it's tough to know how much to discount that, right?
Change your
right,
number, bro. Come on.
Yeah, the thing that just bothered me the most is on a team that really needed someone to step up, that was having to run like complete scabs out there, like he couldn't get on the field. You know, but to your point, that's like, so how much do you just chalk that up to like, look, he's a small school prospect. It's going to take time. It is a tough question, but definitely like we want bets on the offense. So like Rashee Rice did not do well, like in the Fantasy Life wide receiver supermodel, but like, there's also been buzz of like, can he be the guy to take the slot spot, play more of that juju role. I don't know. Like, so I'm under on both guys. So I just need to get some exposure probably to both.
Yeah. Yeah. Rice was a guy that I was looking at, and I was like, I'm underweight Rice, and that doesn't feel great because I didn't like him as prospect either. But he could be a starting receiver on the Chiefs, and it's a wide open depth chart. Marcus Valdes-Scantling was tied with Corey Davis for last among all wide receivers in open score last year. So
not great.
Not great. Yeah. He's kind of like, he might be Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Guyton. You know what I mean? Like it's
$30 million Jalen Guyton.
Yeah. So I'm just, thinking, okay, what if I'm just wrong? What if I'm just wrong? And who's most likely to kind of like really bury me if I'm just wrong on the talent eval? Like who's got the widest range of outcomes? It's probably a second round rookie. So I was about even with the field. We talked about Rice yesterday on ADP chasing. And since then, I think I've drafted him like 3 or 4 times, including in a high stakes draft, just to try to get my exposure a bit back up, because he and Moore are the way that I would like to play it. I would like to have a little bit of Tony correlated with Mahomes, or correlated with Burrow. But like Tony went here in the mid 6th.
Yeah.
I'm
underweight on Tony, and it scares me too. But like Ian and I, we're going to do a pod later today about guys that we're underweight on, but it does scare us to death because we do see paths like where we could look up and be like, well, shit, like if you don't have that person, you're kind of screwed. And I think Tony can still be in that. Like I get it. Like it's a gadget role. I haven't projected more in the Mecole kind of role, but he could surprise us. Like I thought he did things when he was with the Giants that looked more like what like a receiver playing on the line of scrimmage would do. Yes, he still got targets at the line of scrimmage, but he was beating man press coverage with the Giants. We just have a super small sample. Now last year, he got all of those basically buffered targets, right? Where you're lining up in the backfield, you're getting the screen plays. But in Kansas City, even if that's just his role, right? Like how far off are you really if you take Mecole now? Like even if that is his role, but he's just a way better version of Mecole Hardman. Like he could still be worth a 10th round pick. Like he's going in round 7 now, but it's not like he would suddenly be worth a 15th round pick. If he's, again, now health is the other thing with like Hardman.
Right.
So that
the other thing with Tony too, is that like when you look at a guy whose role is probably going to be somewhat gadgety, it's also like, okay, but like, what if those gadget plays work out pretty well for the Chiefs in a specific game plan, and that game plan happens to be week 16 or 17? Then it's like you kind of had like he's got a weekly ceiling, is my point. Like,
yeah, it's not like Pat, we don't complain about Deebo Samuel getting design touches. It's only if the gadget plays come at the expense of a full-time role. And everything we've been hearing from all members of the Chiefs organization make it sound like Tony's going to be a starting receiver. So, yeah, the concern, like Dwayne said, is that he rolls into that Mecole role and isn't a full-time starting wide receiver. But based on the moves throughout the offseason, based on the depth chart, and, yeah, guess what? At the end of the day, if he does get that, I just said it earlier, Mecole was the wide receiver 36 last year in full PPR. So, I mean, with Tony going a little bit past that, I mean, I really, there is a floor there. I'm not going to say that, Tony's being priced at his floor. It can be lower than that. I get it. But, this idea that he's someone that's, just egregiously overpriced, I don't see it.
He's not it's so hard for me because I do think like from a median and floor perspective, he is egregiously overpriced, but from a ceiling perspective, he's arguably underpriced.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just tough for me to like weigh it's like underpriced ceiling versus like egregiously overpriced median outcome. I've ended up underweight, and that might be bad right? Because ceiling is what matters the most. So.
I mean, he's been going for a while. Like when it was him versus Treylon Burks, I felt better about Burks, and some Deontay Johnson was in that range for a while. Gabe Davis is someone I'm happy to mix in that same spot. So as we start seeing some of these guys rise up and fall off, and that kind of range is becoming a little bit more condensed, I've been more willing to go ahead and click it. Pat, I see you got Marvin Mims. Do you have any concerns? Like, is he just going to be the new KJ Hamler here? And by the way, for those that forgot, like myself, until a couple weeks ago, Hamler unfortunately is having to deal with a torn pec that happened back in March, in addition to the other laundry list of injuries that poor dude's had over the years. But sure seems like Mims is more or less the replacement for him. I just wonder if he even has a spot in 3 wide receiver sets.
That's certainly the concern, right? But like, he also is the first wide receiver that Sean Payton has brought in. Yeah. And he raved about his ability to get open. That was like the thing he said really had Mims stand out from the rest of the wide receivers in this class that they were evaluating at that pick. And I liked Mims a lot as a prospect. He never had like the super ultra breakout season, but he's an early declare guy who was productive throughout. He was a really high-end recruit coming into college. He is a bit undersized, like in the low 180s, but he has the speed and athleticism in that package that you're looking for. I liked KJ Hamler as a prospect, and
Same.
KJ Hamler didn't work out. But a couple things on KJ Hamler. One, like I would make the bet again. Like if you cloned KJ Hamler, I think I'm drafting him again. Like it's been a really bad situation, quarterback wise, competition wise, injury wise with KJ Hamler. I think like this, it feels like we're living in like a 15th percentile outcome world for KJ Hamler. The other thing is KJ Hamler was on Justin Herzig's winning Best Ball Mania team.
Wow.
You can we are now at a point in the draft where if I get one spike week out of Marvin Mims and he's correlated for me with Russell Wilson, as part of a Broncos stack that I've been building out. I'm loving that. So, what is the price telling you need, and well, I guess I'm in the 13th round, but I'm desperate for wide receivers, guys. But normally he goes more in the 14th. In this range of the draft, like he's not probably a core starter for you. So if he starts to get up more into that like 10th or 11th round range, then I think you're asking for probably more than he's likely to give. But right now, if he works his way into 3 wide receiver sets halfway through the season and starts delivering a couple spike weeks down the stretch, like I think I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I love him. I mean, he scored super highly in the Fantasy Life wide receiver supermodel. Like, I mean, basically, even when we were expecting him to be a 3rd round pick, he was already outscoring the guys expected to go in round 2 based on the model. And then once he did, it was the last pick of round 2, but it was also the first pick Sean Payton got
traded up, right?
Right. Yeah, they did trade up, and it was the first pick, right, in the Sean Payton regime at a position where it looks like theoretically they're kind of flush. You know what I mean? So I definitely think there's something there as well. You might have to wait. I think Ian's dead on with the concerns, but this could also be just a complete rotation at wide receiver, right? There's no guarantee that any one of these wide receivers is going to get a 95% route participation. I could easily see Cortland Sutton like ramping down to 75%, Tim Patrick being 65%. They play 11 personnel all the time. And Marvin Mims is basically getting to be on the field early in the season, maybe 30, 40%. And to your point, hits those big plays. Like his specialty is hitting those deep crossers. That was what he was best at OU. And that's the route that, Russell Wilson absolutely loves. That's the old Tyler Lockett route.
Mm-hmm.
It's tougher now because of all the shell coverages that you've got to face. But I think there's a lot of things to like about Marvin Mims. Number one, the talent profile itself. The fact that Denver went in on him with the first pick in Sean Payton's, regime there. And then also just how good of a fit he is with what Russ does best.
By the way, Dwayne, I saw you had Tim Patrick in round 14, Dwayne. I thought you maybe got Q monstered or something like that. His ADP is all the way up here now. Same thing with Nico Collins yesterday. Like sometimes
it's just the last. I've got Eckler, Herbert, and Mike Williams.
It was a fine pick. I was just surprised that is the range he's now.
He was in the
draft.
200s for a while.
Yeah,
he slowly made his way up. So it was kind of my. I honestly nearly took Mims the round before. But luckily for Pat, I left it.
No, I love the strategy Pat has going, building that backdoor Broncos stack, but also respectively, fuck you, Dwayne, for taking Kyler from me as there. So yeah, good times. I know you have Rondale, but I got Hollywood, so damn it.
Yeah. And that's another guy that's been creeping up. People are starting to wake up on Murray. This is a fairly sharp draft. So the quarterbacks got pushed down. So yeah, I felt like I was looking down the board and I was looking at who all had quarterbacks and not down there by Pat. And I was like, I'm going to take Tim Patrick first and see if Kyler can come back to me.
Oh my.
But basically, I've got my Chargers stack going. I've got Justin Herbert, Austin Eckler, Mike Williams, and Gerald Everett, but I've already got Mark Andrews. And then I've got the Tim Patrick bring back. I've got the Arizona stack with Kyler Murray and with Rondell. I don't have a ton of, honestly, week 17 correlation stuff going on. Like, it hasn't worked out. And like, I do care about that, but it's like lower down my checklist. But we'll see what we can do here in these last few rounds. If I can maybe round a few things out here that makes sense.
Yeah, like I'm a big fan of the week 17 correlation, but I also like don't really like Josh Palmer. So, when you build out a backdoor Broncos stack, like you're like, well, I guess I hope they roll the Chargers. Or the other thing is, what if it flows through Eckler?
Yep.
I just need Jamar Chase to have a big game. Like Eckler, I'm not going to have Eckler as the Chase guy, and no one else with Chase will have Eckler. So you're hoping that the bring back is essentially whoever you didn't have access to at this point in the draft. Would be one way if you're not. But I do think about it like, Everett would have been interesting for me. I didn't feel like I was in position. If I was going to take a tight end here, it would have been Irv Smith to go with Joe Burrow. But like an Everett fall would have been delightful for the week 17 correlation. But
that's not going to happen.
Sometimes just get boxed out.
It's not going to happen with Dwayne and I in this stream. I'll tell you that much. No, but it's a good point where like, I think that is when people will really hate on week 17. It's the idea that you're putting that above all else, which no, you should not be doing. And it's one of those things where Dwayne, I know you and me have both been trying to get a lot of Lamar Jackson early. And when you do start doing that, like if you don't get Tyreek or Waddle, your next option is pretty much A-Chain. And if you don't get him, like I'm not going to take.
Come on, man. Durham Smythe in round 18.
Chosen Anderson round 18. Like, no, I'm not touching any of those guys.
Yeah. I have taken Durham Smythe though.
All jokes aside, Pat's a big Durham Smythe guy.
Pat, I have taken him like I think twice in like my 150 drafts.
Well, he got Dalton Schultz money.
Yeah, isn't it
Ian has been waiting, just so you know, Pat. Just give him the floor. He's now got to berate the Schultz family name. Ian?
I guess, did he get Dalton Schultz money? Pretty much. 2 years, $7.75 million extension. $5.5 million guaranteed. Durham Smythe, Dalton Schultz, Spider-Man meme. Yeah. Hey,
you gotta save 5 minutes for Ian.
I've been told that Dalton Schultz is going to lead the Texans in targets because of that 1 year, $6 million contract in a time where Josh Oliver is getting $20 million plus for the fucking Minnesota Vikings. So yeah, Dalton Schultz, what a value. What a value, guys.
I'm overweight on Schultz.
Dude, he's going to go for like 95 yards and 2 touchdowns in week 1. I am just going to hate myself, but I'll be fine for the long stretch.
I'm going to make sure you hate yourself.
Hopefully.
What should I do? All right. I'm looking at trying to I'm going to do like a little bring back on this Buffalo. I did a Buffalo little. So I got Knox and Gabe Davis, and I brought Parker back on that. I don't have the quarterbacks, obviously, but I don't need the quarterbacks. I need to be vaulting up. I filled the quarterback with one of these two guys, and then I still need a bunch more stuff to hit my lineup. So
Mac is there if you want him.
Yeah, but I don't think I need Mac with this, and I'm so behind at wide receiver. I took Fournette to cap this off. I thought about taking Zeke. I would have normally, but I don't know if people noticed. I underdog Googled the Cowboys, and they have a week 7 bye, and I've got that's I think by far his most likely landing spot, and I've got 2 other running backs with a week 7 bye, so I was like, Zeke signs with the Cowboys, and I'm like, all right, but then I'm already a ton of hurt at running back. So
you don't usually appease the bye week bros, even when you know.
I know I don't.
And the bye week, and this one, like you're actually forecasting. Look at you; they're going to be so proud of you, Pat.
Yeah, the bye week bros are proud. But when you have 4 running backs total and 3 of them have the same bye week, that seems bad.
that could be a problem.
I never look at it until like if I'm doing
until Ian's done with his
tight ends. Yeah, pretty much. I did have one where I think I got through 7 or 8 rounds and they were all week 5 buys. It was the Chargers and someone else going on there. And that was pretty fun. And I actually leaned into the bit where, because I wanted to get a good tweet off, you got to do, fuck $3 million when you can get some good tweet engagement, So I remember adding Chris Godwin. Didn't make much sense, but wanted to keep that week 5 buy stretch going. And weekly winners, which I have not been playing a ton of, though, I've seen some people just lean all in and pretty much just go, with the full same team on the bye week. So certainly a lot of interesting strategies over there.
Isn't that what you should do over there?
I think so.
Makes sense to me.
Will anyone win more than 1 week? No. You're just trying to win 1 week.
I don't think so. I mean, it's a huge tournament. Like you're going to have to run super hot to even win that 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
Really? You had to take Terrence Marshall from me?
Wow.
That's the difference between me winning or losing. God damn it.
Maybe it is, but maybe you needed Tillman. You got him correlated.
You know what? I'll take Peter Strong Jr. I'm fine with that. I probably need another running back anyway.
I get quite a Pierre Strong Jr. as well. But now, the odds flipped yesterday to New England being the favorite for Dalvin.
Huh. Well,
Dude,
I mean,
no one's talking about that with Ramondre. Like, Ramondre is just everybody's comfy with Ramondre. I guess this is about where he's gone all
I love him, but I'm a little worried right now. But I was worried about Breece Hall last week. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with the
I'm worried about Breece Hall, but mostly because I have him on a third of my teams. So, it could hurt a lot if they sign Dalvin, at least in terms of, you don't take a guy on a third of your teams and then think that, watch Dalvin Cook is going to ruin him, but it certainly would stink for his closing line value and to be able to maybe get like mid to late 4th or even early 5th Breece. I want to be able to hammer that. So I've been trying to cool off a little bit in preparation for an absolute blitz of Breece Hall at that price. But
yeah,
I haven't seen Ramondre the same fear in the streets.
It's a pretty small sample, and maybe I'm looking too much into it. And they haven't, to this point, added any more resources to their running back room, which I think those actions sure speak louder. But I mean, guys, I don't think the Patriots should have called that final play against the Raiders, but let's face it, Ramondre didn't help matters by chucking the ball back across the field to Jakobi Meyers. And then the next week, he has that late game fumble inside the 20-yard line against the Bengals. And you look at week 17, week 18, 57 and 49% snap rates. Like, they kind of turned him back into a league committee back there at the end. When Damian Harris was also active, I mean, playing, like, I forget the threshold. I use like a 30% threshold. It's like just games where he wasn't knocked out really early. Damian Harris had more carries than Stevenson. So look, if it's Stevenson 1A with Pierre Strong, getting 150 carries throughout the year, I don't think it's going to matter. But God forbid we do see week 1 Bass down back, Ty Montgomery finally healthy. We can live with the 2 running back committees, but if we start getting 3 in there, it could get a little bit messy. And I don't know, maybe Bill O'Brien isn't the biggest savior in the entire universe. Might not be all great for Ramondre.
Yeah, I've started to. I mean, Josh Jacobs has fallen a little bit. I took him at the 2-3 turn yesterday in a draft on DraftKings, which I was just like, yeah, I'm probably going to see cheaper Josh Jacobs than this, obviously. But I'm way more scared about Ramondre. Like, Ramondre could have someone sign and then us like fundamentally change who we think he is when he's on the field. Whereas with Jacobs, it's like more binary. Either there's like an unlikely holdout situation or he's Josh Jacobs again. So yeah. I don't know. Feels to me like the market's almost like freaking out about the wrong guy. I saw Josh Jacobs. I was so jealous. I was out of the 12 hole and a team got Josh Jacobs at the 311 after getting Kelsey at the 111.
Oh.
It's like, can we switch?
Wow.
Can we trade?
Yeah.
I'll pay you.
I love those drafts. Yeah.
No, but that's
Damn it.
I mean, if Dalvin goes to New England, like, I could see Ramondre dropping this round 6, round 7 range for guys like Walker, Sanders, Damian.
I doubt he drops past Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, that would be the spot.
If they had Dalvin on like a $10 million deal.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to give Dalvin $10 million. Number one.
That's what he's apparently.
Well, he ain't getting.
I hear
He's
you.
just going to have to. I mean, Yeah,
Come
there's
to
no
terms
way.
with that. Okay.
If he got $10 million, yes, we would need to drop Ramondre further. But like when he gets like the reality check that it's going to be like 3,
Okay.
yeah, I think you put him in the range with Jahmyr Gibbs, right? This is a pass catching back. We still know he has a lot of upside. So I think he becomes a round 4 pick, like somewhere in there. Plus, that's also a range where people have enough questions about the wide receivers at super flat that I think it'd be tough, like for him to fall further than that. I could be wrong, but that's where I think he falls, probably into that early 4th, mid 4th round. Like I probably still would like him over Travis Etienne. Like I don't know. Like I just think the passing down prowess that you get from Ramondre is just like, it's hard to not want to be in on that. Now, it would really suck if week 1 Ty Montgomery was the passing down guy.
It really
that would be so terrible.
It really would.
He's a wide receiver. He's a wide receiver, an underdog. Don't ask me why.
Yeah, that's right. He is.
Pisses me off, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
For years before the whole jersey thing, Ty Montgomery was the one fucking guy that got an exception in the league. Not like an actually good player, but Ty Montgomery was breaking the jersey rule. Makes me so mad to this day.
Cordell Patterson was a wide receiver.
That's different.
2 years ago. And well, I mean, I think we all would have had more Patterson in his breakout year with the Falcons if he had been a running back. I mean, I honestly would have had less. Who was the backup? I had Quadri Allison because I was like, I need to bet against Mike Davis. How do I do it? I can't do it with Patterson because he's a wide receiver. So therefore, reality will bend to the fucking positional thing on underdog, and it'll just be this other. It's like, no, it's still be Patterson, even if he has wide receiver eligibility. Like that's not how anything works. Okay, Dwayne, talk me through your team.
Yeah, sure. So middle of the first round, I'd pick 7. Started off with Eckler. I really thought about Diggs there, but just the upside, right, for Eckler, like is he can be the top scorer overall. Not to say that Diggs can't, right? Diggs could still just have a weird efficiency year and do what he normally does, and like he could finish as the number 1 scorer. But in a half PPR, like Eckler just made it easy. And my plan was I'm just probably not getting a running back coming in round 3 because most of them go, like unless Breece Hall slips to you. So coming back, took Olave, just a guy that I absolutely love. Like, I think you can make an argument like just as strong as what Garrett Wilson did, in year 1, but you're getting him at the end of round 2. And I know some people are worried about, Michael Thomas, but I'm not. Don't count me as one of those. What he did in year 1, just super elite profile, right? Could easily be top 7-8 wide receiver this season. That could happen for Chris Olave. Mark Andrews coming back. So typically what I do once I get to the middle of round 3, like I won't look at DK Metcalf. I don't mess around with Calvin Ridley that often. I'm usually pivoting. I'm either going with Breece Hall, Mark Andrews, or Lamar Jackson. I just feel like there's a big teardrop, and that's kind of what happened here, even though Ridley was already
Speaking
off
my language,
board.
Dwayne. That's exactly how I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I just feel like it's too big of an edge. Andrews outscored Kelsey 2 seasons ago. Last year, Andrews got hurt in week 6. Before that, he was absolutely destroying. And people forget about it because he tried to play through it. That's one thing you've got to really look at. Like I would tell people with injuries, it's not just did they play or not play, like were they trying to play through something? And then once he got healthy after the bye, you lost Lamar. So really it was a lost season for Mark Andrews overall, but the target share never went away. He was still earning the targets. The quality of the targets dropped. He was playing through injuries. So love Andrews and the positional advantage that you get. So getting him there, and man, I love getting him when I have Tyreek, right? Because you get it's easy week 17 correlation. You're not trying to force that early in drafts, but it's in one of those sweet spots where it just works out so perfectly for you. So then coming back, like I'm not crazy about Mike Williams. I'll just tell you guys this. Like I think as a talent profile, he's really a wide receiver 4, but he plays in an offense. He is. Like,
no, he's not.
Like historically, yeah, he is. So
former top 10 pick.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You look at his target earning ability.
Just so he could bury him. That's why.
Wide receiver 4. If you said wide receiver 3, I'll shut my mouth and let you talk.
No, his talent profile is a wide receiver 4. He's basically Gabe Davis. But,
Watch the film.
But yeah, but he plays on it doesn't matter because it gets offset by the fact he plays on an offense with a great quarterback that wants to throw the ball every single play. Right? That's how he gets there. If Mike Williams plays for the Titans, he should go where Treylon Burks goes. Like that's just the reality.
Mike Williams skies over 2 defenders, makes this unreal catch, and Dwayne goes, "What a throw, Herbert!"
Yeah, no, I mean, no.
Unfortunately, Mike Williams hurt his shoulder on that play.
Dude, falls like a bag of rocks.
Mike Williams is a really
so hard.
Mike
He
Williams
falls
is a
like
good
he's 300
player.
pounds.
He
I got
does,
to
he
interview him
does.
one time back in the day, and I actually asked him about that. And he goes, coaches have always told me that too. But at the end of the day, I'm like, what's the point if I don't catch the ball? And I was like, that's tough to argue with Mike.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's not a talented player. We're talking about NFL guys here. But like he's
Ian, you're
not
gonna get
like
aggregated here.
he's never going to be a 25% target share guy. Like he's just not.
No,
like
he doesn't. He doesn't get open. He doesn't get open.
Exactly. That's the point. So
He's
that's
always
really
open.
historically looking back at data correlated to fantasy, that's a wide receiver 4 profile. But I took him because I'm setting up the Herbert stack, and he plays in a great offense. And I have enough questions around McLaurin, Hopkins, Kirk, all those other guys. So took him, come back with Justin Herbert. So I've got Eckler with Herbert. I was really hoping for Jackson Smith and Jigba in the 6th round. Man, the receivers were kind of sitting pretty right there, Pat. I felt decent about it. So I went ahead and took Lockett. But man, they really people really went after them right after that pick. And coming back, I kind of made the switch there to David Montgomery because that receiver tier dried up. My hope was Quentin Johnston, honestly, in round 7.
Yeah, that would have been really nice for you.
Yeah, so just to stack that up with Herbert. Didn't work. So I took David Montgomery. I have a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs, but I also like David Montgomery. I think it's so funny. I feel like everybody's like, David Montgomery versus Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm like, no, I like both. Like, I think both can pay off at their ADPs. So I want exposure to both. And early on, I was so heavy on Gibbs. It's been nice lately. I've been taking some more Montgomery to balance that out. But just plays in an offense that we love. Then Bateman coming back. I had to have another wide receiver. I'm a little light on wide receivers here. I had to go Charbonnet and Damian Harris the next 2 picks just because I didn't like what was there at wide receiver. Usually that round 9 pick for me when I'm going to build like where I went ahead and took Montgomery, I'm hoping that there's a wide receiver that falls to me there. So my plan was round 10 Nico, and he went in round 9 after you popped the top on Sky Moore in round 9, like they couldn't help himself down there. So I should have known better. Maybe I should have taken Nico in round 9, but Charbonnet is my most drafted player. Absolutely love him.
Love Charbonnet too.
And Harris, I was just planning on being done with running back. And then I did take Gus Edwards way later, but like 20 picks past ADP. So Gerald Everett was another Rashee Rice was probably because we were just talking about it, Pat. I was like, I need some exposure. He doesn't correlate really with anything on my lineup. I took Rondell the pick before that. Set up the Kyler Murray stack later just to piss Ian off. So he couldn't have it with, Marquise Brown. Gerald Everett was just a stack with Justin Herbert. And then Tim Patrick was my bring back round 14. Kyler Murray, we already talked about. Hunter Renfrow is a guy that I don't mind late. Like when I know that I'm light on wide receiver, I usually have more wide receivers by round 10 versus what I had in this draft. So I decided it looks kind of like an old school draft, Pat. Like you take 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends, then you just charge the wide receivers. I don't have a ton of builds like this year. So kind of interested in how it turns out. Gus Edwards, again, was just an ADP thing. And Josh Downs is kind of funny. Like, I get it. He was going too early for so long, but it's like now nobody even wants to draft him. So a little mini correlation bring back thing there. Hunter Renfrow, Josh Downs, week 17.
Yeah, Josh Downs is completely free now, so I'm back in. I was kind of banging the table that he was ridiculously priced early.
He and Jalen Hyatt both were like that.
And now they're both free. Now they're both in the 18th, so I'm in.
Yeah.
Ian.
Yeah, Dwayne, Mike Williams slander aside, I think you built a decent team over here. But yeah, team free Duke Johnson started off with Bijan and Nick Chubb. Waited until round 9 to get my next running back. Might have some issues in the locker room with lockers and stuff, but having 2 B Robinsons on the same team. But I do like the value there regardless. Also got Kenneth Gainwell and Tajay Spears in this range. Again, I just think it's such a big drop off after these guys and Jerome Ford that wanted to lock them both in. A little bit Pierre Strong at the end. So filled up running back, pretty well in my humble opinion. Keenan, Judy, Goblin, Hollywood as my top 4 wide receivers, one after another. Did some, good old week 17 correlating later with Alan Lazard as my Jets bring back for the Brown stack and Zay Jones as my Jaguars bring back because I built up a Bryce, Mingo, and Hayden Hurst Panther stack there at the end. Cedric Tillman at the end to get Watson as guy. I was hoping to maybe get some DPJ. Didn't end up happening. Wasn't able to get Elijah Moore, but Darren Waller and Deshaun Watson at the 7-8 turn. 2 guys I continue to target all offseason long.
I love that.
Feeling good.
I love that. I think that's a huge tier break for me. Waller and Watson both represent like huge tier breaks. Like Watson's the guy after round 6 that if you're hoping for a chance to offset the drafter that's taking Josh Allen, right, or taking Jalen Hurts in round 3 or Patrick Mahomes in round 2, I feel like Deshaun Watson is absolutely the best bet on the board.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm with you too. He's one of these guys where I think I have more than I do because I think about drafting him a lot and then I probably pass more than I should. So I think I'm about even or slightly over. But
round 7's a tough round, man. There's a lot you want. Like there's the tight end cliff with Waller. The last kind of hoorah for wide receivers, the young guys, like you get, you got Pickens, you got Quentin Johnston, you got Jahan Dotson, you've got
they're all gone.
Jordan Addison. They're all going right there in that range, right? So I mean, there's like a lot of things you want in round 7, and there's also usually a lot of things you need. So like the decisions you have to make there are pretty tricky.
And even, me being at the turn, I had to wait for it to come all the way back. I still had picks of,
it's tough to get them both at the turn, Ian. Like it's usually I get one or the other at the turn. I don't think I've actually done that yet where Waller and Deshaun were both there.
No, that's
what I needed both positions.
Yeah, I usually just take one of them, but in this case I was like, fine. And then, I would have preferred, like you guys, I have a ton of Charbonnet, a ton of Antonio Gibson. Like I do have them ranked higher in that tier of running backs, but I do think it is a longer tier, and being able to come back and get Brian Robinson, if it wasn't going to be him, Rashad Penny right there. Yeah, I'm pretty cool with, again, targeting Watson and Waller in that range. In my opinion, Pat, you coined it earlier in the offseason, man. What can I get here that I can't get later? At this point in the draft, I don't think you can get Waller and Watson later.
You definitely can't. I think Waller's the type of guy who could move up quite a bit because he's just going to get a lot of hype in training camp. Like they're already talking about how he, is the beat writers are like, I would be very surprised if he doesn't lead them in targets. So, I mean, right there, you're going to hear that more and more, as training camp goes on. Like he's out there all the time. He's getting a ton of targets.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing against Waller I always hear is like, oh, he's just been injured. Like he's not currently injured right now, though. So unless you really can see into the future and think that he's, more injury prone than every other tight end that's, playing this physical position, yeah, I'm not buying that. So I will continue to take Waller again, round 8, round 9, not round 9, but round 7, round 8, and just being how many tight ends are going to lead their team in targets this year? Kelsey, maybe Andrews, maybe Waller, kind of it.
Yeah,
maybe Kyle Pitts.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's one of the things I think about too with like these training camp things. Is like it seems like part of the offseason is us just getting amnesia about the previous season, and these injury prone guys are some of the ones that are most obvious candidates to move up because we're going to forget how much Waller sucked last year. That's going to be wiped from our minds a little bit. I wanted to let people know about. I'm sure they already know, but wanted to have you guys just talk a little bit about the new Fantasy Life site that is really, really cool. Let me pull up the advanced stats that you guys have over there. That's like here. This is when I look at the new site that Fantasy Life just launched. One of the things that jumps out to me is this route run per dropback, which is like a simple thing, but I'm just like, yes. This is I had this in a spreadsheet, but it took some clicking to get it, and this is all powered by PFF stats, so it's doing exactly what I was doing in the spreadsheet, and I can actually just very simply look at wide receivers, tight ends, see who's running routes, and it looks like to me like this is per games played as well, which is what I want, and there this is I think just alone like a huge important part of the context to have, but this obviously, as you can see, there's much more, and this is also one screener of many that you guys have, so it's an awesome addition to the fantasy landscape.
Wait, Pat, how did you get there if you didn't log in? And it's free. You don't even need to. Oh, cool. Okay.
but if you do log in, you can use the Best Ball Hub, and it's true. Also
I did. Yeah, my login wasn't working, so I'll have to contact support here.
But yeah, that table that you're looking at right there, like, is actually how I build my tiers. So basically just studying everything that correlates the most strongly to fantasy points, along with a few other things that give you context, like the routes run per drop back. And then the things that are most sticky year over year. And so it's really for every position, you get all of that advanced data to what you said. It's powered by PFF. So we're the only company that has this kind of an agreement with PFF where we're, as a fantasy site, getting to do what we're doing with their data. We have a lot more coming too. So utilization is coming, working on building that right now. And we're also working on something really cool as far as projections go and the way we're able to use some of the advanced stats to help with the model that we'll be using for end season this year. So yeah, I mean, just a ton of stuff. I already mentioned the Best Ball Hub. Like, man, it's awesome. You get all your exposures. You can see how many times you have 2 or 3 players together. It also will tell you about your week 15, 16, and 17 bring back status. How often you have different stacks in that range. The players you're most often taking, with any certain player that you're drafting. So just a lot of flexibility with the Best Ball Hub, and
Dwayne,
a great way to analyze, like, hey, what are maybe some holes in my game is how I've used it.
For sure.
Like I noticed, okay, every time you're drafting CeeDee Lamb, you're drafting Jahmyr Gibbs. You probably need to tap the brakes. Probably need to do some David Montgomery. Let Gibbs go by and think of a different way to stack that game. So a lot of cool stuff. Sorry, Ian, you go ahead.
No, it's exactly what you said. When it's so easy to click CD and then Sun God, round 1, round 2 turn. And like when I went in there and I saw it had done it a handful of times, and every single draft I had done it, I was getting Jahmyr Gibbs. And I was like, all right, that's cool. Let's not maybe do it every single time though. So yeah, then you mix in a Montgomery, you just get the difference there. So again, it's just, exposure is helpful. And the other cool thing is it shows you, where you have been getting the guys, the average ADP you drafted the player versus where they're at now. So it's just a good, good cross check where, hey, if you drafted Deontay Johnson at pick 75 and he's now going pick 55, probably doing something right there. And the inverse of that, if you're drafting Josh Downs at pick 170 and now he's picked 200, maybe it's time to chill the hell out.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, this has been awesome. Thanks so much for joining me, kicking off this mega stream.
Thank you, Ken.
Appreciate you, man. We appreciate you.
All right. Later, guys. So before I bring on my next 3 guests, which are, it's a pretty fun stream we got going on here. I do want to let people know to use promo code Leg Up if you haven't signed up for Underdog. We're doing a bunch of drafts here on Underdog. Also want to let you know this is the last day that Legendary Upside is running a early bird discount where you can get $30 off a Legendary Upside subscription. So to get that, you go to legendaryupside.com/early, get $30 off your first year, and it will also make you eligible for a $50 Underdog credit, which you can you fill out a form on the site. I'll also throw it in the description of this video. If it's not in there now, it will be later. And you can fill out that form. You get a $50 credit to Underdog within about a week. Those are limited. There are some left, though. So if you sign up today, you'll get those credits. You'll get $30 off. That ends after today. So wanted to let people know. But let's bring on the winner of Best Ball Mania 1, the winner of Best Ball Mania 2, last year's regular season winner on Best Ball Mania 3. Fellas, welcome.
Holy crap, I feel poor.
Yo.
It's good to be on.
Yeah, excited to have you guys. King Kap, Chess Liam Murphy, Justin Herzing. This is an exciting stream. We've never all drafted together at once. This will be fun.
This will be.
Today's
a
the day to do
marathon.
it.
Where do you get your ideas, Pat?
Hey, man, 7 drafts, 18 guests, 7-18. I mean, how do you not do it? You got to do it.
I think I did 9 or something. I don't remember.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I drafted this in July and not August or September. So it saved me a couple extra drafts.
You guys think the winner is going to be drafted before August?
Yes.
Yeah, I think odds are yes.
I mean, we're going to be at like 50% fill rate on August 1st. I don't know. We're at 39 right now, so that probably lines right up. So it's actually pretty interesting. I don't know. I'd say it's probably like minus 110 that it's in August, that it's just because it's softer rooms. But
well, do you think that the wide receiver prices in May, June, July, which are going to be radically different, I think, by late August, like, does that create opportunities for sharp drafters in August?
I saw some crazy drafts that a couple people were posting about their, like, that first week. And like, that if you want that 0.1%, 0.01%, like, it's definitely there. I'm going to go with this. I think it's more likely that the regular season top lineup has already been drafted, but the winner of the BBM would be in August. Like,
I don't know, because like same thing as Justin. I noticed a lot of super teams early, but also a lot of those teams fell into week 17 correlation. So it's like, it's not like they're weak for week 17, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think it's just volume.
Yeah.
Just there's a lot more strong teams that'll be in August, but there are some very, very elite teams that have already been drafted. And I think that very, very elite is more important for the regular season than for the week 17. You still gotta get there and all that.
If there's a running back who blows up in the playoffs, isn't that running back more likely to be with better like wide receiver firepower if you drafted that team in August, right? Like it's tougher right now to pair those awesome running backs, especially if a couple running backs go off together that could be together on teams. You're just like, it's very difficult to build teams with elite running backs that are also strong wide receiver right now. It's easy to build teams with good running backs, but not elite.
Are you insinuating that wide receiver prices are going to get cheaper or more expensive?
I'm saying they're going to get cheaper.
Okay.
I mean, if they get more expensive, I don't know what's.
Well, I think Ramondre's going to drop if like Dalvin signs there.
For sure.
And I still like him, like in the elite category.
Well, because like London, Watson, that whole range, Deontay Johnson, all those wide receivers have moved up like 2 rounds. You see them dropping again?
I don't think so.
No.
I think there's the only movement at the top in my mind is going to be based off signings. So when you have the 4 running backs sign, when you have Barkley, Jacobs are going to slowly move back a little because of this fake holdout. I think the real movement is going to come at the end of the drafts, where you're going to have the running backs that haven't been being drafted or the 18th go to the 15th, 16th. You're going to have the tight ends slowly move up as well as we get more positive reports on Ferguson or Musgrave or Mayer or whoever it is. I think the wide receivers at the end of the draft are pretty set in stone because we just don't get many camp reports that are like, oh, this person's running with the 2s, and that's really exciting people. You get a lot more of, oh, this running back is the clear number 2 and is going to start playing as a wide receiver. That's more likely to get the movement.
At the same time, though, there's like the Giants, Chiefs, and Bills back end. There's a lot of ambiguity. And if we get like, it's Hardy, like he's the 3, or it's John Ross, or it's, Darius Slayton is the 1. Like we're going to see a lot of wide receiver, like Paris Campbell could drop off.
And I think we're less likely to get that this year with the extension of when you can make your final cuts. So now it's I think it's like you can keep 90 people all the way through the preseason or that final week. So it's more likely that we see preseason games actually being used for the end of the depth chart to see who gets those last slots rather than getting more confirmation on who's going to be running with the 1s.
We just need one like catch. Like we just need like a catch, and that's gonna shoot a dude up like 3
Well, for
rounds.
you from the Bill, yeah, sure. Deontay Hardy.
No,
has
like
one
a
catch.
video.
I
Are you
know.
kidding me? The whole market like sees one video of a deep bomb. They're like, okay, and that's the Chiefs one. Or it's like Richie James caught 5 balls today in practice, and people are like,
you're right about that. Richie
holy
James,
shit,
14th
10th round
rounder if he
pick.
catches 5 balls in the practice. Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'll say one thing about the regular season. The Miles Sanders was on my team. And honestly, the Eagles running backs seem just as cheap this year. And like they run the most per game. They have the 4th most explosive run rate. And Penny's going way cheaper than Sanders was. And Swift, who was going at like the 1-2 turn last year, is now in the 7th or 8th round. So I feel like I would put my money that the Eagles running back is on the regular season winning team again.
I love that. How are you playing that?
I mean, I'm mostly getting Swift, but because I like A-Chain a lot in that Penny range, but I think you take any of them, and I'm not taking enough Gainwell probably, but I take any of them.
So that was a leak for me early. I felt like I didn't have enough Gainwell. I think I'm overweight all of them now.
Yeah, but like Gainwell rising 3 rounds doesn't even matter, right? Like
it doesn't
from
matter.
the 18th to the 15th round, it's not going to kill you if you just get him in the 15th versus the 18th.
It's been 9 minutes and we already bored Liam.
Well, once you said it wasn't that he's like, you got James Cook and Damian Harris sitting right there. You're not saying that's the winning lineup? Come on, I'm out of here. I mean, we should probably jump in this draft, but we already lost Liam, so I don't know if we can. Do you not think, like, Justin, that like, like seeing Nick Chubb rise to the 1-2 turn is a reminder to me that like we could see, like, why couldn't we see Josh Jacobs report to camp and go ahead of Chris Olave, or even go ahead of Jalen Waddle, assuming this Tyreek Hill thing ends up being nothing. Like those wide receivers who, especially like Waddle, Devontae Smith and T. Higgins are kind of down at the 2-3 turn anyway, but like a guy like Waddle is essentially the number 2 wide receiver on his team, even though I think we all like him. But that makes him susceptible, I think, to some of these like workhorse running backs, like that archetype workhorse running back versus number 2 wide receiver among kind of more casual fantasy players who we expect to be drafting more heavily in August. They're going to take the running back. So Henry, Jacobs, those, again, assuming that like Barkley and Jacobs and all that stuff gets sorted out, those guys, I think it could be like a bunch of running backs from, the 110 through like the 206. Like, I think that could be the landscape of late August.
I think that's completely fair. I don't think it materially changes the teams when, okay, I was drafting Cooper Kupp, Saquon Barkley, or Cooper Kupp, Chris Olave, and then Josh Jacobs, and now it's Cooper Kupp, Josh Jacobs, and Chris Olave. Like,
yeah, fair. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, might not matter.
Yeah, I agree with you though. I think like, yeah, running backs, once we know where they're going to play and stuff, could move up. But like, does it change the value of the teams? Nah.
It might change the value of the teams if you're in the late first round where you can go wide receiver, and get a Breece Hall or get a Ramondre or get a Jacobs. That, if you're at a 307, 308, yeah.
I think you guys.
I do think right now. Sorry, King Kap, go for it.
Okay, I think you guys are drafting way too much on stream because honestly, these rooms are not sharp at all. I feel like they're not sharp at all, and so I hope they get.
I
less
think
sharp
DraftKings is sharper than Underdog in some ways right now.
What?
Yeah,
hot take.
Super hot take.
The ADP of some of these players. But I mean, there's a big disparity on the back end. Like,
okay, let me throw one out there right now because I did this on stream the other day. Joe Burrow is going 34 on DraftKings. He is drafted literally a round higher on DraftKings, and he's being drafted because people are saying I need to stack him with Chase or Higgins on a site where quarterback is less important. Then you go Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers are being drafted at 101 and 105 when wide receivers are more important.
What I was saying, though, is the back end, and you start citing third-round players. So, like, I can give you a guy like Isaiah Hodgins, who is, like, in the 150s on DraftKings and is, like, a 17th-round pick still on Underdog, where arguably he's a better pick on Underdog even, where, like, if he's going to pay off value, it's probably with touchdowns.
I'm not getting him in the 17th on Underdog.
I got him as, like, my wide receiver 7 yesterday, and, like –
Liam's drafted once and getting back from Vegas, and now he's trashing the Underdog drafter.
I'm not I like Underdog a lot. I'm not trashing anything. I just think the market is a little different.
I'm going to give Liam credit. I was in Vegas for 3 days, and I lost all. Like, you just have best ball withdrawal. I guess people are doing those slows, but does the slows even update ADP mid-draft? I don't even know. Am I supposed to jump in this?
Well, how do you guys want to play it? I was thinking we could.
No, I thought we established the trend.
Liam wants the equity of the extra 625.
No, I thought we established a trend back in when us three did a stream on Justin's, where it was you don't send us anything unless it's a finals team.
That's what we're doing. Yeah. Well, if we win the regular season, I'll also
or the regular season, a regular season big prize north of I forget the number. And I wasn't bored. I had flight, I flew back in and, got 5 hours of sleep. But am I a warrior? Yeah. Some would say I'm a warrior. I'm here. Plugged it in and jumped on.
You want to hear something funny?
Getting sick at all or COVID or anything while you're out there, Liam? Because I know so many that did.
No, strong immune system, the Irish.
Hey, y'all want to hear something funny?
No.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
I heard on one of Liam's pods, he was calling out my team for not being sharp because I had Burrow unstacked. I honestly respect the take, but pretty much he wanted me to like draft Tyler Boyd over Garrett Wilson.
I mean, there's many ways to stack, and I'm glad to see that comment did not eat at you to bring up months later that I don't even really remember.
We're on the clock, guys. What do we want to do here? Is the Tyreek risk bothering you or not?
I'll go Tyreek. I'd go Tyreek.
What's our vibe on Tyreek hitting that dude at the?
It's not my favorite vibe.
I mean, it's definitely impacted the market. He's usually settling in at 5 now. I take Kupp over him almost always now.
I take Kupp and CMC over him essentially always, but I'm still taking him at 5.
I still think he has like the second, if not maybe even the first highest weekly individual ceiling of any player in best ball. You know, like if a skill player can score 60, you're like, yeah, it was probably Tyreek just catching a couple of deep bombs, you know.
Here's the other thing I'll say about this pick. You guys were slandering the underdog drafters, saying how not sharp they are. The draft took a while to fill, so I just showed the screen to everybody that we were waiting for 9 people. It's snap filled after that. So there's 9 people watching the stream in this draft, and we're seeing a lot of badges here. So this will be a strong representation of the underdog community, which Liam thinks is a bunch of idiots.
This is the Jakobi Meyers thing all over again.
All right. So I've been workshopping a strategy aspect after I think I drafted incorrectly a couple of days ago. But it works specifically for Tyreek, and it works really well for Cooper Kupp. With our pick 29, occasionally you're seeing Allen, Mahomes, maybe Hurts, but more so Allen, Mahomes fall to you. And when I was compared with who else was available, I was like, I wanted Josh Allen. I drafted Josh Allen, and I thought like that was the best player available. But the more I've thought about it, I think if you're drafting Tyreek Hill or Cooper Kupp, you need to resist the temptation and should not be doing with an elite quarterback. Because I think those 2 players specifically, if you know they're going to finish as the wide receiver 1 or a very high wide receiver and pay off their value, their attached QB is being underdrafted or ends up being like a very good draft pick. And I think Matthew Stafford even more so, where they're right now, the risk with Stafford is that he's not healthy. He's not going to be fully there. If you're drafting Cooper Kupp, you are now baking in that no, Stafford actually is healthy, and that should 100% be your quarterback. Now, yes, you could draft Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford. I don't really love that. I think it's a little too much capital. And I think if you're having that wide receiver 1 season from Cooper Kupp, just take Stafford, get another stack later on or something. What do we think about that specific? I think it really is specific to those players. You could probably extend it a little.
I will say Josh Allen never, ever goes in the 3rd round in a DK 555, but an underdog, Sharp Nation, they're allowing the quarterbacks where they're more valuable.
All right, we're on the clock. We can't. We got to cut off your Josh Allen monologue.
Yeah. No, that's
what do you guys want to do here?
It's not sharp on underdog.
We got 10 seconds.
I say we get a wide receiver, but I'm down for anyone.
Let's take Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, let's go JT.
Let's go JT.
Calvin Ridley. Yo, I'll say to that, I feel like that just goes for Chase, because like Chase, when he goes nuclear, he's running from like the 10-yard line to the house, like a 90-yard run in 5 seconds. So Burrow's gonna get like 400, 500 yards, whereas like Cooper Kupp, he could go 30 points and Stafford only gets like 20.
But the difference is that you're drafting Joe Burrow as a 4th rounder, so that expectation is already baked in. While Matthew Stafford is going as the 13th, 14th rounder. So if Cooper Kupp has his wide receiver 1 season, we know that Stafford is at least healthy and having a pretty solid season himself.
He's probably like a 9th round value.
We don't need the wide receiver 1 season from our 1st round pick to pay off, right? Like Mike White can be in there, and Tyreek Hill can score 35, and then you take Josh Allen and he scores 40 through the ground and air. So like, I agree with you, Justin.
Scenarios. Like obviously something crazy can happen, but we're playing for the range of outcomes. And like in that most likely range of outcomes, Tyreek Hill having a great season.
But you're playing for the same scenario. You're saying you have to have the court. You can't do elite with the player. Like
you should strongly go for the attached QB for those. Obviously you can do anything. Anything can literally win this.
I think Stafford's a great pick with Kupp, Tua with Tyreek, but I don't think you shouldn't get an elite quarterback because of that.
Well,
I think Tua's super undervalued.
I'm talking like Fields or Richardson, probably not like a 3rd.
Drake London goes at the 302 in sharp underdog land.
And Christian Watson went at the 211. So we're in an interesting room here. This is now highly relevant because Josh Allen is available. But so is Breece Hall and Ramondre.
We're foolish to pass on Josh Allen, but you guys.
I would take Breece here, but I'm a big Breece guy. What do you guys want to do?
I think 3rd round Josh Allen is going to go away. It's a
I'd
half
go
point
Brees.
PPR site. The Bills invested in
I
the
like
Kap
O-line.
it.
I'm
do you wanna
okay with
do?
any player, but
I can't let us take Josh Allen after literally this is what I just spent the last 5
Yeah.
minutes
Yeah,
talking
he was just
about.
did a whole thing about how can't cheat Josh Allen.
This
Wanna do it
exact scenario is what I was talking about.
Now you think? See, I think, Liam, that the quarterbacks are going to fall.
I don't see the August crowd doing that. I mean, like
They've
yeah,
never
they like
taken, well, not never.
yeah,
I
they
guess
yeah,
10
they
years
like
ago they did.
what in BBM 1, Lamar and Mahomes did not fall out of the second.
I'm
Period.
seeing Burrow rise. I don't think this Burrow Chase Higgins thing is going to be available in August because, like, I'm already seeing in a lot of rooms, like, people go naked Burrow on the right side of the board.
So here's
man.
what's interesting: the DK versus underdog. With DK, people aren't letting Burrow fall all the way to that 47. And so eventually they're like, his ADP's 34. I'm going to draft him at 40 because it's a value just from ADP. So it sticks. But on underdog, with his ADP now being, I think it's like 46, 47, no longer are people like, oh, I want that ADP value. So it allows him to fall. So it just becomes a question of, do you take him in the third to guarantee your stack? But because his ADP is already locked into that 47, I don't think he starts going the other way. I think it took a lot of resistance and a lot of early sharp drafters to not reach for him in the third for their chase stack to get to this point. I can't imagine it starts going the other way.
The chat pointing out that Andrews was probably the right play for us there.
Because
for
of
week
Tyreek
17.
Hill. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That's because we're on a stream and we're not paying up,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I just think it's crazy that, like, we've established the elite quarterbacks, and there's a lot of quarterbacks I like late this year that, kind of like Mirage, Justin Fields, and like Sam Howell, maybe the high drafted rookies that aren't Richardson pay off, but Josh Allen in the third just doesn't make any fucking sense. The dude's been pretty much the 101 of quarterbacks, and the Bills finally invested in their offense.
Do you think Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes in the third makes sense?
No, I think Hurts and Allen for sure should be second. Mahomes I would take in the third because I think he's more fragile. He's a little bit more dependent on Kelsey's health, in my opinion. And and even Lamar, I don't know.
Did any of us win with like a super elite quarterback?
I've won 2 tournaments with super elite quarterbacks.
You beat like 70 people in one of those tournaments.
No, the small one was not an elite quarterback. In the 5-5-5 and the other one,
5-5-5 is
Mahomes.
That's a decent final size, isn't it? Or no?
I don't see how Richardson fails with this Eagles offensive coordinator. I don't see it.
Interesting.
I like Richardson a lot too.
All right, what do we want to do here? I feel like a wide receiver is a priority, even though ETN has fallen.
Yeah, I would not go ETN. I'd go
Kirk
Mike
or
Williams.
Williams.
I'm fine with Christian Kirk.
Kirk's been on every winning team of mine. I like the
I
Jags.
like the Mike Williams. Mike Williams gets disrespected because he's bad, but he is on the Chargers.
How do we think the routes are going to shake down between him and Johnston? You think Johnston?
I think they're very
slants.
Yeah, I think they're very different players. I mean, they both have size, but Williams is like your classic big-bodied downfield guy, and Johnston is more like a Brandon Ayuk, yards after catch. He might be kind of gadgety as a rookie, to be honest. If he's really good, I think he'll be out there a lot. But they're going to be looking to get him like across the middle of the field more, I think, or like in spots where he can utilize his yards after catch ability. He's not, a guy up and make a big play downfield or even in the end zone so much. Like his contested catch rate sucks. So especially on deep balls.
What about? I'm kind of surprised Hawkinson's like fallen around. I still really like him, like to maybe match some of these wide receivers and like I don't see the 10 targets a game going away. Like Addison's gonna get his, but I still think Hawkinson's gonna have a bunch of super spike weeks, and I like him like pretty near Andrews. But the market does not.
Last year, like tight ends fell all year last year.
We could do it. I mean,
here. I like
it'd be an interesting build, right?
I like click him every single time here.
Yeah. The one thing I was going to say is, assuming we're going to grab Tua, if we look at the board, I think it's like 84. I forgot. What pick are we going to have to grab Tua? If you want to, yeah.
We're going to have to.
Well, look at the
It's
Waddle.
going to be tight
drafter.
in the 9th or in the 8th. I mean,
Waddle went before us, so we have an edge on Raise It. So it'll probably be 92.
Does he have a quarterback?
I mean, no, but if he wants him, he's drafting him at 74. And if he does that, fine. But otherwise, we would get him at 92. Making sure.
no, he could get him.
Oh, no, I
at-
have that backwards. My
yeah, you
bad.
put backwards. Yeah. He could get him at 88, which is a pretty nice. That's like exactly in line with his ADP, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's a guy that a lot of people try to push, I think, around because really only the Tyreek, similar to Burrow at a cheaper version, like really only the Tyreek and Waddle drafters are taking him.
Fair, but he's probably listening to this stream.
Sure.
The other thing is, I would say we have 2 wide receivers through 5 rounds. I wouldn't mind an 8th round wide receiver. Like if we, and I don't want to take a 7th round Tua because now we're looking at 3 through 7 at wide receiver. So I think we just have to let him decide if he wants to in the 8th or not, and then we'll.
Yeah,
we'll
and that's what I was bringing up is if we draft Tua, we're missing out on a wide receiver when we grabbed Hawkinson. Like this is a team that we kind of want a wide receiver there. We at least leave ourselves a Cousins backstack net. Like if we want to go with that, maybe we should have drafted Josh. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, Mark Andrews is what we should have done.
Mark Andrews is what we should have done. But I do. Look,
but the market's not dropping these quarterbacks by itself. It's clearly like stream influence, I feel.
What?
Right? Like there's got to be some people doing some streams, maybe even in this room here, who are like, I'd rather the skill players than the quarterbacks. And then that has like a whole cascading effect.
I mean, Pat's been pumping Robert Woods, and he hasn't
I'm not
moved
going
at
to
all.
push quarterback.
Like,
not on stream. That's just one tweet I sent. Okay, and all I said was that if you were to tout him, you'd get killed. Okay, that's all I said.
I'm thinking Richardson too.
I'm just saying. I mean, Justin regularly takes Josh Allen in the 5.55 in the 2nd. Peter Jennings does. Like he never ever slips to the 3rd.
But DraftKings is a different quarterback environment, and that's important. You know you're going to get – I've gotten straight up boxed out at quarterback. In a 5.55, I had to take –
Yeah, that happens to me too.
It was horrendous. Like, I got completely crushed. I had Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield. I don't know what – I did something awful. I think I did Jacoby
I'm regularly
Brissett.
pushing the quarterbacks.
It was hard. I burned $500. Like that can happen to you in DraftKings. Yeah. It doesn't really happen.
Jones can get you there.
Dink was making this argument to me yesterday that he thinks like the elite quarterbacks are better picks on DraftKings because of that. I was initially making the other side that, but they're not as important. You can grab 3 more easily because the 20, but like maybe it's a barbell kind of thing. Like if you go elite, it's more okay, but like then you can also wait and it's more okay. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I think we should go Mike Evans or Gabe Davis.
What about Pittman? We have this Colts thing.
So we have the Colts thing.
Just
Richardson is a good fallback for this team as well.
So do you want to do Pittman? Is that what you're saying?
I'd go Pittman. Both Taylor and Pittman are bets, positive correlation with Anthony Richardson on the season.
Yeah. And he gives us that out at that same – we can probably throw him around the turn, the 8-9 turn.
Do we think Pittman's game meshes well with Richardson? Like I kind of feel it's like an Alec Pierce.
Well, they both have a similar frame, right? Pittman and Pierce.
But Pittman doesn't want a ton of downfield routes, or maybe
that's
Matt Ryan.
Yeah, it could be Matt Ryan though, right? So
I don't know. It's like
I just think if you're drafting Anthony Richardson, you need him not to suck as a passer. And in that case, Michael Pittman becomes value because right now there's a lot baked into how inefficient
was Justin Field a world beater as a passer?
Yeah, I don't think you need him to be a good passer.
You don't need him to be a good passer at all. You need him to hit like an occasional deep ball to Pierce and then just run into touchdowns.
I mean, Justin Fields in the first 6 games last year was not a good fantasy quarterback. And then he started running pretty much like we've only seen like 3 running backs run in the NFL.
Well, the greatest quarterback athlete of all time is a good bet to run the ball.
I mean, we could just get in low advance rate Pittman into the playoffs if he sucks. I mean, it's not the biggest deal, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, I have a hard time seeing it with Pittman, you know?
Liam, I have a question for you. Which wide receiver never mind. The bet's gone.
Gabe Davis is gone. Yeah, That's brutal. That's a bad snipe
Okay,
for
we
us.
could take Bateman for the correlation or Johnston to just have the Charger stack without
I'd be
Herbert.
down with Bateman for the correlation. Madison is also way
It's a
past
streaming
ADP.
value.
Do you guys want to take it or not?
There's a lot of Madison teams that
Yeah,
like
dude,
got him in the
Madison's
100,
ain't
so
no
it's
value.
not that.
Just take the value.
No.
I don't think so.
I think we take a wide receiver.
I like
Ooh.
Flowers more than Bateman,
Ooh,
but we can
I'd
go Bateman.
Oh, okay.
Well, sorry, guys.
Bro, Madison was going in the 90s, the hundreds for a long time. Like,
I don't think.
Not a
I think
value.
you guys are way overrating that.
The drop off of like this tier of wide receivers, though, real quick,
Wait,
you're
let's
looking
go back
at
to the previous
Juju
argument
and
because
Gang.
I don't want to just leave that hanging. Like, I think that Madison may have been going that deep, if anything, for like less than a day, and that was just his.
I got Madison at 90.
Frankie got him as his top quarterback with Josh Allen. Are you going to be contacting this guy, Liam? He's got Diggs.
Alright. Where's
No, because he took Judy.
I like Flowers over Bateman.
Do you?
Yeah.
No, I like Flowers too.
The
but,
Ravens
like,
fans do. I know a lot of Ravens fans.
Are you worried about the foot injury or just the profile?
No, I listen to Ravens fans, honestly, and they love Flowers. They don't talk about Bateman at all. So, I mean, I think they're expecting big things from Flowers.
But Ravens fans are just bitter because he got hurt a couple games. Like
That's
I think
true.
Bateman's game fits a half-point PPR site. I'm not sure if like Flowers can score touchdowns too, but obviously I think I like him more on PPR.
question? What was the argument? Why did we go Bateman over Johnston?
For
Do
the
we not want
Tyreek
Mike
Hill.
Williams and
back.
Johnson
Tyreek
same
Hill.
team, or do we want to bring back? That's what I was curious. Like,
Let's
just
put
for
that bring
discussion
back.
point.
I think both were fine. I
think
would-
both are fine.
Yeah.
My mind went there for the bring back because we're hoping Tua falls.
And
So
we
it's
already
not-
have Mike Williams.
And
Well, that's
Pat's
what I'm
been a
curious
Bateman
is-
guy
Do
like forever.
And I love Bateman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In theory, do we value a second wide receiver on a team that we're not going to get the QB, or an opposing wide receiver on a Week 17 bring back?
that
Well,
we're
I-
also not going to get the QB on.
I also think this team is kind of interesting because we passed on Andrews. So then you pass on Andrews, you get Bateman, you get TJ Hawkinson. So it's like we're betting that Andrews has this kind of dud situation, but we get Bateman going off on the bring back, and then we have another elite tight end. So we have this like leveraged version of the more chalk build, which, you know, maybe there'll be like, if we make the finals with this team, there might be like 2 teams like that we're going against in the 441, but still kind of an interesting little pivot off of what is the more logical build.
Yeah. The question
I
is
also- I mean,
Ray's
like-
it going to tease us? And nope. Okay, Ray's is just going to take 2. Yeah, there you go.
Imagine
he was
when
in the,
Flowers
he was in the
makes-
chat saying we will see. That was a lock. What was going to happen?
Imagine when Flowers makes a flashy play in the preseason, like we were talking about earlier. Like, he's going to go way ahead of Bateman.
I still like OBJ too. Like
I
I'm
like
an
OBJ
OBJ
a lot.
hater.
He's getting
What do we do here?
middle.
This is a rough spot.
I
for
like
us.
Michael Thomas or just get Richardson.
Yeah, Richardson.
I like Michael Thomas a lot. You know, like every time we see
Can
him
you go to the
on
board real
field,
quick?
balls.
Can you go to the board real quick? Trying to see what our risk of Anthony Richardson falling. So what QBs have Jalen
He's
Hurts
doubled. He's got 1. He's got none. There's 1 double. Everyone's got 1.
I would go Thomas, but I think we need that wide receiver. We also had the Cousins chance falling. Like, if we don't grab the 5th wide receiver there, it's going to be pretty ugly, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And we still have the Cousins backdoor.
Yeah, we do have a Cousins backdoor.
I mean, this is why I like passing on Madison because click on the wide receiver button now. Yeah, we're looking at this group here where it's like we can go a little volume. We can draft like we're right with Brees and Taylor just being our hammers, right? And just do a little bit more volume on the back end with pick your choice at running back. And it's like, okay, could Zamir White, Eric Gray, Malik Davis, whoever, like, you know, become that, I don't know, Darrell Henderson? Sure. You know, it's like, and the wide receivers are thin to do that. Like this, just this range. And all these running backs right now, I like a lot. Like this is the same range as that range last year where it was like, we knew someone was going to come out of this range. It was
For
Miles
sure.
Sanders. It was Josh Jacobs. Like, could it be A.J. Dillon? Could it be Charbonnet? Could it be Cook? Could it be one of the Washington guys? Of course.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that you don't usually want 3 running backs heading into this wide receiver dead zone. But I also am willing for. There we go. We got the Anthony Richardson.
We got Richardson. So this team starts to make sense.
The problem is we got Michael Thomas too. That's the only problem.
Let's do a 2v2. Let's say we got Richardson when you wanted him, King Kap. Who you drafting here?
I mean, these rooms are.
Nick Underhill loves Michael Thomas. Noted Saints reporter.
Does he?
Yes.
I mean,
Kap,
he loves
we lost
every
King Kap
Saint, to be honest.
I mean, he does work with the team. And, Michael Thomas tweeting out, or I saw some tweet that was like, Michael Thomas lifting mad weights saying people are going to regret speaking ill of my name.
I mean,
Michael Thomas for the first 6 weeks last year balled. He would be like a 3rd-round pick right now it's not crazy that Michael Thomas could kind of be like a cheaper Calvin Ridley this year if he stays healthy the whole season, where it's like, oh, he can still ball.
I'm back.
And I think his game fits Derek Carr. Is Derek Carr going to be hitting Olave down the field every time?
I think it's funny that I've been more willing to draft both Michael Thomas and Cortland Sutton, who are basically like the same player in an old and a new system.
yeah, I've been drafting more Sutton than Thomas, but I get it. I mean,
I'm way
certainly
more
there's a
Thomas
fall
than
off
Sutton.
after you get to past Thomas, it's like dudes who are like we're excited that they're the starting slot receiver, but we don't even expect
maybe
that
the
much
wide
volume.
receiver 5, like Sky Moore.
Yeah. Sky Moore, who's already in the 8th round somehow. We're doing it again. I just took him in the 9th in the last draft because I got completely boxed out at wide receiver.
Does JGFC at least have the Mahomes? I don't think so. No, he doesn't, because he went 3 wide receivers to start off. So that's just a naked Sky Moore.
No,
He's
it's
been
the Burrow.
It's a bring back to the Bengals.
He's been IKBing wide receiver the whole draft.
Yeah.
Christian Watson, Drake London.
Yeah. I mean, Burrow Fields that's a unique draft.
King Kap, you won with double elite. Do you sign off on this, or do you need a massive value on Burrow?
Fields in the 5th never.
But Burrow stacked King Kap. Is that a problem with you?
I'm saying you can't let Fields leave the 5th. Like, if Fields is available to you in the 5th, you have to take him. I go Mahomes Fields. I'll go anyone Fields.
So you've been drafted a whole bunch of Fields Richardson teams?
Fields Richardson's, Fields Ritter, Fields Love.
I got a lot of QB1 Richardson.
I do too.
Yeah.
All right, what do you guys want to do here?
Wouldn't hate Daniel Jones and being done or Dak and backstacking, but
I'd go Cousins.
Herbert's
Cousins we have to stack.
Yeah, I'd go Cousins. And Cousins, in my opinion, is a great compliment if you're trying to do 2 QB with just Anthony Richardson.
I like Cousins. Khalil Herbert is a tier break for me at running backs, where it's like he's one of the last guys who could smash in this range, and I don't think.
Yeah, I like Mitchell too.
I think Herbert's the end of that RB.
We pushed this around, but then
about.
this guy didn't grab. He doesn't have a Viking, but he also doesn't have a quarterback. But we have Dak as cover. Do you want to try to push quarterback again and grab Herbert?
I like Herbert a lot more than Mitchell.
I'd go Cousins because I'm okay with the other running backs in this area.
Cousins.
1 second.
I like other running backs like Roshan. I like Roshan way more than Herbert.
I mean, I take Roshan and Johnson and Foreman too, but I don't know. I released a poll. It's like, what do we think the order is? Everyone thought Herbert's the RB1.
I saw that.
If someone is the RB1, and I don't know, we could look back and just be like, oh wow,
no, Cousins
James
goes
Cook,
crazy.
James Cook,
Makes
Damian
sense,
Harris went
but
next to him, and Herbert just has that 200-point season. He could be like a Miles Sanders to Justin Fields.
Definitely. I feel like Roshan is crazy talented, and Herbert probably get hurt. I mean, just the way football is. So I'd prefer Herbert to start as the RB1 and get hurt, and then Roshan takes his job.
I like Mooney
Mitchell.
a lot.
Yeah,
I like
Mitchell.
I think
Mitchell
to
here is
go
pretty
with
nice.
the Herbert mini, and I think
The problem
Mooney
with
is the
taking
end of the wide receiver tier.
But if Mooney pops off, then Fields is going to break the slate. If Mooney's going for 25, imagine how much points Justin Fields has.
Well, Richardson could match.
Richardson could match, but I don't like Bears
I also
I like
think
Mooney a lot.
Mitchell's just a really nice pick here.
I don't think they're
I'm fine
actually
with him.
debating Mitchell. I think they're just talking.
No, I mean, I don't think we need to force Mitchell here. Can Mitchell have good games? Yes, but can you click on the wide receiver button? Like, we need to talk about the 2v2. Do you like the 2v2 of Alec Pierce to stack with Richardson, or who's the running backs we could get next? Because we could still get an RB2 like Tank Bigsby. Could Tank Bigsby have a season like Mitchell? Yes.
I think I'd rather have Mitchell,
Algier.
Pierce
Mitchell-
stacked than Mooney and Tank Bigsby.
Yeah, I have Mitchell a substantial tier above Tank Bigsby. Mitchell, we know, has a guaranteed role, is going to be on the field throughout the year, and has astronomical upside if CMC was to get hurt. Tank literally may not play this year. Like, I think most likely he does, and I think like they're going to cover a role for him, but it's a rookie behind ETN. Like, I think that's a very different this goes back to like, what is the upside and what's the likelihood of hitting that upside aspect? But
Yeah. Well, how different do you have Elijah Mitchell from Algier?
pretty substantial as well. And the whole like Algier wanting to be used as a what are they calling it, like a special weapon or whatever, makes me a little more bullish. So I've actually started taking him before Tank a little. But I just think like,
Algier,
we
Bijan goes down and Algier is smashing. Right?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but that's guaranteed. That's an injury. I think Elijah Mitchell.
You said the same thing for Mitchell.
No, I know, but Elijah Mitchell has every game actual value. Like, we don't know. We know that San Francisco doesn't want to use CMC as a workhorse. We've seen games where they're up a bunch, they literally rest CMC, and Elijah Mitchell can still go for 15, 20 points, which that's valuable when you're doing a 4 running back or 5 running back build.
I agree with you that like Mitchell is the end of the tier break for me. But to me, if we take Mooney there, we could be done at wideout. And then you can just like, do I like Mitchell that more than like tacking on 2 to 3 extra running backs?
So why do you like uncorrelated random Mooney again?
Mooney is actually a correlation with Herbert. You can do running back wide receiver correlation, a pretty good stack to do on your team. And
I like running back wide receiver stuff.
And I think that Mooney is just a big tier break at wide receiver. Like Mooney could ball in this range. Like Nico Collins going ahead of Mooney.
Yeah, we don't know who our second QB is, and I want to leave an out to stack that second QB as well.
That's part of it for me. We don't have really any other stacks except maybe Carr for second quarterback stuff.
Carr, you can backstack all the rookie quarterbacks. Sam Howell also stackable.
But you need the wide receivers to do it with.
Right.
You need those bullets.
Like Sam Howell
being done at wide receiver is not helpful.
Right. I don't want to lock myself in saying I'm done with wide receiver. Also, I don't think we'd be done at 6 wide receiver, to be honest.
Why don't we go Stafford and then get like Puka or Tutu?
To be clear, I don't hate the Mitchell pick. I would do that sometimes, but I would also sometimes do the Mooney and be done at wideout.
So Mingo and Stafford are the guys that, or Pierce as part of our stack. What do you guys think?
I think Pierce. I think
Pierce and
is
be
the
done.
clear play. I'd be willing to entertain Derek Carr as well, but I'd probably rather wait for him to fall. Oh, that's
I think
the
we
same
push
by
that.
week 2, which I don't love. Yeah.
Also,
Well,
you guys
we're going
haven't seen
3,
Buff
right?
Mooney?
Aren't we going 3 quarterback here?
Yeah.
So
What do you
that
guys
still
think about
bother you
triple
with
stacking
3?
Richardson? Getting downs, triple stack.
I mean,
Sorry,
it's free. I don't mind triple stacking Richardson. It's not that I think they're all going to be like crushing, but it's like at this point we need Richardson to have an awesome week 17, and so now it's just who happened to come along with him. So I don't mind free downs is tacking that on.
And we are like, if Richardson has an actual decent year, those wide receivers are probably more valuable. Yes, I get the argument that he could do it all on the ground, but more likely he needs to also be a competent passer, so they're not just sticking 8, 9 men in the box just to kind of or spy him every play.
That's a good point.
His success is not going to be dependent upon his passing, but it's heavily correlated.
Yes.
We can also go the tight end instead of Downs.
That's true.
Because I could see the slot position just like not being a great play in the Colts, but maybe it is. I don't know. Especially with us having bets on Pittman and Pierce.
Right.
I think Stafford and get one of Tutu or Puka because one of them's going to rise.
Why not Carr when you already have the more important stack?
Yeah, I think Carr makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
You good with
And then we can
Garland?
go Taysom in the next round.
I wiped the Thomas pick from my brain. Sorry about that.
That's fair. I get it.
Yeah, no, Liam. I think Taysom, or you also have a Jawan, and I think either of those could leave us with a 2 tight end build.
Juwan, I liked a ton to start the year, and he's been a tough. I just haven't clicked him since Morel returned from cancer, and like there's just too many tight ends in there now. Like, are we confident? He's already he had like a really high touchdown season. Are we confident he's going to be?
I've heard he's reminding Carr of Darren Waller, which is not particularly valuable for like projecting how they're going to do this year. But if you start to hear he's the new Waller enough times, he's going to start to go higher. So I've started to be like, I don't want to be out and then have him be a big riser. So I've mixed him in a little bit more.
Yeah. And I'm not drafting Derek Carr that often, so I'm fine to get my exposure to him when I do draft Derek Carr. And when you're like, yeah, there's tight end competition, I don't see Taysom Hill as a tight end. Like, I don't think that he is losing snaps or, routes to Taysom Hill. Foster, agreed. But yeah.
Like the coach said, gonna catch more passes this year for Taysom. We'll see.
That might be as a wide receiver. That might be as a halfback. That might be as like
Some games Taysom Hill will get like 20 carries, and then the next game he get like 4. I mean, I don't trust that coach for anything. But again, in Fisher rooms, we could have gotten Shaheed with this. Is Shaheed still available?
Guys, bye week
available.
Twitters came
I think
for
he's still
us.
available. Yeah, bye week Twitter's out in full force.
Popping off in the chat.
Who else has a week 11 bye? That's who we need to get on this team. Looks like this is a Ritter team or a Mac Jones team. Triple week 11.
Or Stroud Mechie.
if we draft a QB that's not starting in week 11 because he got benched, does that count too?
That also counts. So Howell would be a good pick there.
Can we talk about the Titans real quick?
After this pick.
Yeah.
I just want to, after this pick, I want a confidence level that
after this
Tannehill
pick
finishes the season. you don't have to answer it yet. Just to, ruminate on that.
All right.
What jumps out to you here?
What's tight ends available? The Taysom's already gone.
I would say Laporta,
Jawan's a little early.
Foreman, or Ford.
Well, we already made the Herbert bet. You want Foreman on that?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay doubling up the Bears RB room.
Can we look at wide receivers, running backs?
Hodgins is a clear value in that range.
QBs.
No, we got 7
You
seconds.
realize there's a clock on this, right?
Well, I'm just going with what you're going with unless we feel better about something else, and I didn't.
All right, Laporta it is.
I don't love that because, yeah.
It's the new Detroit and the old Detroit. You got.
Yeah, we just lose a correlation. We lose a correlation opportunity with, I don't know, our lineup, our third QB, because we could have left ourselves another QB and a tight end matchup there.
Right.
What about if we didn't take Brees, we took Debo, and then we get Izzy in the back end and just pray Brees gets hurt? I mean, we're trying.
But we already did take Brees.
No, I know, but I'm saying in retrospect.
Yeah, but he's just saying, man.
That's why I don't like double running backs on underdog.
This is why I don't. This is why EV streams are so minus EV for us and so plus EV for people watching. Do we want to grab a running back here as our fifth running back? We should probably really consider.
We could do Purdy as a third quarterback with Mitchell. I mean, it's just a bet on the 49ers.
I would take Hodgins or one of the running backs.
All right, Hodgins are one of the running backs we're thinking Purdy. King Kap, thoughts?
I'm on Purdy. I'm in on Purdy.
All right, let's do Purdy and be done, and then we get our 49ers roll.
Okay, we don't have any other 49ers to take though.
Yeah, but we've got
Danny
Carr
Gray.
stacked. We got Richardson stacked. We could maybe do a third tight end or
that. Yeah.
I
I don't want a third
Beimfohr
tight
bring
end now
back,
with Hawkins.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
Like instead of I'm not going back to hindsight. All right, Titans. What's up, Liam?
How likely do you think Tannehill starts and finishes the season? Like he's playing in week 17.
70%.
Pat?
Tannehill's playing in week 17. I'd say, yeah, about 75%.
I'll say lower just because their defense sucks. But if their defense is better, then I'll put it near 100.
Yeah, their defense is rough. Their O-line is rough. I mean, I don't.
O-line's terrible.
It depends how rough. Like is Levis like Malik Willis was like that bad? You know.
So are you taking Levis or are you just fading the Titans?
I don't know. I'm interested what people's vibes are on because I think Tannehill, we know, has a great weekly ceiling. If he's out there, he's got weapons. They're probably going to have to be playing catch up, but
I think it went up
Levis
substantially.
sometimes.
Like, I think it might have gone from like 2/3 to 3/4, you know, in terms of his chance of starting week 17 after they signed Hopkins. And maybe the actual odds didn't increase that much, but the perception, you know, because you're like, oh, they're trying to win. Like they communicated information to us that this is not a tanking team.
The likelihood may not have changed because they knew they weren't tanking, but
right, they knew
had
they
that
weren't
additional information. So for us, I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. And that's why
they turned over a card basically that's like, we're not tanking, you know.
Right.
We're like, sweet, now we know that.
Vegas did not respect the Hopkins signing. No movement in win total, and they're dogs in their first 6 games.
Yeah, but if I win bet $100, like, yeah, they're projected to win 2.2 games in their first 6. They're mostly pretty close games, all between 1 and 5.5.
Dogs to the Colts.
Running back.
Do we want to grab a Zeke or a Gus, or it just be done?
There's a
I like
teardrop
Ty
for me
Chandler
with these running backs that I like grabbing here.
You'd like grabbing a running back here? Is that what you're saying?
I do. Yeah. So we could go with the Baltimore again. We have that correlation.
Oh, right. I like that.
Ty Chandler's correlation with Hawkinson. It is. It's negative correlation.
No, I was laughing at the Gus Edwards getting sniped.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Zeke, Ty Chandler. Any interest? Zeke's has actually correlation with Laporta if he signs.
Doesn't Evan Silva have Ty Chandler as like ADP 100?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you into it? Herzig?
Yeah, I like Chandler a lot. Yeah, I mean, and Silva's talked about this. The challenge for him is that he's doing more redraft ranks, and he's like Ty Chandler's a great guy for you to draft and have on your team because when you get to guys like the wide receiver drop off, those are irrelevant to him. So where we have all of these Nico Collins, Rondale Moore, those wide receivers are good for best ball. They're kind of irrelevant for redraft. And so he has a trouble of like, how do I rank Ty Chandler where I want you to draft him in redraft, even though obviously in best ball, you shouldn't be taking him ahead of those other wide receivers.
Just him though, feeling that it's him over McBride, like that's a lot. Like,
yeah,
you know, like feeling he's the clear RB2, you know, like they could of course sign Fournette or whoever, but
he was very early on that. And then that was before the coaching staff even said, like, hey, is Ty Chandler going to have a role? And their response was, he's going to need to step up or something like that. So, like, that told me that they weren't planning on bringing in one of the dusty vets, that he would have a regular role. And again, Dwayne McBride, 6th round running back. Like, the chance that they see the field is just so slim. It's possible. But he's also, never catching passes. He's just a really good runner.
I know Pat still likes McBride a little. I mean, I still mix in McBride a little bit.
I like McBride as a prospect, but I think it's looking bad for McBride because you're also hearing about Kenny and Nwangwu getting mixed in a little bit, and he's a kick returner, and so he's going to be active. So I think you're probably looking at game day inactive McBride, maybe all season, and that wouldn't be. I mean, that's what we probably should expect given that he was a 6th round pick.
Renfro for the bring back to the Colts.
I like that a lot. You guys good with that?
Best player available in my mind. I don't like the bye week 11, but he's a good enough player that I still want it. And we should grab another wide receiver with the 18th that's not bye week.
Kind of like Slayton or Mare.
I mean, yeah, okay. It's hard to see in the screen.
Liam, do you like Ty J. Spears?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I was out on him early because of the knee things, but it's like, I mean, I think if the Titans do fall out of the gate and start 0-6, the trade deadline is the next week after their bye, and so it's like it's still possible Henry's traded if the Titans are.
Yeah, dude. And I actually know Derrick Henry's cousin. I know Derrick Henry's cousin, and he has a metal
inside scoop.
Yeah, dude. He has a metal plate inside his foot. I think he had it last year too, but he also hears voices in his sleep. Like, actually, he's fucked up.
I don't
the
see how
dreams?
that's related.
Trust me.
Are those called dreams?
It's some head stuff.
All right.
Early CTE reports from King Kap, and this thing
okay.
has turned sad.
We've had two aggregated reports here now. Ian broke some news earlier.
All right. My concern with Josh Downs. How do we go back to drafting after we just got word that Tyjae Spears hears things at night?
No,
Henry,
he's saying
to Henry.
I don't care. He's a 30-year-old running back.
Yeah,
He's
that's why
perfectly fine.
And it's kind of good for Spears that I mean, this is not a good thing, but that I'm blanking on his name right now, but the running back they drafted last year seems like he's likely going to be cut after.
You're saying Hassan Haskins is not going to provide much competition.
Yeah, like he's probably gonna he's got to be out of the NFL, right? He's just not good enough to do that.
Yeah.
All right, wide receivers wise, what are non-bye week 11 that we'd feel comfortable with Josh Downs? Because
I think Michael Mayer here could he might just be too much of a value though.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm kind of into it.
And it's a bring back. Like Mayer could smash with Jimmy G, especially if Adams.
Can we look at our wide
traded.
receivers real quick though? Do we feel comfortable with these?
Yes, our wide receiver room's strong.
I'd rather have another wide receiver.
Who?
Wandale or
Downs.
Josh Downs.
Yeah,
Probably
Downs.
Downs.
And do all right.
Triple stack.
Downs.
Or quadruple with Taylor. This is a nasty cold stack.
I think with Hawk, we probably are better off with the wide receiver.
Unless Hawk gets you to the finals and then Mayer falls in the end zone.
But if Hawk gets to the finals, that's also when Sam Laporta should have his highest value.
All right, guys. It was a wild ride.
Ups and downs.
I mean, we've all won a lot of money on underdog. The least we can do is punt off $25, right? So, no, I think we salvaged it. You know, the Andrews one, we were talking about Josh Allen instead of the obvious Andrews pick, but then we got Hawkinson, so we have an elite tight end build with Tyreek Hill that isn't Andrews. So maybe that does something for us.
I just don't get why is Hawkinson two rounds later than Andrews and then Pitts another round or two. I just don't get it.
I mean, Pitts usually goes even later than
That's what I'm saying. Hawkinson has maybe a bit lower ceiling, but not really. And there's equal mouths now. In Baltimore, there's so many mouths.
And Kirk's a tight end guy. That is a thing. When quarterbacks target their tight ends, they don't change.
I think it just comes down to the sample size of TJ Hawkinson and what he was able to do in Minnesota is substantially smaller than what we've seen year in over year of Mark Andrews. I'm bullish on TJ Hawkinson as well. I don't think this is a Tyler Higbee, 2020 or 2021, where he finished the season going nuts and then just kind of disappeared again. But I accept that there is a higher risk of Hawkinson. We know Mark Andrews' role. Also, all positive signs coming out of Monken and Baltimore for the passing offense there. So I agree there should be a gap, but yeah, I'm bullish on TJ Hawkinson at this spot.
All right, let's go around the room here. The chat believes, Herzing, that you hate this team. Do you, in fact, hate this team?
I don't love it. But
he made most of the picks. He made most of the picks for us. What do you mean?
There's a lot of teams that I draft that I don't love.
What if we're going back in time? Now this is the time for hindsight. What would you have done differently?
Yeah, so we said the Mark Andrews one. That was the clear one. That was a mistake on our side, but we made up. We survived it. It's fine. I think later on, that Sam Laporta one's probably a big one in my mind, where I would have rather used a correlated spot there. Because if we know that we're drafting another QB later, there's a good amount of QBs that we could have gotten a kind of late tight end and another stack there. Yes, Brock Purdy, but this is a hanging Brock Purdy. It has Elijah Mitchell, but there's no bring back and no one else in the 49ers, and we're not going to reach in the 18th for a crazy 49er. So I think that's where it just kind of tailed off a little for me. But no, I don't hate it. I just don't love it.
King Kap, thoughts?
I blame myself decently amount, at least 25%.
I would probably think
that's good. That is your proportion, so that's fair.
Being a 0 RB winner, I'd probably not take Brees in 30 or maybe JT at one of those two to be a wide receiver and then get one of their handcuffs in the later rounds. And I have my own reasons for full fading Michael Thomas, but I like the massive stack on the Richardson. I love getting onslaughts. So I like the team.
What about you, Liam?
No Bills.
Thing or two I would have done differently. Looks fine though. I just think I would rather bet on like Mayer than Josh Downs, just kind of draft capital there and upside. But looks good.
Yeah, there were a couple of spots. I think the third round was what was really the sliding doors moment, because we could have gone Andrews, which is what we should have done. We could have gone Allen, which in this is like a very different team. And then we go Brees, I think the Brees pick, it cost us a value on Madison, right? We didn't have any opportunity to take that falling value, whether or not we want that with his situation specifically. But certainly I think it would have been a lot easier to justify if we had one running back to that point. So
yeah, where Hawkinson went, we would have taken a wide receiver. So now we're getting a stronger wide receiver there. We basically are going Mark Andrews, wide receiver Madison, instead of Brees Hall, Hawkinson, Bateman. And I like that 3v3 a lot more with the Andrews, I don't know, Marquise Brown. I can't, which way would that have gone? We could have gone
That would have been this way. It would have been like JSN.
Yeah.
Or Deontay.
Yeah.
I don't love the Purdy pick just to correlate with Mitchell. I thought that was a little forced on our end.
That was definitely forced.
What would you have done instead? Like, which QB would you have gone? Because
there was no debating with you guys. You're just like, yep, it's Purdy here. I would have gone Hodgins. I think Hodgins and I would not have gone.
Which QB would you have ended up with as a third QB?
Any of these, like I would have tried to backstack Stroud, Young, or Howell.
Okay. With
so, like,
Young, there was no one available because, as I said, we Young and Hurst would have been great.
Or Tank Dell, or Terrace Marshall, or whoever. Chuba Hubbard.
Kick us off stream. We're grown.
Yeah, this is actually why I'm kind of into the Purdy pick, because I was like, we had not set ourselves up for anything else. So I was just like, let's just take Purdy. We're gonna be sad about it, and then we'll.
Hey, one last question for you guys. I obviously won the regular season, so my team was a bit sexier, but I feel like a lot of the non-sexy teams are the ones that win, and everyone in the chat is saying that this is an ugly team, but usually those are the ones that win. Do you guys agree with that?
I mean, my team was a Tom Brady stack with DJ Moore coming back, which was about as ugly as you could imagine heading into Week 17. So I agree. I think ugliness can be helpful. That's why I've mentioned the Hawkinson leverage thing a couple times. That might be the ugly leverage that gets us in.
I do have a question for you three. Did they ever send you, like, I know you guys got rings. Did you ever get like anything cooler than a ring? Or
I never got a ring. I never got a ring.
I had to ask for the ring, Pat. But I was like, hey, can you guys send me a ring? They're like, yeah, okay, fine, dude.
All right, that makes me feel better.
But they enacted the rings for their playoff ones.
Also, my cactus was sent to the wrong address, so I never
got my cactus for last year.
Yeah. All right, guys, we gotta bring on Shawn Siegele and Erik Beimfohr here. Get some wide receivers in my life. I thought maybe King Kap would help with that, but here we are. Yet to do a 0 running back start. So
thank you guys.
Next time.
Later, everyone.
Yeah, later, guys. All right. Shawn Siegele and Erik Beimfohr, welcome to the stream.
I'm ready to draft a sexy team. I like what King
please.
Kap was saying there at the end.
Please. It's been a little rough.
The ugly teams are the ones that you convince yourself can win because of some nonsense logic. We're here, Pat, to restore order to this channel. There's a lot of early running backs being taken.
There's a lot.
That's been a lot of early running backs and ugly teams, and Shawn and I are here to rectify that and get you back. I know you won with 2 early running backs, but let's not abandon ship just because you're a millionaire now. Let's get back on the straight and narrow with a little bit of a wide receiver love.
Yeah, it's early. The people probably know I'm a little bit more of an afternoon, evening person, not such a morning person. And the fact that drafted 2 pretty ugly teams so far, one of them just mine. I didn't even have to discuss with anyone, just on my own. Picked a pretty ugly team. So I'm going to need your guys' help here to get back on track. It's going to be tough for us to we got one. So let's see. I mean, this could all be friends and family again. I'm assuming it will be. Or we could have caught the tail end of a non-friends and family draft.
Some names.
But
not all of them. Not all of them.
We're out of the 12. So we're going to get boxed into a bunch of stuff, but it's easy to go wide receiver here. This is probably the spot for a zero running back start, because you can grab two guys from the tier in the 3-4 as well, even though that's not like you're kind of kicking off a tier as opposed to grabbing the tail end of it. But I think we'll get our wide receivers in this draft.
Shawn, what do you like to do at the back end here? With it being pretty wide open, I feel like this is a good sweet spot for you.
Yeah, and the thing that is really a lot of fun about the tail end is that it does set you up for some cool things later in the draft. I mean, the Stealing Bananas that we dropped today was really all about how the young guys set you up better for bringbacks, set you up better at the quarterback position for a variety of reasons. And so I like drafting out of the turn. I've always enjoyed drafting out of the turn. I love taking two picks together. It does make it a lot harder to get values. And if you're in a tough room on top of that, then, I mean, you've got multiple things working against you. But, I mean, you have fun with it. You draft guys you really like. And then even if you don't have the ADP value at the end, you've got a cool team.
You can also kind of press the room a little bit. Like you said, it's a little tougher to scoop values there. But, like, if this room starts to get wide receiver heavy, we can really put the full court press on the whole room. And you know, we're not getting the ADP value, but we're also forcing other people's hands, which, like you said, can set us up later. It can set you up for stacks later. It can set you up for falling running back value later that you don't necessarily have mapped out, or, you know, in any given round, you don't know when it's going to come, but it's probably going to come at a certain point. And if we kind of stay on schedule, we can really benefit from that, but it's a little bit later in the draft usually.
And this isn't even entirely the same thing, but so far in the fishbowl, I'm at the turn, I've taken the same position with both picks every time. And now I'm going to continue to do that for sure, even if it doesn't make sense. But you draft a couple of those picks, and yeah, you can start some runs. And I've always really liked it. So, and I don't think that drafting out of the 12 is nearly as bad this season as it is in most years.
I agree. Yeah.
And go ahead, Pat. Sorry.
No, I was going to kind of change the subject. So
I was just going to say, Shawn, do you think that's kind of because, so for me, there's pretty much a clear, like, top 5. Maybe you can put Kelsey in there depending upon how you feel about him. And I do like him. So let's call it a top 6. But after that, it's so wide open. Like, I don't know, there's like almost 20 guys that are really not that different. And so I think that leads into exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, it's one big long tier. I've drafted Bijan at 7 and Bijan at 15. And I mean, either way, you more or less feel fine with it.
So who are your favorites here? I assume we're not taking Bijan, given that we just talked this big wide receiver game.
Let's do the wide receiver thing.
I like Devontae Adams a lot. Are you guys good with him?
I would throw out Waddle St. Brown for the reasons of more fun later on in the draft in terms of the players that you compare with them and the quarterback situations that you could potentially get out of that.
All right,
I agree. I did want to ask you guys, I'm kind of glad we're here and Devontae was available because I'm not out on Devontae, but as it stands right now, I'll probably end up reasonably underweight Devontae. And I mean, he's awesome. Like, I'm set aside. So it's a little bit contradictory because I like to just draft really good football players, and Devontae's one of the best in all of fantasy. But I think there's some pretty real concerns, and they're not getting better for the Raiders, and they're not getting better for Devontae. I don't expect Josh Jacobs is going to hold out. But, like, think about all the things that have now happened. He leaves Green Bay and wants to go back home and play with his college buddy and his college quarterback. So, okay, we're going to trade. We'll ship you off to Vegas. You get to go play with Derek Carr. Not only did they get out from Derek Carr and trade him, they shunned Derek Carr. He wasn't even allowed to come into the facility at the end of last year. They didn't win. They weren't a winning team last year.
Forgot about that. That's so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So his best buddy, who he went there to go play with, gets kicked to the curb in the middle of the season. They bring in Jimmy Garoppolo, who, we're just reading tea leaves, and wide receiver tweets can be very misleading, but it certainly didn't feel like Devontae was excited about the fact that they replaced Carr with Jimmy G, and probably not excited that all he did was bring in a bunch of slot receivers, Jacoby Myers and a rookie tight end to go with Renfro and stuff. Now the Jacobs thing. And again, I don't expect him to sit out, but it's certainly not like if you're a player on that team and you're a superstar on that team, the outlook doesn't look good for this year. They don't look to be really Devontae's not going to be around in the league for that much longer, and they don't appear committed to winning. I don't know. it just all seems a little sketchy for Davante. And so I don't want to have 0 of him because he's amazing, but I kind of have been siding with a lot of these other guys like at the 1-2 turn.
I think that Jacoby is positioned to soak up and siphon off a lot more volume than the guys they had last season. And as Liam was saying at the end, I mean, I like Mayer late. Pat, I reference all the time on our shows how when we had you on OT, we tried to get you to say Sam Laporta is the best tight end in the draft. And you stuck with Mayer. I mean, he doesn't have to be awesome for it to be a little bit of an issue there too, from a volume perspective. And even though Davante is, I mean, probably still the best receiver in the NFL. I mean, it's borderline with other like 3-4 guys. It's going to be more difficult for him to have that efficiency in the current offense, which means, I mean, that volume just has to stay insane.
Yeah, I'm overweight Davante. And it's just a simple thing of like, he's so good. And so I just don't want to be underweight, given that, like, I mean, he's good enough to where like he could be the guy you absolutely have to have in one of the playoff weeks or the week 17 final. He's got this massive ceiling. He just went off with Stidham in the week 17 final last year. Like he can get there with Jimmy, I think. But I have found myself as a result a little bit under where I want to be on Wilson and St. Brown. Excuse me.
You're allergic. He's allergic to wide receiver.
I'm allergic to St. Brown. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm having trouble getting there. Because with Waddle, you can kind of talk yourself into maybe he'll misses a couple games or something. That's this extra little bonus upside. So St. Brown's been someone I'm probably not drafting enough of. So I'm excited about the start. It's fun. What jumps out to you here? Certainly these running backs falling is exciting. Lamar, this is my ranking. So this is kind of how I have it. But
I know you take a lot of Brees. I love Brees as well. The two guys I just kind of continue to smash here. There goes Brees anyway. So but Lamar and Brees are my two highest exposure players in this little pocket, followed up by Debo. And that's kind of like I said, I'm contradicting myself, but like really good at the game, really high upside. Brees could be a first. Lamar could be the QB1. He's done it before. And this year, the Ravens, I mean, you can't be much more excited about the Ravens than I am this year. And Brees could be certainly a first round pick next year, maybe the 101 next year.
Yep.
And so
both gone though now. So does the Dalvin thing concern you enough about Ramondre to pass? And now he's gone. So that conversation's over.
I was concerned about him anyway. Yeah. Debo for sure is one for me. I don't know what you guys think, but then
I like Debo.
I mix and match really in this tier.
I think Debo is significantly undervalued, so that's always a good pick. Keenan with Judy here is also pretty interesting.
I'm open. I'll let you, Pat, you can kind of put the stamp on it.
What about, I like Debo a lot. I think he's significantly undervalued. Are you okay with Keenan without Judy?
He's risen. His early prices were insane. I still think that when you look at, and this isn't necessarily an avalanche draft here, I don't think, but I mean, he's like a 2-3 turn guy. I don't understand. I mean, you get frustrated now that he's moved mostly into the middle of the third.
Right.
When you get him at the end of the third, it's great. I mean, he should be a 2-3 turn player. So
I like it.
Both of those values are, I don't understand them, I guess I should say, but I mean, they seem like great values, especially when in the 2023 ADP environment, those two guys don't make sense to me.
It is interesting, isn't it, that Debo was a second round pick last year and Keenan Allen went at that 2-3 turn last year, like you mentioned. Wide receivers are now more expensive than ever. Nothing has really changed for those guys. If anything, for Debo, it might be, I know Christian McCaffrey's there, right? But like in terms of offensive efficiency, they theoretically have a quarterback who can play now in Brock Purdy. And Keenan, same thing. The offense is better. Like QJ doesn't hurt Keenan. It makes the offense better. Herbert taking another step. I don't think anything has really changed for those guys, but they got cheaper and other wide receivers got more expensive. So I do think that's pretty interesting. Just to the Broncos point, Judy's my favorite, but he's everybody's favorite Bronco. You know, we're going to need running backs later. They got two pretty cheap ones that are pretty nice. You know, if we need a tight end, I like Dulcich and kind of the tight end dead zone-ish or whatever. There's quite a few Broncos that look appealing later on too.
Broncos are very easy to correlate back.
So
with.
easy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I mean, I think that Judy is also pretty significantly undervalued just completely in a vacuum. But once you start to hear all of the Tim Patrick stuff, once you think about how good Mims is, I mean, there's even though obviously the coaching is massively upgraded, NFL teams do things that don't necessarily make sense to us. And Judy getting squeezed out of the justifiable target share is very possible.
Do you think it's possible? I was just going to say, do you think it's possible? We have these concerns with JSN because he's a rookie, and the idea is he's not going to run all the routes. He's going to be the slot receiver. Do you think Judy could get pigeonholed into that, where Sutton and Patrick, or Sutton and Mims, or Mims and Patrick, whatever, are like the two wide receiver set outside guys, and Judy is kind of pigeonholed into this old Michael Thomas slot role or whatever? That he's going to play a ton, but I'm just trying to think about the Broncos because they got like 5 wide receivers and they're all kind of good. So it is a little tricky, even though I do love Judy.
I mean, to me, Sutton is a big concern as well, just in terms of the pure routes. Like, Sutton does not seem to be on the outs with them. I mean, they've kind of shopped around Sutton, and they seem to shop around Judy too. So, but it's like, yeah, they maybe don't love any of these guys, but it doesn't seem like they're talking about, Sutton's at risk of not like seeing starter snaps. Like, I haven't heard anything. In fact, what you're hearing is he's potentially going to be in that like Michael Thomas slant boy role, it's just not ideal for Judy with the route squeeze. Like, Mims is going to get on the field some, Patrick's going to get on the field, I think, a fair amount. And so then is Judy like at 85% routes, which is like, that's a starter, but it's not, it just hurts a little bit, I think. And I will say also maybe I'm a little scarred from most expensive Bronco last year. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I think they've done a better job of maintaining the trade value of their guys than some other teams have done. I think we could still see a move, especially if Mims is as good as we think he is. But I mean, one of the things that cuts against him a little bit is the teams who are most interested in that are the teams that they really wouldn't want to give a quality player to. So
that's true.
So,
Sean Payton also loves his tight ends, and he's got a couple pretty talented. Well, one talented one we thought was talented last year. Who knows?
Sean, did you just sort of sneak in a Jerry Jeudy to the Chiefs reference?
Yes,
is that what that was?
Yes.
I mean, overall wide receiver 1. Is
that what that was? They literally just tried to sneak a Jerry Jeudy by the Chiefs to the Chiefs, Simon. Oh man.
Exactly.
Is Mims the new Hamler? That's pretty good.
Everyone says that, but
we're gonna chase Marvin Mims, for 4 years.
As long as it takes.
Yeah.
We're in kind of an easy spot or a tough spot, depending on what happens here.
Well, if the top 2 guys in the queue are both available, they certainly both make sense on this team.
I think they both make a ton of sense. Are you good with that, Sean, or you have other thoughts? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I have a lot of latent 3 at both QB and tight end. And I think that this season is uniquely set up for that to work. I think the late options at both of those positions have a lot more upside than they normally do. And simultaneously, you have an ADP environment where you can actually accomplish a lot of the objectives of 0 RB and still make some pivots and get not just like decent running backs, but amazing running backs. And I think that you have to create a decent number of teams that are structured that way. Having said that, I mean, you look at all the data, and especially when you get into the playoff portion of it, having elite QB scoring, having elite tight end scoring is probably going to be important to make it through those tournament weeks. And so when you have a draft that sets up just so perfectly for it, then you've got to lean into that.
Yeah, I've been a big proponent of elite tight end, but I also like punting tight end too. I mean, you have like, and I've done stuff where I'll take Kittle and then I'll take 2 really cheap tight ends. Mayer being free is one of those things where he's free on Underdog. He's actually not free on DraftKings, and it's not just a 20-round thing. Like, you have to take him more like 16, 17, but you can sit back and almost anywhere in the 18th expect to get Mayer. I think the tight ends that you're getting late this year are exciting. So I'm totally on board with people who are saying, hey, why don't I just punt? Yeah, you can totally punt. But at the same time, we're also seeing the elite tight ends priced like really low compared to last year. Like really low. Like surely that opens up an opportunity as well.
100%. You're getting it. The late round tight ends, as you said, are very appealing. We all have our guys. I like Mayer. I like tons of them that go later, and I draft tons of them. But tight end as a whole is cheaper. And so it's not just those guys that are cheaper at the end where, if Kittle, and I know Waller's on a different team, right? But if Hawkinson, Kittle, Andrews, all these guys went in the second round, and then you still had Mayer and Hunter Henry and those guys at the end of drafts, then it would really start to skew because you'd have to sacrifice Jalen Waddle or Amon-Ra St. Brown or Tony Pollard or whatever to get that elite tight end. Now you're sacrificing like what number wide receiver was, Chris Godwin, right? We're sacrificing he's a good football player, but the wide receiver 30 or something like that to get arguably the highest upside tight end, George Kittle, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews right there as the absolute highest. And George Kittle was a league winner last year, like in regular season points and in, the obviously Pat having George Kittle.
He's on the drafters winning team, which is, I still think is kind of mind blowing given the year Kelce had.
Exactly. Because those spikes are so valuable in any format of best ball. And it's hard to replicate that, even though those guys are going to have good weeks at the end. They're almost assuredly not going to have the spikes that Kittle, Andrews, Kelce, Hawk, maybe Pitts have.
Yep.
I just think it would have been an interesting choice if Godwin had made it one more pick, because I think that he would be kind of the third guy for me after Debo and Keenan, who, is undervalued by like 2 rounds. And so if you get him there and you have those 5 wide receivers and maybe you save a roster spot because you're going to stop earlier at wide receiver, that would have created an interesting choice with the other 2 guys that we had.
How are you viewing the Bucks, Shawn, this year with, Godwin is amazing. One of maybe my favorite player in the entire NFL, has won me a lot of money for many, many years. And Evans is a little bit probably even underpriced, even though he's not my favorite type of player to take in fantasy. But then you have the Baker Mayfield, Kyle Trask experiment. How are you kind of balancing the talent of the player and the almost assuredly not ideal situation?
Yeah, I had a game I was very invested in a couple of years ago where I needed Baker Mayfield just to play okay, and he threw like the first 15 passes into the offensive line. So that's a big issue. But, Chris Godwin and Mike Evans are so good. I don't think the rest of the team on offense is that talented, and they're still going to get their volume. So, he's got to be really bad for that not to be just a really easy pick, I think.
What do you guys want to do here? We've got 2 Ravens guys we could use as bringbacks here. We could also, I don't know, we could draft a running back now. It is round 7 and round 8, so this is a spot. Javonte is kind of interesting.
Yeah, I would definitely take a Raven wide receiver here, Bateman being my preference. So we'll see if that doesn't go. But yeah, so it would definitely be like if this were me drafting by myself, Bateman is an absolute smash here. But then I'm pretty open. I do think you could take both, but also Javonte does stand out a little bit.
Javonte bring back on our primary stack as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, you want to take that wide receiver first to make sure you just push it as far as possible, even though it doesn't matter.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. We can't take a 7th round running back. We got to take, that's ridiculous. This is literally like healing my soul after the terrible start. I may have Bateman on every one of these drafts now though. Okay. And then what are we doing here? Do you want to take Javonte?
I think I would vote Javonte. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We're set up so good for my favorite way to build a 0 running back team, which is like this with it doesn't have to be an elite quarterback, but 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends, 7 wide receivers. And then from here, Javonte through, we're in the range now where the running backs are like the best pick. They're the best pick a lot of the draft, but really right now, once you get past, I like to call it the Bateman line, you get past the Bateman line and it's just like nothing but running backs that are the best picks on the board here.
And I also feel like this turn is better for it. The 9-10 feels better, and then you'll still get some of that tier. And And then the 11, 12, you're kind of getting the tail end of that next tier. So sometimes I feel like I'm starting tiers on the other side of the board. So
yeah, it's awkward.
This is really
You're like by Kamara. You're more like by Kamara instead of by P. Ryan and Gibson and those guys. If that makes it's like 6 picks of ADP, but it feels more comfortable where we're drafting it from.
Yeah.
The thing with Javonte too, and I mean, I don't think you necessarily go this far with it, but when you think through it, and the reports on the two different players, and then the risk of Dalvin Cook, I mean, there's an argument that if you just simply flipped Breece Hall and Javonte Williams in terms of where they're going, that you wouldn't really change that much about what you did. You would still just get some exposure to both guys. I mean, I think that Breece Hall is the best running back in the NFL. So wherever he's priced, I'm going to take some. But I mean, is Javonte Williams just straight up a better play at this point, even when you're not considering price? I mean, I really like that pick.
I mean, that makes me excited about Javonte Williams. I've talked about if Breece Hall falls to the early 5th, trying to have about 66% exposure at that level. So if Breece Hall was available at the 7-8 turn, I think I would be close to 100% exposure. I think Breece Hall, like if he was healthy, completely healthy this year, I would be. Why aren't we taking Breece Hall in the early first round? So,
I mean, he'd be in the mix for the 101.
He certainly would go off, I think, as the running back 2. I don't think he would. People and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He's not going.
Sean won our game of chicken. I'm not saying Breece Hall over Justin Jefferson. So congratulations, Sean. You are the premier Breece Hall tout now.
I had that exposure that you were talking about a second ago to Breece Hall last year, and I would just say it didn't work.
Yeah, but
it didn't. You were right. You were right.
Didn't work.
Isn't this game stupid? You were so right. You could not have been much more right. The guys
can be.
Yeah, and you're wrong, but you were wrong. And you lost. Yeah.
Yeah. But you were wrong and you lost. And that's the way this goes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
well, hopefully we get it right this year.
Are you at all concerned about the Javonte? You know, the reports and everything are, you know, his knee injury was a little bit more serious than Breece's. I mean, and I think that's partially why he goes where he goes and Breece goes where he goes. But also all the reports so far have been really, really positive on Javonte. Sometimes that's off-season hype. There's not a lot of negative reports. You know, only Trey Lance gets negative reports during the offseason. Everybody else is, having a great offseason and fully healthy. J.K. Dobbins was carrying around his leg last year and was getting nothing but positive reports. So, like, forgive me if I don't buy in.
J.K. Dobbins was carrying his leg around on long runs. That dude is incredible. I mean, he was outrunning guys with one of the worst limps I've ever seen.
6 yards per carry, dragging around like what was the Darren Sharper Madden video?
Yeah,
the guy,
he literally looked like Greg Jennings.
Darren
Sharper, the hardest hitting safety in the league, couldn't stop him.
But we can make these picks. But I am just kind of curious on how you guys are handling like the just kind of injury type guy.
I assume we want to go running back here. I don't love Cook. This is a discount on Cook, but running back thoughts?
Not Dalvin, but I'm open.
Yeah.
Who do you like here, Sean?
I don't think you can go. Well, I mean, obviously you can go wrong, but Penny just has such immense upside if you're thinking about winning tournaments, which I mean we are.
Yeah, I like Penny.
I like that pick.
Who else?
I take Penny and Damian Harris here.
I think Brian Robinson does offer some correlation, although it is maybe not ideal. But we are looking at 2 pass catchers on the 49ers. Maybe things get weird in week 17 and the Commanders lead for a second.
Yep, I'm open to him more. Either of those two.
I mean, he could have one of those seasons where he has. I mean, I think you're betting on a fluky touchdown situation for him.
Yeah.
But I mean, who's more talented between Jamal Williams and Brian Robinson? I mean, maybe the answer is just nobody, but.
But the odds are if it's one, definitely it's got to be Robinson.
But isn't B-Rob like the Najee bet in the 10th round?
Yeah.
Like not that good. Najee. Grinder. B-Rob caught passes in college too. I know he hasn't like caught it. He caught like, I want to say like 35, 40 balls as a senior or something like that. like he's fully capable of handling everything. It's just he's not exceptionally talented, but Gibson's probably not going to get the goal line stuff. They don't have anybody besides those two right now, at least. I don't know. Like you said, why can't he stumble into, right? It's going to be like the last year that Dalvin was really good. So was that 3 years ago or something like that, where the next year he was the 102. He can stumble into something like that, average 4 yards per carry, but rack up touchdowns and catch some balls. You know, it's what we need Howell to be good or Brissett to be good for it to happen. But what, you know, at this cost, like that's the Najee. It's that people are making that bet on Najee in the late third. And it feels very similar to me.
Yeah. And, you know, you guys obviously missed a big opportunity here to get me on a Howell team. I mean, your combined powers could have easily gotten a Howell share here.
But press our luck. We got you to stop drafting running backs. We didn't need to press our luck.
Yeah, thank you for focusing on the larger issue, which is that I have been drafting no wide receivers. But one thing I like about Robinson, Gibson, Dotson, McLaurin is that I think Howell's going to be fun. You know, my issues with Howell are more about like the overall environment that he's in with like you're asking people with short-term incentives to prioritize a long-term, you know, developmental quarterback. They drafted in the 5th round last year. Like that really kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies, especially with Brissett also there. But the fact that Brissett's also there is great news for every skill player on the team. Like they have 2 outs to good quarterback play. So I'm into Washington. I think they're a team we should be overweight on, regardless of how you're playing the Howell situation.
I really thought that Brian Robinson was an excellent pick before we started to get a lot of pro Gibson, you know, sort of rumors and news and what have you out of Washington and how he was going to be such a better fit for what they want to do offensively this season. And I think that sometimes that can be, it can turn out not to be very accurate at all. And so when you are in a situation where Robinson really is the pick that kind of works, then, I mean, I would still get some exposure to that play.
This turn feels like it's probably running back again, but do you have any other thoughts? I mean, Goff gives us a second quarterback. We're set up for Purdy later as well. We only need 2 with
Purdy. If you know, the draft doesn't work this way, especially when you're at the turn, you can't always have exactly what, you know, you want, and you're trying to plan out far, you know, 50 picks down the road. But ideally, I think we would want Purdy on this team. And if we didn't get it, we would have access to probably a backdoor stack, you know, with a second tight end or a 6th or 7th. What is that? Yeah, 6th or 7th wide receiver. But I just think this running back tier is still really good. Like,
me too.
Like really good. And we clearly need it. So.
What are your thoughts on Goff in terms of him offering enough upside at the price? I mean, one of the things about Amon-Ra is that you do get Goff, and in a situation where Laporta blows up, a player that I have just very inappropriate exposure to, and then
who's probably available at the next turn as well.
Yep.
Oh, so
do we want to take a running back and then decide on Goff? Like queue up a running back and then
sure.
See if we want to do.
I like Warren. Yeah,
for me, but I like Kendre too. If you have a preference, Shawn.
I have a lot of exposure to Henry, and there's a lot of risk there. So I think it's a great spot to play Warren.
We could also take Kendre and push Goff, or where are you guys at on Goff? Let's vote on that.
I do like Goff. I do like Goff, which makes me kind of sick to say. I wasn't really drafting him that much last year, and now he's much more expensive.
Pat, do you, for like week 16, week 17, do you like him better than Purdy, even if we have more 49ers?
It's close. It's really close. Let's do Kendre.
Look at that quick trigger. Look at that.
Didn't get it.
Oh, God damn it.
So we have Goff.
It looked good.
Yeah, it looks good. We just took Purdy on this other team, so maybe it's destined to be. I like it both. I mean, the thing about Purdy is that, or the thing about the 49ers is that, like, if it's not Purdy, you're still probably like, okay. Like if it was to be Darnold or Lance was good enough to kind of make a run at it, like so giving up the Goff. I mean, it's going to be Goff. Goff has complete job security. So that allows us to get a third stack in a meaningful way. Like now we're going to build this line stack out. But
I like the Cowboys cheapies. You have to really take on some risk at running back, but if you like Malik Davis, or if you think Zeke comes back on a 0 running back team, if there's no Pollard in week 17, you get a workhorse Cowboys running back against the Lions in a game stack is pretty juicy. And then you have Jake Ferguson as well, who my guess is
even with Laporta, I think would be fine.
Yeah, 100%. You have Kittle. Again, that's where you get to the last 17th, 18th round. You don't have to be so rigid on exactly the position. You can kind of mix and match what fits that specific team from a correlation or whatever. And I think there's some Cowboys that are interesting for cheap that if we wanted to prioritize that bring back. But you also don't have to. We have the Herbert stack with the bring back. We have 49ers with the bring back, right? Ideally, yeah, it would be great to have, but you don't have to force it if we don't love it.
When you're looking at the overall structure of the team here, and we have an elite QB and we have a window QB, and we know that 2 QB, generally speaking, is a little bit stronger. And once you have it set up like that, it defaults very strongly to 2 QB. At the same time, if you're looking for as many paths through the tournament as possible, and if you have a team that does have the game stack already set up, are you completely out on playing Purdy as a third guy and having that element of it? Or even, we only have 5 wide receivers, if I'm looking at this correctly. And I think that one of the best plays, even though, it pales to their other guys, Curtis Samuel is a great play. And then you even have Howell, who I think that Howell from a tournament perspective is probably more interesting than Purdy, even though I drafted both at the time.
See, we found our way back to Howell.
Yeah, see, look at that. You're gonna try and make the backdoor Howell attempt. What I would say is with Purdy, I kind of penciled in 1401 for Purdy, but what this build I think allows us to do is say, let's see if we can get him at the 15-16 turn, which is about 10 picks past ADP. And yeah, at that point, I'd be down.
I still do prefer kind of what you led in with, Shawn, that I think the clearest path to this team winning a tournament is, Herbert and Goff are good. Their playoff schedules are fine, and or they mix and match pretty good playoff schedules, whether you like the week 17 matchup for Herbert or not. But then you get Goff in one of the better week 17 games. And, all the 3 of us probably feel absurdly comfortable with this start at running back. But if we want to, we want to, right? But you getting to do you really? I've seen your teams. I'm not so sure that you feel that good about this running.
No,
back
I actually do now.
You're back. He's back. But I just think that last lottery ticket at running back can really, really, really help this team. I think back to the team that Pete and I didn't win Best Ball Mania, but Pete and I had a pretty good sweat a couple of years ago where that last pick, we took Sony Michel, and our 2 quarterbacks were only Dak Prescott and Mac Jones. And Sony Michel was the reason we ended up doing anything and the reason why we had a sweat in week 17. And so it's probably not likely any one of those guys hits, but when they do, it's that's how you win this thing,
Yeah. I think one of our picks is pretty easy here. And then are we looking at another running back? Tyjae Spears has been a guy I've been trying to get more exposure to.
I love Tyjae. Yep.
Okay. Shawn, do you have any guys?
Derrick Henry hears stuff in his sleep or something like that? Is that
breaking news from King Kap? Derrick Henry hears voices in his sleep. I think that's called dreaming. Everyone? I'm not sure what the accusation even is there, other than he gets restful sleep with good dreams.
Voices tell him to go for 2,000 yards. So
yeah, the voice is saying. It depends what the voice is saying. Everybody hears voices in their sleep. We need to know what it's saying.
Yeah, I don't know. He has particularly vivid dreams to the point that they're newsworthy. Laporta, I think he's kind of a no-brainer here. He's not coming back.
Yep.
What do you like? Guy, right? Spears?
I would take Spears. Yep.
Yeah, I feel like I don't have enough Spears that him not having an ACL was enough to scare me off for a little bit. But I've just been like thinking through the season. I'm so overweight on Jaylen Warren. I take so much Jaylen Warren. You listen to what's coming out of Steelers camp. It's like funny because they're like, Najee looks good. He looks more explosive. But then they'll be like, I think Jaylen Warren hits the hole as hard and as fast as any running back in the entire NFL. Like that's what they're saying about Jaylen Warren. What they're saying about Najee is like, he doesn't look as shitty as last year. So,
well, I mean, for Warren, like in defense of all the other running backs in the NFL, I mean, he's being contrasted every day with a guy who walks into the hole, stands there and looks around, jukes like 5 times, and then like takes a step backward. And then he tries to vault the defenders who have gotten in front of him. So
Najee Harris surveying the hole. It's pretty good.
Oh, man.
But Tajay, go ahead, Zach.
I mean, Spears, based on where the Titans are on him and the early reports there in terms of how good he is, he's going to be the first guy behind Henry with some standalone value. So you might get a couple of games during the season that count. And then, I mean, if Henry goes down, especially, I mean, they're pushing to be a more effective offense. The move with Hopkins, I mean, they're going to play Tannehill. This is going to be a good team. And so, I mean, you have Burks emerging, you have Hopkins, and then you have Spears in there by himself. And we're not rooting for that, but that is something that could happen. I mean, you're starting to talk about a guy who has weekly running back one, now, bottom of running back one, but weekly running back one upside. See, I mean, you've got to take some picks. The problem is just that his ADP is in a spot where you're always tempted to push it, and then you miss, and you're like, well, there's another opportunity to pick Spears that's gone.
I also really like, I really like, so this is part of what had me on so heavy onto Darrington Evans. So take this all with a massive grain of salt, because that failed even more spectacularly than Breece Hall did last year. But think about Derrick Henry and both of your co-hosts, our good friend Ben Gretsch a couple of years ago, called it what he would like an identity back. And there are not that many of those left in the NFL, but Derrick Henry is the premier identity back of a team and an offense. They go as Derrick Henry goes, right? Even the pass game flows from Derrick Henry, and the old school established the run and play action off the run, right? That Vrabel is very 1990s high school coach and how they approach the game, which is fine. But if something were to happen to Derrick Henry, I think it is like this absolute smash for Tajay, in particular because of his skill set. You can't ask him to replace what Derrick Henry does as an identity, but he can fill in where this offense is now has a new identity that's based around Ryan Tannehill and DeAndre Hopkins and the passing game, and spread it out. He can be explosive and get in space and catch passes and all that, as opposed to, a lot of the times the handcuff is just like, right, Pollard is better than Zeke, so you just need Zeke to go away, and the offense doesn't really change. I think the offense changes here, and because he's like a little bit of a weird rookie and not 230 pounds in this bowling ball of a guy, I don't think we're really valuing him enough. He's a clear handcuff. He's talented. The offense is good, and he's really cheap.
Yeah, he's been one of the guys. I like I said, I was looking at my exposure, and I was just like, why is it not higher? Like it strikes me as a clear training camp riser, someone like Jerome Ford that we could see. Jerome Ford's kind of already risen up from completely free to, kind of in this range. He'll probably go pretty soon. But, that like just the assurance that we have. And then also, what's the difference between Spears and Tank Bigsby? Why isn't Spears in the 12th round? I think it's that kind of rise that I'm thinking we might see from Spears or to the Jaylen Warren range, right? The kind of mid 11th, late 11th to the mid 12th type of range. So yeah, I want to be in on him at this price. And I like the 2v2, Jared Goff, Tajay Spears versus what would have been Kendre Miller, Brock Purdy.
I agree.
So good thing my fingers are not fast, because I almost blew that.
It worked out.
Speaking of Ford, he is still here. This feels like we could go with at least one more running back. We have 2 tight ends with week 9. We can sort that out probably in the 17th or the 18th, but Ford goes.
I mean, I would take Chuba because I can't help it with him. He's just the one guy that stands out to me here.
Anyone else? Shawn, do you have any guys?
Well, Hubbard would be the first pick, and then as we look through, I mean, you might. The wide receiver situation has gotten fairly bleak.
Yep.
I mean, do we have a second running back that we want to reach for? I mean, do we want to reach for a Chandler and kind of finish that off, or?
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. The other thing I've been doing here, but you can also you're a real piss boy now.
Yeah, I'm a real piss boy. The piss boy stream, it's too perfect. I got to do it.
We've converted you so much your bladder can't even hold it anymore with all the wide receivers that we're taking. Something I've been doing in draft, Shawn, that we can do later, but there's these. This is freaky. There's these. He's not on the screen, and he's saying he's going to the bathroom, and the screen is moving. But like if you want to get, especially on a team like this where we have multiple wide receivers, available to us here late, is doing something with the Giants because they are so cheap. You can basically get one. I say that, and there goes Wandale, and there goes Slayton, right? But a lot of the times, whether it's Paris Campbell or Jalen Hyatt or Wandale or Slayton or whatever, there's a lot of the times a Giants wide receiver back available here. And then if you wanted to break a tie in the 18th round with a 2-2, or if you like Puka or whatever, right? There's or a Rams running back, right? Say we hadn't taken Chandler and we took Wandale, you have available to you some Rams, which also are similarly interesting to me, where like, dude, there's like no, besides Cooper Kupp, there's only a couple other Rams even getting drafted. They look like a team to me that the defense looks like it's going to be absolutely horrible. They could be shutting it down pretty late in the year. I draft all of them, including the starters, but like somebody's going to pop up here on the Rams, whether it's a second running back, Zach Evans, Kerrane, hopefully not Sony, Tutu, Puka, right? Somebody's got to do something on this offense. And so I've been leaning into like a little Giants Ram stuff at the very end of drafts. What do you think about that?
Well, I love Tutu. I think that he's someone who does give you that very last round play where he's almost certainly going to be there. And you look back to college, you try and figure out why they drafted a guy who's so tiny, and he was just incredible in college. And then you look at some of the peripherals last season where there are some huge warts and yet there are some positive signs. Then you listen to what they're saying about him. I actually think that the gap between Jefferson and Tutu is probably not as large as what ADP suggests. And I'm not saying that he's going to be the guy who actually is the number 2 wide receiver or anything, but I do like that play. The Giants one is interesting because I have a ton of Wandale and not a lot of the other guys, in part because I think that Wandale is so easily their best receiver. And if you're going to get him on that injury discount at the end, I want a ton of that. But even at the end, it's a super risky way to play it in best ball because you just can't make that many bad picks, even at the end of drafts, and have it not break those teams. And so if the exposure gets really high, then you're looking at breaking more teams than you would otherwise. It's interesting because I've always been very willing to take injured players if they get the discount, because I think I like to play into the uncertainty element. And then I often think we just don't have enough information to accurately judge like what the timeline is going to be, how well the person will play. Definitely. And so if you're talking about a star, then I draft him. If you're talking about other players, they're completely off the board. The one guy that I've had trouble with, I think because he is somebody I've drafted a lot in the past and it hasn't worked, is actually Bateman. And so I've been falling down on the exposure there. It's interesting to have him in this draft. I'm glad to have him because, I mean, he's one of my favorite guys, but I don't draft him because I'm scared.
So the issue is we have 5 wide receivers. We did start with 4 straight, but we have 2 tight ends with the same bye. So we need to take 1 wide receiver here, but we might want to take 2 to get to 7. Is Tutu your guys' favorite wide receiver available?
He's my favorite wide receiver. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm open, but I do think our wide receivers are good, not like completely groundbreaking good. With a Waddle, Amon-Ra start, I would still, I'd rather sacrifice. So, okay, we're not going to win the regular season prize with a 0 at tight end. I still would take a wide receiver.
I like Downs. I think Downs is going to be out there. Do you guys have any other?
I'm open
guys?
to Shawn if you have a guy back here.
I don't really have a guy, and in that case, if I had a guy, I would say take a receiver. Since I don't have a guy, I would take Mayer, but I'm certainly fine with Downs.
No, let's take Mayer.
Yeah, let's do
Mayer's.
We're playing the fucking hits on this.
Yeah.
This is all the guys. Zero RB with Mayer and Chuba and Warren. And
we had this exact decision last draft, and it was Downs, Mayer, and in that draft we had Richardson. So I think, yeah, this is my first 6 wide receiver draft of the year. I think this is as low as I've gone, but this is what Hayden Wink says the zero running back bros should do. So there you go, Hayden. We did it. We did it the way you would do it.
Yeah,
we drafted just 6. Suck it, Hayden. Although I don't know, that hat tip, Hayden. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way,
yeah.
We did what you like.
He was right for sure. I used to take too many wide receivers on zero running back teams. I still do prefer kind of the 2-7-7, 7 running backs and 7 wide receivers. But I think this is fine in using Mayer as kind of that last wide receiver. Just one thing, while I kind of didn't even think about this. We talked about Ferguson as a bring back to our Lions stack before, and Ryan in the chat brought up Ferguson as a bring back being nice. How do you guys value like Mayer versus I have Mayer ranked higher than Ferguson, and I would prefer him. But then you have the correlation on the Ferguson side. How would you guys still just take Mayer and bet on the player, or how would you balance the correlation versus the player?
No, I would have taken Ferguson if I had thought to do it.
I would still take Mayer. I'm not as, even though we've seen it play out in certain circumstances, I'm not as locked into the bring back through the tight end if I have a gap. Ben and I had a long debate on actually those two guys for a Stealing Bananas draft, and he was very much on the Ferguson side of it. I guess I don't think Mayer's ADP in this format makes sense. And
I don't either.
I would expect him to rise. I like to have 2 pathways, even and especially for the late tight ends, where I think that there are a lot of tight ends that we know are not particularly talented, but you can easily see the volume path for them. And some of them do every once in a while hit. And so then at the end of the season, everybody's like, this should have been obvious. This guy had a path to routes. And once you have routes, you can catch some touchdowns. I would prefer to have both, where I think that you have the talent play as well. And I think that Mayer has both of those things, where he's going to be out there. And he could be really good.
He could be really good. Like
really, really good.
His production profile is awesome.
And at Notre Dame, and so say whatever you want about that. They play a kind of a weird schedule, but it's certainly not a soft schedule. And their program is a little bit worse than it used to be. But this dude, like you were talking about, he dominated targets. Like it reminds me of Tutu, because I've been talking too much Tutu lately, clearly, where it's like in this mediocre to above average program, like it's hard to describe how dominant Tutu was, right? It's like if you remove the fact that he's 120 pounds, you would be like, holy shit, this guy's like a top 10 pick. He was unreal at Louisville. Mayer was that at Notre Dame as a tight end. Dominant. The whole offense revolved around him, right? They ran the ball or they threw it to him, and that is it. And teams couldn't stop him. Good teams, high-level teams could not stop him. And so I loved your point about having multiple outs to, Ferguson is just, he needs to get the routes. That's not even a guarantee. And then we know he's probably not amazing. We need him to be Dalton Schultz, right? That's the bet. That's the bet everybody's making. He just runs routes, in a good offense, get some checkdowns from Dak. Whereas Mayer is going to get the routes, and he could be a star, like a true fantasy star. And so I really like that point that you made.
Yeah, I think the issue with Ferguson too is that he could be Schultz, but not quite as connected with Dak as Schultz. And then there's also a Jarwin, and Jarwin ran a lot of routes before he got hurt. Schultz was out targeting him and was kind of clearly, I think, going to have a good year, even if Jarwin didn't get hurt that year. But Jarwin getting hurt helped, and we could see Schoonmaker or who's the other dude that they have there? There's like a third guy that's Hendershot.
Yeah, Peyton Hendershot.
Yeah, that's more of a blocker. But if they just go committee, and we see this with the Colts over the last few years, we've seen that where they just they play it as a big committee. Like tight end routes are not my favorite way to play the tight end position, because I think people underrate the skill level of the guys who are actual difference makers. But then at a certain point, it's just like routes are actually kind of hard to find, So like I don't draft a lot of Hayden Hurst because I'm like, I don't think he's good, and I'm not sure that this team's going to commit to one tight end. So that I'm probably underweight Ferguson, largely because I'm just like not even sure the routes are really there for anybody. But I think it's enough. I probably would have. We don't have another bring back, so I probably if we maybe if we took Zeke here, I'd feel better about. But you're not taking Zeke over Ty Chandler, Shawn.
No.
Well, I took a leak during this episode, and Shawn threw up in his mouth. So, Erik, it's over to you, bud. What do you got for us?
That was absolutely amazing. Did anyone think there was going to be a response different than that? By the way, it's like, yeah, Shawn, you wouldn't take. Shawn was also like shocked. Like, are you really fucking asking me if I would take Zeke? Are you serious?
No, but it went as well as I could have hoped. That was perfect. All right, let's go. Let's review the team here. Thoughts on. Thank you. First of all, thank you guys. This was supposed to be the 0 running back draft. Obviously, when I put you two together, I was like, we're probably going 0 running back. I mean, what's the point if we don't? But especially after two my first draft, I got straight up locked out of wide receiver. The second draft, it was a little rough. 7th round Bateman. But this draft feels much better. We don't have a lot of volume, but the quality at wide receiver is really good.
Well, even in this draft too, it gives you a sense of, even if you start with 4, you can get locked out because you think that you're set and you make a move like taking the elite QB, taking the elite tight end. I still really like that. I think this team is set up to win the whole thing because of that. And yet you have to be very alert to the trade-offs when you're going to then do a running back run, because then you come back, with Tutu as your wide receiver 6. And now you're saying, okay, the team has to stay healthy. And I mean, that's always going to be the case with the very best teams, but especially when we have the Bateman situation there. Once we get to only 6 wide receivers, would you guys then prefer to have had Flowers instead?
That is a good question.
That is a good question. I don't know. I'm not so concerned about this foot thing. I mean, he's going to take training camp, probably most of it off, and his price might fall. That's my bigger thing. It's like I'm going to end up with like bad closing line value, but I'm not that concerned about his outlook this year based on what I've read.
It's tough. I think I draft a lot of Bateman and a lot of Flowers there, and we did kind of discuss how there's quite a few different options to get to the Broncos. I don't think P. Ryan was there for us at the next turn, but I don't like P. Ryan, of course, as much as Javonte. I don't think he has that kind of upside, but fits our structure type of a thing. Dulcich would have been there. Mims, right? Mims could have been that. Put Mims in as the wide receiver 7 here. Take Tutu out. Put Zay and Mims here at the wide receivers. And now I think we would feel differently about the wide receivers, but our running backs also would have a little bit less juice. Then maybe you don't take Goff and we do kick it down to Purdy. Right? It's so much I think would change from there. But I don't think there was wrong or right, but those would be kind of the 2 ways I would play it for sure. I do feel confident that it was either take both the Ravens guys there or take one with Javonte. And then we kind of had these 2 little unique paths based upon that Javonte pick was really the driving force for the rest of the draft.
What do you think about skipping one of Hubbard or Chandler and another wide receiver there? Because that feels like we could have the running backs are actually strong enough that I think we could have gotten away with 6. We've got Robinson, we've got Penny. Like if those picks hit, we've got some production out of the gate. Javonte coming on hopefully mid-season. So I think we could have gotten away with 6, and then that maybe gives us nothing great, which was why we didn't do it. But maybe a Wandale, something like that.
Pat, where did Mims go in this draft?
Mims went.
Holy shit! 14th round. That guy's 14th round Tim Patrick and 12th round Marvin Mims. Dang.
Yeah, so that wasn't meant to be.
The interesting pick, I think, even though I have too much of it, would have been to take Samuel and not execute the reach on Spears, but when we took Spears, we didn't know that we were going to take Hubbard and Chandler. And I mean, obviously there was a ton of enthusiasm for Spears at that pick.
Yep. All right, guys.
I like it. It's a good. No, I was just gonna say it's a good team. It's easy to nitpick, and after, like, you can always look back and you say, oh, you post a team on Twitter or whatever, and you read it off and you say, yeah, I wish I could have made this guy a wide receiver in this, but like, especially picking at the turn, you don't get to see what's going to happen later on in the draft. You have to try to make the pick on the clock. And I think ultimately this is a really good team. The only thing before we get out of here that I was going to ask is there some kind of competition between all the teams that are being drafted today? Because through 3, I would like to put ours up against the rest of the teams.
I like that. I'll have to, I mean, they'll all be labeled, so I can certainly,
there we go.
We can figure that out. There should be some kind of competition for what, I mean, odds are that we, decent shots to advance one of them, right? We should be advancing. Yep. We should be advancing like one and a little extra. So it'll be easy for me to check which one of these advances at least. Hopefully a couple. All right, guys. Thanks so much for joining. Anything to tell the people before you get out of here?
This was a blast. Thanks for putting it together. Good luck the rest of the way with it. 0 RB for the win. Love it.
Yes, that's it. Thanks, of course. Just like Shawn, thanks for having us. And hopefully we got your mind back right. You're awake, you got a bathroom break, some coffee, and you're going to finally draft some freaking wide receivers.
I think so. And it's an important part of the stream for me to get my mind right, because I've got Denny Carter joining next, who's going to be keeping me on the straight and narrow with the wide receivers. Then I also have Daigle, who's probably going to try to get me to draft Zeke. So, God. So I definitely needed the help getting things sorted. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. Yep. See ya.
All right. Bye. Later. All right. So we've got Denny Carter.
Hey.
Where is Daigle? I do not know. The answer to the question is
we are looking into it.
Yeah.
We are looking at. I have my interns are out and about looking for him, different parts of the country. We're going to get back to you soon, Pat.
Oh, and here he is. Daigle.
Hey. Daigle,
in fact, joining the stream.
I'm here for what I'm calling Pat Kerrane's celebration of Pat Kerrane.
Hey, man, King Kap was also on the stream. He also won a team on July 18th.
Sure.
It's the day. We're celebrating the day. We're trying to get in on this lucky day.
It kind of is fun to think about how you won today, because I've been a big proponent of drafting before training camp as well, even though we're about to get some massive ADP dips from absolutely nothing, like Josh Jacobs' first half usage last year. But it is fun to think about how during the time when nothing mattered, no football players were actually on the field, that's when you took home $2 million.
Yeah, I mean, it was a time where you could get some cheap prices on guys that ended up going up a few rounds. So it's just like right now, and probably, but only for about another week, there are certain types of teams that you're going to be able to put together when those combinations just are not going to be available later. But we're also going to draft some dead players. So it's, I don't know, it's a pretty interesting time to draft.
Sounds morbid.
Did I say dead players? I meant dead roster spots. But you know what I mean. So, Daigle, we passed on Zeke in the last draft. Was that a guy you're still drafting these days, or are you out?
I'm actually not drafting any of the bum veterans who don't have jobs.
Really? I'm drafting a lot of them.
Yeah, that's what I hear. I understand that I'm in a minority in that camp, but that's okay because there are just so many. We're just taking guesses on who would sign and if they would even matter. Like, I don't know. So no, I'm not taking any of those guys.
I'm sorry. We're taking Uncle Lenny. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I've taken a bunch of Uncle Lenny.
I think a lot of people, Denny, are taking Lenny and Kareem Hunt.
Oh, well, Hunt's a little different. But.
I'm taking Hunt. I take some Zeke. I take Lenny. They're not sitting the year out. I mean, Lenny's he put out a hat. I believe it was originally a Chargers hat, like the one Denny's wearing right now, that he then put other teams on of the teams that he would play for, and it had every team but the Bucks on it. So the guy's he's not going to Will Fuller me. He's going to be out there.
So I don't understand. What's the bull case for Uncle Lenny? Is he going to fall into volume somewhere? I don't understand.
The bull case is literally on your head.
What?
I think the argument is ADP value, but gosh, at running back, it's probably different. It's just very, very resemblance of AJ Green 3 years ago.
Julio Jones.
Will Fuller 2 years ago. Julio Jones last year. It just seems like we're holding on to nostalgia more than anything. Whereas like even a 4-round ADP buy, do I care? Do I really want those 4 rounds?
Fournette's going to report to whoever team he's on at 380 pounds. You understand that, right? Like he's going to he's just, there's just no way that's happening. He's so old. He's like definitely not committed. Oh my goodness, come on.
Kareem Hunt is at least fresh. I mean, he hasn't done anything for a couple years either, but at least he's only been getting 10 touches per game behind Nick Chubb the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's true.
Lenny was
you've just
Lenny was at
me.
least.
I'm literally just imagining what Leonard Fournette looks like right now, and it's not.
The bull case for Lenny is that he was out touching Rachaad White, which doesn't say anything good about Rachaad White.
Yeah. What do you guys want to do here? We're on the clock.
Oh.
I'm good with Tyreek.
Yeah. I always like some Tyreek. I a lot of Dolphins this year. I took Tua and Tyreek and Scott Fishbowl this year.
So we started with Tyreek 2 drafts ago, and the chat got very mad because we didn't take Mark Andrews in the 3rd round. So just something to keep in mind. The chat will come for us.
I forgot we're no longer weekly winners. I have to get my formats correct. We are back to stacking week 17 again.
Yes, we are.
Andrews in the 3rd is unbelievable. Like I can't believe we can still get him there. I love taking him there.
All right. I'm excited. Hopefully that doesn't get sniped from us, but whatever.
How have the drafts gone so far?
The first 2 were a little bit rough.
How so?
I drafted a team by myself where I got completely boxed out of wide receiver. I forget what I did to try to get out of it, but it didn't work. And then the second draft, we just kind of had a lot of cooks in the kitchen type. You got, 3 guys 3 guests plus me who all won tournaments on Underdog, and everyone thought they knew what we should do, and no one agreed with anyone, and we ended up with the team that didn't really have wasn't a ton of internal coherence. Plus, we also kind of got boxed out of wide receiver. So last draft was pretty fun. We went true 0 running back. Only took 6 wide receivers total, so we got a little uncomfortable there, but feel the best about that one so far.
Now that Underdog doesn't have a monopoly, like it's still where we want to play for the best payouts, but no longer a monopoly, and there are a few other sites to go to. It's just amazing how much it stands out where Underdog isn't even best ball. It's Underdog best ball. And then the rest of the time on the other formats, you're playing actual best ball. I love games. Like I'm someone, when I have a suburban life like Denny, I want to have a Friday night game night with all of my adult friends. I love board games. And so I love the fact there are new games to unlock. But it's definitely not best ball on this site. We're playing a totally different game.
I'm very confused.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I like this. DraftKings, a full PPR site. Even wide receivers there aren't as valued as they are on Underdog, a half PPR site. It doesn't make any sense at all.
You're right.
It's just a different game.
So am I wrong in saying that DraftKings is way softer than Underdog?
It is.
You are not wrong. You are not wrong.
It is soft. And the user interface, unlike last year, is at least like 20% usable. So that's good.
I've done a lot of DraftKings drafts recently, and I'm like, wait, I can get this guy here? This doesn't make any sense. I'm usually being hammered. I'm usually crying by this point in the draft on Underdog.
And this is the thing with Underdog where we get the running back value here is kind of the clear value on the board. Yes. Who do you like here?
I would go Pollard personally. But if you wanted to go a wide receiver or quarterback, I'm listening, since one of these running backs, I imagine, would fall to us. I could be wrong.
Although we are kind of thinking about Andrews in the 3rd. So I kind of like grabbing Pollard.
Okay.
And then we have the out with another running back. We have the out with Andrews. We could go elite quarterback. We're probably not going receiver.
Can I ask you guys something real quick? And I know how many more do we have until we go here? How many more picks?
I don't know. 9.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I have a second. All right. The Pollard injury from late last year, and I know he's supposed to be ready for training camp and stuff. are we like? I feel a little hesitant to go all in on Pollard, considering the timing of that injury. You know, it didn't happen in September, October. It happened in January. You guys are not worried about this at all?
The timeline that I've been seeing is that they basically think he'll be totally fine for the season. So I haven't been factoring it in a ton, to be honest.
It sounds like he's going to be out there. Is it next week now? Is it a week and a half? I don't want to remind myself when it is, but everyone's coming to training camp, I believe, in a week. It sounds like he'll be out there for the first day. And
they did franchise tag him. Obviously, they didn't give him a long-term deal, but no one's doing that now. Right. So that's these days, like that's meaningful. That they.
I think they've known they were going to do that for this entire year, because like where Pollard was also valuable was on special teams, and ever since they brought in Kayvon, or oh my gosh, why am I getting the name mixed up now? Who's the little 5'2" wide receiver who returns punts? And he's not the quote unquote XFL good wide receiver. Someone help me out. Who's the Cowboys' primary kick returner? Not Lucky Whitehead.
No, he's playing for my Stallions.
Turpin.
Turpin? Yeah.
Yes.
Turpin. Yeah, Turpin. Yeah.
He's actually somehow coming over from the XFL. He's actually very good at special teams. And so he took Tony Pollard off of that unit. And so they to them, they're just seeing his value decrease. I would imagine he doesn't even come back next year, just based on the organization.
Wait, Pollard?
Yeah. Yeah, Pollard.
You don't think he'll be back?
This year, yes, but like I'm talking about 2024. I think they highly devalue him.
I mean, that makes sense. Like just the way the league's going. All right, are we doing the Andrews
Devontae
thing?
Turpin, thank you.
Yeah, I think we have to do the Andrews thing.
We have to do the Andrews thing.
All right, there you go, chat. This is why I didn't take Andrews before, okay? Because I knew we were going to get him later, and I got to watch my exposures. That's what it was.
Peer pressure works. It works, folks. Just keep doing it, and you'll get people to do what you want them to do.
That's good advice that you should not give.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw Kerrane, but DraftKings is holding a 50,000 high stakes best ball tournament. Have you looked into that?
50,000 in entry?
50,000 USD entry
per team?
12 people. I believe it's a live event. I'm just saying, if someone played, it'd be the person who won $2 million last year.
Is this this thing you can do? There's some kind of best ball tournament. They have several different tiers where you're getting tickets to some other tournament. Is that what that is?
I believe it's invite only, but you could reach out, or I could reach out on your behalf to the people who it's already 4 entrants are already filled.
Facilitating.
That's what I am. I'm your facilitator. I'm actually,
and I'll spot you, Kerrane. I'll spot you 50K.
I appreciate it.
4 people have entered already, including 2 guns, FTN's 2 guns, who's like one, I think like 5 milli makers. But yes, it is 50K.
He's active in the DK streets. I've seen him in there a bunch.
Yeah, he's on there. He loves that site.
Just real quick, getting back to Pollard, there are people in the chat saying Jerry Jones is going to keep his running back, whatever. And I somewhat agree with that. But the Cowboys have beefed up their analytics department to like an alarming degree over the past 60 days. They're like, they could be like our analytics kings right now as far as the investment in analytics. Now, whether Mike McCarthy will use those or acknowledge those in his in-game,
he won't.
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm actually writing a piece for it that'll be on NBC Sports.
Okay.
But so it makes me think that, yeah, maybe Daigle is right. Maybe Pollard is gone after this year because they're going to say he's a running back. What are we going to do with running back?
What do you guys like here? I think we're kind of in a position where we really have to take a receiver.
I would go McLaurin over DJ Moore.
Yeah, I guess. Ugh.
Are you into either of those guys, Denny?
More a little bit than McLaurin, but I'm fine with McLaurin. I'm not going to fight you.
You'd like Moore over McLaurin?
I do, with the idea that the Bears, they're not going to be, 10th in pass rate or anything, but that they can get up to 20th, something absurd like that. That would make a big difference for DJ Moore, who obviously commands all the targets.
I feel as if its ADP though is only being bolstered to stack with Justin Fields.
Right. I think that's a big part of it.
Whereas like just play Justin Fields naked. We don't need anyone for Justin Fields.
Oh no, I like the stack. I do like the stack, but we can't do the stack really because then we've got 2 wide receivers through 5 rounds, and
we go Algier probably.
Wait, Algier as a bring back?
Yeah,
I'm saying we're so weak at wide receiver.
Okay,
that we
get off Algier though. Calm down. He's a good pick.
No, I'm good with Algier.
I heard Denny. I heard Denny go
your
wolf behind.
Brain was boring, and I just you lost me.
I mean, with Algier, you're either getting the touchdown or you're not, and then that's it.
Yeah.
In this offense, I mean, assuming Bijan is upright and breathing,
right? I
don't know,
but if we're gonna do that, like Jalen Warren is going a couple rounds higher than Algier, or it's just like you can just arbitrage Jalen Warren and go Algier instead,
right?
It's the same thing.
Hey, where's Mixon going right now? Is
Mixon, I believe, is gone. Yeah, he went late 4th. This is
late
kind of the
4th.
range. I took him in the early 5th. I believe at the 502 of the first draft I did. I'll take him there now.
Yeah.
All right, so we could really use a wide receiver. These are the ones available. Thoughts?
Deontay would be my pick.
You want Deontay Daigle?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Deontay is my pick too. Out of these,
I mean, we don't really have. Our detours are pretty tough.
I mean, it would be cool if he stopped running backwards. That'd be one thing I would like to see.
Deontay. Regression for Deontay entails even 1 touchdown. He scores more touchdowns this year.
Please.
But I do have faith, for whatever reason, it's my worst opinion, I do have faith in the Steelers' passing offense regressing this year as a whole. So I've been drafting a lot of Deontay.
JJ has made that point several times over the past few months. Like,
oh really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's made me see the light a little bit, and I don't want to see the light. I want to stay blindfolded. I want to pretend that none of that is happening with the Steelers. But he has forced me. He's opened my eyelids, and I've said, "Oh God, I see it. I see what you're saying." So I'm not in on Pickett, but I can get behind Deontay.
Pickett's the one I actually stack quite a bit. But if Matt Canada like ends, it doesn't matter. If Matt Canada still takes over and does the same thing, none of it will matter. The offense will still be terrible.
Yeah, right.
Like the rebar stat was George Pickens led the league in go routes last year, and Kenny Pickett, because I'm writing my team previews behind the scenes right now, Kenny Pickett was 35th in on target rate on throws 10 yards deep. Like he just cannot throw it deep at all. And so if Pickett is doing the same thing because Allen Robinson's the slot, Pickett's just the same person again, just useless for fantasy again.
I mean, Pickens?
Pickens, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that into Pickens. He didn't get open very well last year, and I don't know. I think he is going to be in the same role. And they're talking about Allen Robinson, big slot.
Yeah.
We had Matt Harmon on ADP chasing, and he was saying that he actually thinks Allen Robinson kind of makes sense for that role now. We're not hammering Allen Robinson as a result, but it will limit the creativity with how they're using George Pickens if Robinson is functional in that role.
I mean, they have to. Robinson can't get open on the outside anymore.
No. And the other guy that they could play is very, very tiny. That Calvin Austin dude they drafted a couple of years ago.
Right.
He's like a pure kind of gadgety slot guy. So I don't see who else can play the George Pickens role but Pickens.
And we are not drafting Calvin Austin.
We are not drafting Calvin
Austin. Not going that deep. That's like the Jared Dokes of wide receivers. We can ignore it entirely.
So I do George Pickens is going to have exciting plays, and he's going to be have viral clips of him just owning the hell out of a cornerback on a go route. But fantasy wise, I have no interest where he's going in drafts. I just can't get into it.
I'm not that into it either. I like Addison and Dotson here.
Yeah. If we have McLaurin, are we looking at Dotson?
We'd have to get Hal. Yeah.
hate drafting Hal, but I do like the Commanders.
Okay. Let's
Yeah.
go
Coming
Dotson.
around.
I don't mind
Coming
Dotson.
around.
There's no guarantee McLaurin leads the team in target sharing way. It's not his fault, but McLaurin still hasn't finished top 20 in points per game in any season in the NFL. For a variety of reasons. There's a lot of reasons quarterback, but even last year, remember Curtis Samuel led the team in targets through 6 games. He led them every week in targets too, not just a stretch. And then Jahan Dotson led the team in targets over the last month of the season. So as great as McLaurin is, it just hasn't translated to fantasy, and we're 4 years into his career already.
So quarterback wise, we're looking at Tua. We're looking at Hal.
Tua in the 8th, but he may get sniped by the Waddle guy. It's a tough thing with you have Hill. It's, let's see, what did the Waddle guy do? Where did Waddle go? He took Herbert, so we have a decent shot at Tua in the 8th.
Yeah,
that's nice.
The chat is obsessed with the paintings behind me, by the way, just in case you're curious. So it's just chaos embodied. I just like that one because I prefer chaotically constructive paintings. This is just aesthetics. It looks like a fake bookshelf behind the plant that's dying. Ignore that. It's very hot in Chicago right now. And then this is my favorite golf course and golf hole that I've played so far in the world. This is number 3 at Banff Springs. I parred this hole.
Nice.
Denny, right over that
very
beautiful
good.
water. I hit the ball right here. And I putted it down, and then I 2-putted right here. So it was good.
Damn, must be nice.
We're on the clock here.
Listen, I was having good fun talking about golf.
I like it. I think the wide receivers are kind of, again, jumping out to me, but what jumps out to you guys?
I don't know. We have 10 seconds. Wow.
We have 10 seconds. Quentin Johnston, maybe?
Yeah.
Sure.
Gabe Davis?
Johnson.
Okay.
Do we think Treylon Burks is going to dip?
I still like him here, to be honest, but I'm overweight, and I think he might dip more to the 7-8 turn. And I'm kind of willing to see, like in this situation where I've kind of miscalculated the closing line value aspect of it, I'll be like, all right, let me sit out the drop, see where he settles, and I'll probably keep drafting him there. But at least I sat out the drop.
I don't know. I feel like, you'd have to be banking in order for Burks to be like, okay, best ball wise, I could see it. But like redraft wise, for him to be okay for redraft, like wide receiver 3, Hopkins would have to fall off significantly. And the Titans would probably have to pass a little more than they have. Not a ton more, but a little more. I don't know. I just don't see how he can command enough targets to get into that wide receiver 3 range.
My read on Hopkins is that he's already fallen off some. He used to be more of a downfield target dominator. And the last good year he had, which was last year, he was good last year, but his ADOT fell significantly. And 2 years ago, his ADOT was pretty high, but it was like the year that we thought maybe he had dropped off. And 3 years ago in 2020, he was very good, but it was down. His ADOT had fallen off at that point. So to me, there's like a narrative the stats are telling of, and this is something we see all the time with wide receivers, is that, Larry Fitzgerald goes from guy who's winning downfield very easily to guy who's winning in the intermediate area now, at the tail end of his career, or kind of in the last kind of solid part of his career. So I think Hopkins could be just more of like an intermediate guy now, and Burks is more of the downfield guy. And then you can kind of get there a little bit with Burks at this reduced price.
I think it's easy to bet on a player continuing to dip in performance as a 32-year-old, and that's 31 now. And so that's kind of what drafts are allowing us to do, is bet on Burks outperforming Hopkins, when of course that's in the range of outcomes. So I say that as someone who has already been overweight on Burks and Hopkins, because I thought Hopkins was going to land in Kansas City for less money. So there are a lot of teams where I have both of them, and that's unfortunate. But I still like buying the dip on Burks over paying more for Hopkins for sure.
I mean, if Burks falls to a certain spot, I'm definitely in. So Burks was really good from the slot in college. Is that do I recall that correctly, guys?
Well, he kind of
I have to
played
look at my
this
draft
like
profile.
somewhat gadgety role. We're taking Tua here, right? Even
Yeah,
though
I think we have to.
Yes.
we got the stack they bring back. It's kind of a
Right,
yeah. Yeah, he played a lot in the slot. He was the X last year for the Titans. Harmon wrote about this in his profile that they just like they didn't mess around. They like gave him classic X wide receiver duties. He didn't do particularly well with that.
Right.
But if you look at his efficiency and stuff, it's not terrible. If you look at open score, he actually performed pretty well in open score. So I think there's some reasons to think that maybe there's like a second-year breakout incoming for him. I think that's very, very live, given how productive he was in college, given they had to learn a new position last year, given they wasn't terrible doing that. The issue is that, can he get enough volume now that Hopkins is there?
Burks ran 77% of his career routes from the slot with Arkansas. And then who else? Oh, and then Hopkins did have a career high in slot rate under Tim Kelly, current OC, with the Texans in 2019. But even then, it wasn't significant. I still think that's where Kyle Phillips would likely play.
Seems
I think
seems
they're
like a
both
missed
outside.
opportunity. I don't know.
And Austin Peterman in the chat's asking about Ryan Tannehill. I do think he becomes a legitimate low-end, like QB2 super flex option.
Yeah.
But if you look at their schedule to the first 6 games, it's genuinely one of the toughest in the NFL by all metrics. And then they have a bye. So if, like the Kenny Pickett plan, we see Will Levis starting from week 7, week 8 on, that's a disaster for everyone. Will Levis is not ready for NFL defenses. He literally just can't read the field.
Yeah. The silver lining here for Burks is that we now know it's less likely that Levis sees the field because you don't sign Hopkins and then play Will Levis.
Sure. I mean, unless you're
probably
1-5. Yeah.
Unless you're 1-5. We're on the clock.
Grable is amazing, so maybe not.
AJ Dillon feels decent here as a running back too. Gibson's gone. He would have been interesting with our Washington stuff.
We could go all in on Commanders and get Brian Robinson.
I'd be down.
Yeah.
You want to do the Commanders onslaught?
I like Brian Robinson.
Onslaught.
Let's do it.
We love RB enemy, don't we, folks?
Gibson's still going ahead of Brian Robinson too, right?
Yeah, he just did. Yeah, I was gonna suggest him, but I like Robinson, man. I have a lot of Robinson. He actually performed pretty well in success rate last year per NFL Next Gen.
Yeah.
Got the clear early down leader.
Sure. By the way, we have some George Pickens truthers in the comments. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Holy. I mean, people are whipping us in the comments about Pickens.
They love Pickens. They love Pickens. The best thing I've seen on Pickens was that, he was coming off an ACL tear, someone pointed out. And that's true. Although he was 2 years removed from it.
2 years.
He's 2 years removed from
I
the
mean,
ACL
Burks was injured all last year. Burks got injured at the beginning, then he got injured again and tried to come back.
His lungs were injured in the training camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can breathe now.
Pickens is a very good player. They're right, but it doesn't matter for fantasy. He's not put in a role to succeed. He can't succeed. That's why every clip you look at, just like go to Ian Hartz's highlight reels, every catch Pickett makes is a one-hander because that's what he has to do in order to catch the ball because Pickett cannot get Pickens the ball downfield at all. So, he has to make a Hall of Fame catch every time to be successful in the NFL. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And to be fair to Pickett, Pickens is not that great at getting open. In open score last year, he was wide receiver 62, just behind Mike Williams, which I think is a pretty suitable comp for who, he doesn't have the size of Williams, but that's he's a downfield guy, contested catch player. Burks was quite a bit better than that. Where was Burks? Burks finished, I don't know. Oh, wide receiver 24. Wide receiver 24, just behind Jacoby Myers, Marquise Brown. So, I think Burks maybe is slightly underrated by the general public.
Also, the chat is mentioning, didn't I say I was high on Steelers passing game? Yes, I do not consider George Pickens part of the passing game. Do not forget about Freiermuth, who had a 19% target share, to Deontay Johnson's team high 22% whenever Freiermuth was healthy with Kenny Pickett. George Pickens was not doing anything.
We're getting some flack about the Commanders playoff schedule. Do you guys?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this?
We're on the clock here.
Oh.
We'll have time to debate them later. We could do Elijah Mitchell as kind of a bring back.
That's
on
what I
the
was.
Commander stuff.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, that feels like the right move. You go with that too?
Yeah, I like Damon Harris better, but it's fine. I won't argue.
You're not buying the Latavius Murray steam?
No, that was literally beat report conjecture because we need content out here. Everyone's trying to protect their jobs.
But wait a second.
Let the people write their articles, but don't do anything about it.
Wait a second. Latavius Murray is absolutely going to be the lead back here at some point this season.
That's fine. I just want that role. I don't want James Cook. I just want that role, and I believe it's going to be Damon Harris.
No. James Cook. I mean, he's fun. He's a fancy back. Lots of cool numbers, peripheral stuff. That's cool. Not going to be good for fantasy. Give me the boring back in the Buffalo offense. So the Commanders' playoff schedule, they have the Rams week 15, week 16, the Jets, and then the Niners in week 17. And then, yeah. So, okay. So they're just talking about the Niners. So everybody's scared of the Niners defense here. That's what they're saying.
Gosh, you're right.
Yeah.
Everyone in the chat does like George Pickens. It's actually kind of amazing.
Everyone. I mean, maybe we're off base. Maybe we're
not off base.
Maybe we're in our ivory tower, and the people are saying, "Hey, wake up, elites!" George Pickens is the dog.
He does have that dog in him. That's the thing about George Pickens. He will block.
He does have
so much dog.
But that's why you don't like him, Denny, because he blocks. You hate every player who blocks.
Yeah. Please, just you can have the blockers. You can have the real football players. I want Dalton Schultz.
You could be Kyle Pitts. You could be very good at football, but it doesn't matter for fantasy. And that's okay.
Is it okay? I'm not okay with it.
Okay.
Schultz catching strays. He can't block. Didn't think we'd get there. I love it.
I mean, I've always wanted to be into Mike Gesicki because the guy has said, like, I'm not. But by the way, guys, I'm not going to block. I'm
like Juju Smith-Schuster, but even less mobile. And we're like, great, we love it. You have tight end eligibility.
Yeah. No dog, zero dog.
No dog. All right, we're on the clock again. I feel like we kind of can do whatever we want here. Do you guys have any guys to jump out?
There's your boy Dulcich.
I don't think we need Dulcich with Andrews though.
No, you got 10 seconds, and
we can go by
to be named.
Well, not
you think Warren?
Myers, though.
Yeah, I love Warren. I will never say no to Warren.
This is the anti-ship chasing draft. Who else are we looking at quarterback now? Who are we backing up Tua with?
Well, you guys have pretty strongly put me into a Howell build, so well done there.
You go Howell and Brissett if you wanted.
I think you got to make your bet.
Okay, that's fair.
Pickett also. I think Pickett. We're not going to be able to bring that back, but just in terms of, having a double stack feels pretty good. Double stack can count Warren.
Yeah, and we did kind of set it up for Hal, but we could go Pickett and not get Hal too. It's an option.
Are you good with Tua Pickett?
I would go Tua Pickett.
I mean, and just hold there and not do the third.
No Hal.
We can get Hal.
I'm good to take Howell. I think this team kind of needs Howell. I think we want that upside.
Yeah, I mean, if we're all in, guys, it's over. Like we have to take Howell.
This team needs to. Not only does this team need to have the Commanders be scoring points all season, it needs to overcome this Week 17. In fact, the Commanders Howell's going to be so good this year that the Commanders pull their starters and just let Elijah Mitchell play in garbage time. That's how we.
Oh my God! Please, one time. That'd be awesome.
I wish I could. I wish we had any idea of a projection for how many games he'll start. Because it could be 4, could be the whole season.
For how?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, they seem committed to him. You know,
You've seen $8.5 million for Jacoby's a lot of money though. That seems like a short leash.
That is a lot of money.
Yes. And when I think about Ron Rivera, when I really focus on the Ron Rivera factor, I do see him getting really, anxious if Hal gets out there and throws 2 picks in week 1. You know, like I just feel him like squirming. Like I got to get the veteran in there, got to get the old guy just to chuck it 5 yards and move downfield. So that does make me a little nervous. Yeah.
I think it's going to either be really bad with Howell or he'll be pretty good. So I kind of like having. I'm going to be underweight Howell, but I don't mind not being severely underweight Howell, especially if I'm doing it with big bets on the Commanders when I bet on Howell. Like half-hearted Howell, I'm out on entirely. But like Commanders are one of the teams you wanted to draft this year, Howell. I'm definitely more open to it.
Am I off base, guys, in saying that you have to get a little weird with stacking to rise to the top in these bigger tournaments, or can you get not weird? Can you just be like super chalky and still do it?
Well, we have one of the chalkiest combinations probably in the tournament of Tyreek Hill, Andrews, and Tua.
Right.
That's probably about as chalky as it gets. So I think chalk is fine.
Well, I was more talking about Washington stuff, but
well, I mean, the game that I had stacked, my primary, it was just a single stack with a bring back, was a game that was somewhat weird even in week 17. Like if you were playing DFS, a lot of sharps liked that game, but price adjusted. It wasn't like a. Anyway, we're on the clock. I think we can wait on Pickett here. So I would say this would be like an interesting Rashee Rice luxury pick. You guys like him at all?
Oh, I don't know.
Marvin Mims.
This
kind of
team's
luxury pick
slow.
range.
Okay. Mims.
I would go Mims in this case. I have a lot of Rashee Rice, but let's go Mims.
Okay.
Because he correlate to somebody.
He correlates with Johnston.
With Johnston
to somebody.
One of these guys. These guys gotta.
By the way, you are truly on the best run of 2023, Denny, for just the absolute worst takes and not being owned.
I'm getting crushed, guys. Oh my god! With that Tim Rob,
you deserve to be crushed.
Wait a second. I've watched all 3 seasons of I Think You Should Leave. Okay. Like I gave it a fair shot, and I don't like it. it.
My girlfriend Brittany hates I Think You Should Leave, and can't believe that people like this. So I may have to play her this part of the stream. Give us why I Think You Should Leave sucks.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I want to like it. I want to be one of the cool kids who's like, oh, I love Tim Robinson. He's so funny. Oh my god! But it's the same thing over and over, guys. I can't deal with the same sketch over and over and over and over. It's the same thing.
But don't you like his personality and his vibe?
No, it's obnoxious.
It's not the personality, it's the comedic timing. Like it's the comedic editing. The delivery is brilliant. Like you have to at least respect the comedic chops.
I do. I love it. I think it's great.
I appreciate what they're trying to do. I get what he's trying to do with the show, and so I do see that. I'm not completely blind to what the points he's trying to make. Anyway. But
I got to interrupt because we're on the clock here. Algier was floated earlier. Do you guys want to go that route?
You make a sketch show, and then I'll watch it and judge it. Algier is fine by me. Doesn't matter.
Oh, my God. Daigle, you sound like one of these reply guys who are like, I'd like to see you throw it 55 yards in the air.
I would like to see you throw 50. I'd like to see you catch a Frisbee. I'd like to see you not throw an interception. And please respect Tim Robinson.
I'd like to see you catch a Frisbee. It's such a good deep cut.
I've never thrown an interception. I caught the Frisbee. If you just have to look back on these things.
The interception. Now, Denny, actually, that brings up an interesting point. Were you trying to get Frisbee great under the rug by throwing an interception, which you can then blame on Pat? Because you couldn't blame the Frisbee on Pete. He threw, if you guys haven't seen this, I do recommend searching the interwebs, searching Twitter, trying to find Pete with an incredible Frisbee throw.
Yeah.
Denny couldn't track it down.
It got a little windy on the beach, and it fluttered above my head, and I wasn't going to go face first into the rocks, so I just let it, kind of let it go, and I hoped to catch it on the backside, and I didn't. So yeah, that's what happened. And also, Pat Doherty is obviously to blame for my interception. He just completely just sort of trails off on the route. Like, it was one of the worst routes you could ever run.
I had a field level view of both instances.
Oh, nice. All right,
And
scout
that
John Daigle.
frisbee quote unquote drop was still the worst thing I've ever seen, because
I know,
there were
because
no rocks there. It may have been a sand bar. That's it. There was no rocks whatsoever.
There were rocks. You wanted me to go to the hospital to catch a beautiful frisbee throw, and I granted it's the greatest frisbee throw I've ever seen.
3 stories high.
I
Pete
know.
is in a different island in Cape Cod.
I feel bad.
I cannot believe it became even in your vicinity, and yet you dropped it.
I was so pumped. You have no idea. Like adrenaline coursing through me. Like, I'm going to catch this. And
Rock
no,
game.
it doesn't. It doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It's tough. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
so someone says, wasn't Fantasy Mensa a sketch show? That's a show I used to do with Pete Overzet. Yes. And guess what? I love sketch shows. I'm a lifelong fan of sketch shows. Nobody loves sketch shows more than me, folks. And I don't like the Tim Robinson show.
Fantasy Mensa, shout out to Fantasy Mensa. If we added Tim Robinson to it, it'd be even better, though.
Can we get a Fantasy Mensa back about I Think You Should Leave? Because Pete's a fan. I believe Pete is a big I Think You Should Leave fan. So
no, my heart
splitting
broke.
apart Fantasy Mensa.
My heart broke when I realized that I'm on the other side of Pete and Pat Doherty. Pat Doherty's like sending me like earnest messages, like, I think you need to reevaluate your life. I think like I'm worried about you.
Yeah, and he disagrees with you, and I Think You Should Leave.
Did you watch?
Right, and that too.
Did you ever watch like the Andy Milonaka show or Robot Chicken, Denny?
Oh, I love Robot Chicken. Yes,
yeah, that was good. It's it's animated, but still, it was a good sketch show.
I wasn't even a stoner, and I like that show.
So we are about to be on the clock here. We've got some value with Matthew Stafford. Kenny Pickett's pretty far down in my ranks, but at ADP, I think we probably should just take Pickett. Where are you guys at?
Yeah,
I
right at this ADP.
I think I'm looking at everyone. I think Pickett. DJ Shark's a good value too, but I think Pickett.
All right, let's just get it done.
It's good done. Maybe DJ Shark will fall some more.
Is Freiermuth available now?
Denny.
What?
Denny. Freiermuth's been gone for 4 rounds.
Okay.
Who was the last tight end?
Freiermuth went at 902.
You think Freiermuth goes around Sam Laporta?
All right. You know what, guys? I've been DraftKings pilled, and you can get Freiermuth.
I don't think you get him in this round. 14th, late 14th. Oh no, Danny, first time, Danny. This is Danny. Look, we're on to you now. We talked about your frisbee drop and your interception, and now
I'm rattled. Yeah. You guys, Daigle rattled me.
Oof.
That's why, Kerrane, I listen to the NBC Sports Edge podcast whenever they do live drafts, not for the actual football analysis, but for this reason right here. Yes,
I've been told on stream, as I'm listening to the podcast, that I'm going to be on there drafting with you guys. I've yet to be invited. Right. I've been invited on the podcast itself several times, but no invite that says, "Hey Pat, we would like you to come on this date." Yet to receive that.
By the way, guys, we had some actionable advice on the Roto World Football Show yesterday from a Ravens beat writer. No, listen. It wasn't from us. It wasn't from us.
Oh, okay.
It was from a
Makes
Ravens
sense
beat
now.
writer. Is Kelsey still very, very funny? No, he goes in the 5th. So the Ravens beat writer says that OBJ is his pick to be the clear-cut wide receiver 1 in that offense.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
I need to draft more OBJ.
I mean, that caught me off guard. I was like, wait, what?
I need to draft any OBJ.
I have started drafting a little. I draft a lot of Lamar, so I'm like, I can't be like really into Lamar and never draft OBJ.
That's true.
All right, we're on the clock again. I don't know. Nothing's really jumping out to me here. We could probably use another.
We don't really need a sixth running back. We need more receivers.
Yeah, we probably need the receiver more.
Parker? No.
You're Parker over Taekwon?
I'm Parker over Taekwon.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Also, I know it's probably better in Parker's fine, but I know it's probably better in PPR. But I feel like Hunter Renfrow is like the perfect pass catcher for Jimmy Garoppolo in the Vegas offense with no Darren Waller there in the middle of the field. Like Renfrow's just going to fall into like 10 targets a game. You know this. I'm weirdly bullish on Renfrow.
Yeah, I'm still debating how to treat Devontae Adams, because on one hand, like the ceiling is clearly, probably not there, given that he led the league in yards and touchdowns 20 yards deep. And Garoppolo doesn't even attempt to throw deep. Ever.
No. He doesn't shoot. He doesn't do it. No.
At the same time, he's Devontae fucking Adams. So does it even really matter? Are we just arguing in circles?
Man, I try to envision it. I try to envision him succeeding with Garoppolo, and I cannot conjure the image. I can't.
Yeah. It's tough. I still don't think Brian Hoyer would start if Garoppolo isn't ready. I think they go Aiden O'Connell.
By the way, Aiden O'Connell, yes, I was looking at Aiden O'Connell's stats from last year, guys, and they're pretty bad. They're really bad.
Not good. He wasn't good. It was a very odd choice at that range of the draft for sure.
He's like, among like if you go to PFF and you go to adjusted completion rate for guys who play 50% of the snaps, he's dead last. He's at the very bottom.
But if you recall, like outside of Ian Book's lone start for the Saints, Brian Hoyer has been the worst quarterback we've ever seen the last 5 years. Even Belichick benched him last time he started. Like miserable.
Yeah, Ian Book's. Yeah,
Ian Book. They're nothing will top. Like Steph Curry changed basketball forever. Like Ian Book changed the COVID rule forever.
That's true. People don't.
Roger Goodell said we cannot have Ian Book ever on television again. We have to let everyone with COVID play football now.
No, he ended COVID.
Yes,
he did. He actually ended COVID. Yeah, that's how bad Ian Book played.
So shout out to Ian Book. By the way, the fact that we're talking about the Raiders quarterback situation and not talking about Tom Brady is not okay. Okay,
I'm okay with it.
So wait a second. You think that Tom Brady is going to be sitting there at the games watching the team that he's now affiliated with? What is he? Is he part owner? What is it again?
Listen, if you want to win $3 million this year, Denny, I suggest Tom Brady in the 18th round and Pat Freiermuth in the 14th, and that sounds like a winning combination to me.
Listen, I don't know much. I know Tom Brady, and I know that he is not going to watch Aiden O'Connell throw 4 interceptions in his first game and say, "Oh, okay, well, this is okay." He's going to be back on the field the next week.
All right, we're on the clock. We could go with a wide receiver or a tight end here, or we could try and just take Howell a little bit ahead of ADP and get that done. Thoughts?
I mean, this has got to be a 9 wide receiver team, right?
Well, that's impossible because we need another tight end too.
Yeah,
you want to go Renfrow then?
Oh yeah,
I think so.
All right, we're pushing it with Howell.
We don't have any Colts. We didn't. I mean, we have Miami, Baltimore. We didn't do our other stacks really well though. I guess we have double Washington and Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, but we're pushing that one, so we'll see if we even have him. But
we have
it's about ready to see. We have Pickett stack, no bring back.
I would take a wide receiver or Hal. I know I'm getting overruled, but I'd take a wide receiver.
Let's see. Well, we got to. I think we're okay at wide receiver. I think we can stop at 8 here. This feels like an 8 room to me.
Look at our guys again. It's not bad, but it's not good.
We've got 2. What I like is that we do have our wide receiver 5 and 6 are rookie upside plays, and wide receiver 7 and 8 are very boring.
But they're on the field.
Who should be on the field?
Yeah. Devontae is staying on the field. He's not coming off.
Right.
No, he's not.
16 million guaranteed is like shocking. I cannot.
It is
good
crazy
for him. I can't believe his agent got that deal. Good for them.
That is nice.
So
and then 18th round tight end with an Andrews team is pretty nice. I mean, I think that's the way you want to play that.
Who would we take there? Do you have any idea for tight end?
I mean, I take a lot of Mayer in the last round, but we'll see if Likely makes it. He probably will not. He's got AP of 202. We're talking 212, so that's 10 picks. He'd be an interesting bring back on Tua. But we also obviously already have Andrews, so that's not. Oh, what am I talking about? We have Andrews, so that's dumb.
Yeah.
Right. I was going to say, are we
Sorry. Sorry, guys. It's a long day.
Yeah, come on, man. How are you going to podcast for 4 hours now and make a mistake?
Such a long day. Such a long day jerking myself off on 7/18. Oh, how hard is this?
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, is Isaiah Likely still there?
Yeah, but we have Andrews, so it's not
Stop.
good.
Right.
Stop.
I mean,
Stop it.
I'm just saying, Denny.
Come
why
on,
not?
man. We
No
can't legally. We should be thrown straight to jail for us if we take
Why
Likely.
can't we contingency plan our second tight end? Why can't we guarantee a top 5 tight end?
This is why I'm on the sticks. I might forget that we have Likely, but I won't tout him earnestly. All right, let's do it. Let's take hell. Are you good with this, Daigle? With these 8 wide receivers? I think it's fun.
I think 2 of 3 out of us are good with it, so it doesn't
All right.
matter what I think. I would prefer the wide receiver, but yes, go Hal. It's okay.
That's not true. Your feelings are important to us. Daigle.
But it's still 2 out of 3. I'm a democracy, Denny. I agree with the people.
So wait. So you were out on Hal after taking Dotson and McLaurin
And Robinson.
and Robinson.
And Mitchell.
We do have Robinson. You are right.
We it's an onslaught. It's an onslaught. And you're getting Howell at ADP.
Okay. That's fine.
I like it.
The chat is with us. After I'm jerking myself off, Daigle, you're being a boner. So how about that?
Man, my kids are watching, guys. I don't know why, but
I don't know why. Yeah.
And then,
So-
okay, a tight end who is not Isaiah Likely coming up next. We can't take Michael Mayer and Renfro, right?
I mean, he's probably the most interesting lotto ticket, dude.
I think Brady can distribute the ball to both Renfro and Michael Mayer.
I love it.
I'm gonna have
could
so
get
much
traded.
Hunter Henry. So much Hunter Henry.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's my favorite last round pick.
Huh.
We have Parker. We're betting on the Patriots.
Logan Thomas. Logan Thomas, guys. Come on.
Oh my God.
Get on board. Come on.
All right, go back to Isaiah Likely.
Logan Thomas.
What Fance is a bring back on the Pickett thing? Is that not that has no appeal?
It's something.
All right, so
He'll
far Logan Thomas seems like the guy we're
No, okay, hold on, calm down.
One time.
We don't have any faith in Jelani without Jack Doyle either.
Oh,
I kind of like Jelani.
Yeah, I like Jelani. Yeah.
Honestly, Mayer, we're betting on the Raiders too. Mayer seems like a. You guys are out on that?
Is it too late to take Brady?
Henry is a bet on the Patriots.
Denny doesn't sound like he's into Hunter Henry.
Well, no. That's fine. That's fine. I'll concede. You've conceded a little bit. I'll concede for Henry.
Oh, we're 1 year removed from Henry being the tight end, 13 in points per game, career high touchdowns. Last year, he's still tied with Jacoby Myers for the team lead in red zone targets. He just didn't score touchdowns. We figured that regression was coming, and now he's being like double discounted for some reason. We can't.
And he got cheated out of like a 13-point play late in the season. So
he did do that. And Jacoby Myers threw an interception. That doesn't mean anything, but he still did it.
All right, guys, we did it.
Okay.
This is pretty nice team, I think. I think we did pretty well. I don't know why I won't scroll to the top. Got the premium stack with Tyreek Hill, Tua, and the Andrews bringback. Did not get locked out at wide receiver.
No.
Targeted the running back window pretty well here in the late single digit, early double digit rounds. Got 3 of those guys plus Algier in the 13th. It got a little. I felt like I didn't know what we should do for like starting in the 12th round until we kind of stacked up our quarterbacks. But otherwise, I think it was an easy draft.
I like the way it turned out. I think it's weird enough. I like a weird team. with the Commanders stuff. I personally, I have not fallen into like a Commanders mega stack like this.
You know, we actually kind of backwards engineered our way into a lot of stacks. I thought the correlation wasn't correct, but no, we actually got a lot of correlation correct, for better or worse.
Yeah, we have correlation. We don't have a Bills thing. We have two Patriots, no Bills, but whatever. We got this little mini correlation with the rookies. We have an onslaught, a running back, wide receiver plus Pickett.
We don't have Cincinnati Chiefs, but that's going to be so heavily played in Week 17 that I wonder if it's even unique.
Also, it's price adjusted, right? Like that game can go off, and the points are distributed among several players, and you didn't need to have those guys. Like we're gonna have to score a ton of points in Week 17, and that game will have points in it, but maybe it doesn't have enough points in it.
Yeah, I like the team. It's not sexy, but it's one of those teams where we got the job done.
I build a lot of teams kind of like this, where it's like I just sort of sat in this pocket and got my running backs, and then I'm good at running back for a while. Maybe I grab the fifth and be done, or push the fifth to the very end. Tack on a couple wide receivers, get a late tight end with the elite. I'm a fan.
I'm still toying around with, RB in second and third round, just given the discounts we get from 101 to 105. But yes, it does make your wide receivers hurt.
Yeah, 14th round Freiermuth would have really tied this team together.
Could have had it. We didn't. I don't know why.
18th round Brady, 14th round Freiermuth.
18th round Brady, yeah. That was the best joke of the stream, and I was like zoned out.
The chat pointed out that Tom Brady does have an ADP on DraftKings.
Wow. Okay, so we say DraftKings is soft, but Denny, I mean, come on.
Now, are you telling me that you can't picture in your mind's eye a PFT article on like August 25th saying Brady seen on practice field throwing to receivers? You're telling me you can't see that?
I can see it. I can see it. I totally can see it.
Just putting it out there. Look, I'm not going to be censored on my Tom Brady take, but I want to be first and say he's playing.
Who's supposed to be following us up? Who drafts next with you?
This is going to be Pete, Ben, and Leone.
So ship chasing.
By the way, Kerrane, Erik, who you had on before us, looks like mini Gretsch.
Really? You think they look
mini Ben Gretsch? I thought it was him for the first 45 seconds. I was on, and then he spoke, and I was like,
he doesn't look like Gretsch.
Well, also, aren't they roughly the same size? What's the mini there?
Beimfohr is taller, right?
Yeah.
No. I didn't mean size wise. I mean, Erik is Erik. I thought Erik was younger. No,
no. I think they're probably the same age.
Am I insulting both guys? I'm trying to insult.
Maybe so.
Who are you trying to insult?
Yeah,
Erik and Ben. Apologize, as the old guy in the room.
I think they're probably the same age. We'll have to get confirmation on that.
I mean, look at the blonde hair with the hat turned backwards and the camera angle and everything. It was right on. I mean, Erik could go as Ben Gretsch for Halloween.
Well, that was a criticism of this stream generally, Denny, is that there was some overlap with the.
I'm with the chat. I'm now wondering if Denny's okay. We should check on him.
It's past my bedtime.
Yeah,
it was in fact past Denny's bedtime, as Chris points out here.
Yes.
Guys, anything to tell the people before we wind down here?
Team previews on rotoworld.com. Lots of team previews. I'm going to have a piece on the analytics focused Cowboys and or not analytics focused Cowboys, where I'm talking to the experts, folks. So that'll be up on the site soon.
Listen, I was brought on with Denny. I knew my role in life. You're going to have serious football talk and best ball talk the rest of the day. That was not my point here. So if you want serious football talk, full4.com. Otherwise, I hope you'd enjoyed the last hour of your life.
It was fun.
Love it. I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone that you can get for today, the very last day, you can get the early bird special, $30 off Legendary Upside at legendaryupside.com/early. And I do have $50 underdog credits that you can get if you sign up for the yearly subscription. You can do that. You can get that by filling out a form on the site. And those are limited, but I have enough that if you sign up today and get that early bird, you will lock that up as well. So go ahead and sign up for Legendary Upside. Thank you, Denny. Thank you, Daigle.
Thanks,
It's been
Grant.
awesome.
A lot of fun, boys.
Right.
Good luck.
Bye, Daigle.
Later. All right, boys. We got
What's
the
up?
ship chasing crew plus Leone here in a minute. How you
How
guys
you
doing?
doing 4 hours in?
I'm triggered seeing Denny on screen after his tweet this morning about not liking I think you should leave, and I'm just even now just seeing Denny's face makes me angry.
So I was saying my girlfriend really does not like I think you should leave, and I had him do the rant so that I can play it for her later.
You had him do the rant? Okay, I'm not going to go
Yeah.
and watch this back then. I refuse.
I had
I'm
him do the
boycotting
rant.
the rest of the stream. How have the
it's-
teams been going? I saw something on Twitter that King Kap and Jess Liam had some kind of nervous energy around each other. Is that true?
Yeah, there was a bit of back and forth. Actually, the banter was pretty epic and amazing. Liam kind of kicked it off by saying, that unstacked Burrow was a real sharp pick, and then Cap fired back that Liam would have taken Tyler Boyd over Garrett Wilson just to get a stack in. It was pretty good. I was enjoying myself. Yeah, so the two guys, $1 million winners on Underdog beefing. It was probably pretty good for the ratings.
How have the teams been shaping up? Because like you draft with me on Wednesdays, we draft together on ship chasing, but this is your first time really manning the helm of multiple best ball streams.
Yeah, the first draft I kind of eased into it. I drafted solo against Ian and Dwayne, and that team was the worst that I've done so far, but it was also the earliest in the morning. Next team I thought was a little better, but didn't have like the stacking that we wanted. We did a Purdy Mitchell as one of our stacks, not the best. And then 0 running back drafts with Erik and Shawn I thought went pretty well. Only had 6 wide receivers with Tutu Atwell being the 6th, so we went heavy for the quality over quantity. And this last draft was not the sexiest. It was actually a Howell Commanders mega stack.
You love Sam Howell.
Yeah, there you
You're
go.
real in on that.
I'm real into Sam Howell now. Hey, if I'm betting on Sam Howell, I would like the Commanders along for the ride because he's gonna have to be pretty good not to get benched there. So I do like it. I do like it. If I'm gonna do it, this is the way I want to do it. So, Leone, how's it going?
What's up,
You
fellas?
done with your DeAndre Hopkins thread? You could finally come and join us.
I'm done. I could finally come and join. I got it out of my system.
Was it pro or against?
It was pro.
He's 35 years old. What do you think, Pat?
Oh man, yeah. I heard you guys were pretty high on him after the signing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were a little bit high on him to start, and then we didn't really change too much when we moved him to Tennessee. His target share should be awesome. He was still commanding a bunch of targets last year, which is a really good sign. And I think people are just overly concerned that it's not the best offense. I mean, Tannehill can support him. So
where do you think his ADP should be? 3-4 turn?
I think 3-4 turn. Maybe that's a little aggressive, but I definitely think round 4 is pretty good. I think we have him as like wide receiver 20. He's going off as wide receiver 24 on the latest Underdog. And he's going to earn more volume than basically anyone that's being drafted after him.
Would you take him over like Calvin Ridley was a guy that we used on some of our shows as a foil, but like he's going a little too high probably, right?
Yeah. I mean, Ridley's going a full round earlier and like 8 wide receiver spots earlier. So I'd probably take Ridley, but I know if we didn't have the ADP baked into our ranks, like we'd have Hopkins ahead of Amari Cooper, which I think would be right. We've got him ahead of Judy, McLaurin. I think that's correct.
Where did you bump Burks down to? Because you guys, I assume, are pretty out on Burks now.
We're not out on Burks. We only bumped him, docked him mildly. They had nobody. Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
They just had. So Burks, in some ways, I think could just even benefit just from having another good wide receiver on the same team. I think you have to dock him a little bit just because the safety and the volume isn't there. But if he's going to break out, like this should not prohibit that. You know what I mean?
It was funny.
Him as a year 2 guy. There's no reason that should change.
I felt the exact same way, and it was funny because I updated my projections on it, and I had to take Burks from when I did the show with Leone on my projections. I had Burks at a 25% target share. I was projecting him to be pretty aggressive, or projecting a pretty aggressive number there. But I thought that was a pretty good meeting because I thought he had shots to even get up to 30%. In this, like after Hopkins comes out, I have to go the other way with it, where I have Hopkins as the lead guy, and I think I moved Burks down to like 20.5% or something. So down meaningfully. He goes from coming out really aggressive in my projections relative to his ADP to coming out sort of behind where he's going in ADP. And I thought it was interesting mostly because I didn't think the range of outcomes or probabilistically the bet was much different, like Leone just said. But it's a good example of like how projections can be optimistic on a certain type of player or pessimistic on a certain type of player. And it's the same player, but like by adding DeAndre Hopkins, it made the outlook on the projection standpoint look a little bit different. But I'm willing to make the bet, like Leone said. I don't think it changes much about whether you think he's if you think he's a year 2 breakout, great. Like having Hopkins there is probably better. Like it wasn't great for Waddle's volume when Tyreek Hill came in, but Waddle still was super, was way more efficient, was still super productive, right? Like it could be like a similar thing like what happened with Waddle last year.
Yeah, like if he's good, it's going to be fine. And if he's not good, well, he probably wasn't good anyways.
Right.
Yeah, I had someone comment. I posted a team yesterday that had the Tanny double stack with both Hopkins and Burks and was like, oh, 2 Titans receivers, good luck with that. And I'm like, I kind of almost like having 2 more than 1 because I feel like if Tannehill's good and that offense is good, like they're all going to be beneficiaries of that success. So I don't know. I'm in on the Titans this year too.
Garrett Wilson, 110. Whew.
Yeah, so
should I be prepared for a certain type of room?
It feels a little bit of like a piss boy room, a little bit like an Avalanche room.
Let me look at these names.
Austin Eckler's there at 11. Like, what? Wow.
Do we want to go wide receiver here?
Yeah, I would be Amon-Ra as one of them.
I'm also down to take Bijan, but Devontae and
Devontae or Bijan would probably be my number 2.
After Amon-Ra, you guys are all Amon-Ra number 1.
I think I'm Bijan number 1, but I'm the high T guy. But I'm definitely down for Amon-Ra with one of them.
I like Bijan quite a bit too. So
let's push.
It's like a type of room. I guess
let's see what type of room it is.
For a turn.
Yeah. All right, room. Punish us.
Pat, are you posting audio of this stream? Do the audio listeners need to be serviced, or need to be left to the
website? Audio listeners, I'm sorry, but I'm not putting a 7-hour podcast stream on there. It's not happening.
All right. Guess the audio listeners aren't getting serviced. There are, though, what I have learned in servicing audio listeners is that there are video audio listeners. Not everyone can just have this up on their main screen. So if you are maybe it's the alternative tab users are the ones who need to be serviced.
All right. Well, if you want to service the audio listeners, by all means.
It's just habitual at this point. I'm sorry. We took Bijan Robinson and Amon-Ra St. Brown to start from the 1-2 turn.
The guy who took Eckler took Chubb coming back. He's potentially going to be in for a wild ride.
Yeah, because, the
Avalanche has started, man.
The Avalanche is starting. I think not that we miscalculated. We just sort of made a bet. Well, I'm just a synonym for miscalculating. So we miscalculated.
It's all right. But we can take Rashad and Zay Flowers at the 7-8 turn.
Yes. It's not like you're dead. We'll make it work.
The 3-4 turn is actually, even in Avalanches, it's not that much different. It'll be interesting to see how far the round 4 ADP wide receivers get pushed in round 3 if that happens. We might be looking at like Breece Hall at the 3-4 turn if it's a real Avalanche, right?
Yeah. In which case we're just like hyper fragile and fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Where has Pat, in your drafts, where has Joe Mixon been going? Because
late 4th, early 5th.
Okay, yeah, I thought we were going to see a quicker move up on his ADP after the news over the weekend, but that has not been happening in mine.
Yeah, I took him actually in my first draft. I ended up going hyper fragile. I went.
What news was that over the weekend? I was at a bachelor party game.
He took
Him
a pay
re-upping
cut.
to stay in Cincy. So like the
Oh.
cut risk is gone, which I thought was mostly what was resulting in him in like the mid-fifth, was people worried he'd get cut and end up somewhere worse. But I don't know if maybe it's still the looming potential suspension that's keeping him there. I don't know.
I did think I tweeted out the DraftKings risers from week over week, and he was in there. He's still going like mid-4th though, but he's going a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Burks
And
was
have you-
dropping a lot, like quickly on the hot.
Yeah, and I'm pretty overweight Burke, so I've been kind of sitting that out and hoping to get him like at a real nice value. Kind of at the 7-8 turn is where I'd ideally like to be back in. I don't know if we'll get that far though. I'll take him. If that doesn't happen, I'm going to come back in and take him probably at his new ADP regardless, but I want to kind of see if I can get it real cheap.
I can't wait to make you guys take Josh Jacobs. It's gonna be the best stream ever.
I take Jacobs, man. I take him.
He's going.
The other one who's interesting is I thought still with the Dalvin Cook rumors that we were going to start to get cheaper Brees, and like in all my drafts, he's still going like early to mid third. Now I haven't seen him budge much.
I had a week where I stopped taking him, and that weekend didn't know I take him again.
he just took a
You
1
just
week
write down
battle.
abstain for a week and see how you feel.
I did. Yeah, and you know what? I felt like I wanted more Brees Hall,
Yeah.
so I'm taking him more. Ramondre is the dude who I'm surprised. Like he hasn't gotten the fear-based fall from the Dalvin Cook stuff, and Patriots seem to be legitimately interested. So
He's the one I'm most worried about. Like,
yeah, me too.
What do we got here? Josh Allen sliding, going to slide to the Diggs drafter. Jacobs does go. Leone shakes his fist.
I'm gonna go. I don't even know what the point of continuing is.
So what are we looking at
Wait,
here? This
can
is
we do Lamar Andrews, or did Andrews go?
Andrews is long.
Andrews
gone, but
long
we could
gone.
do Lamar.
We could do Keenan Judy. I love that little mini.
Yeah, Keenan Judy's pretty good.
One
I
nice
shot that
thing
down
though,
with
I mean,
Shawn earlier, and I like I'll be down.
I did joke about
Keenan's
That's
the
annoying.
Bateman Flowers, but based on our ADP in an Avalanche room, like those two are often the best picks at pick
So Lamar.
Yeah.
84 and
And
85.
I love Lamar at this spot.
Are you
And
guys
then
worried that
probably-
it's wide receiver heavy, Zay and Bateman go early, and we also don't have a wide receiver?
I think
at
we
this
get
turn?
one of them, and we can always get Odell on the following turn, which is so gross no one will do it. We could also take Drake London to go with Bijan.
I think I'd take Judy.
I would take Judy as well.
But I don't know. I don't really have a strong opinion there.
I like Judy in a vacuum, and I don't know that I like Bijan and Drake's upside to be like super correlated. I mean, like obviously it can hit that way, but it's not like a team stack
I'm
that I
good with
want to like.
Judy.
Yeah, I don't think it's like you bet on Bijan, you got to bet on the Falcons type thing.
Right.
Like,
No, I just like Drake London a lot at ADP. He was really good, and he's a first-round pick, and he's a clear wide receiver one on his team, and his quarterback could be better this year. So they could have more volume.
Do you guys have any thoughts on Bijan with London, Bijan with Pitts? Because that's a spot I find myself in a lot, because I have been taking some Bijan, and then I still really like London and Pitts, but I've been trying to think through how do you guys think about their correlations?
I treat it pretty neutral, which is the boring answer, but I kind of treat it the same. I'm more worried about London, where he goes. There's just a lot of wide receiver competition where he's going, whereas Pitts is just, I don't know, he just seems like a slam where he's been falling to.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think like London, there's stuff about like what he did with Pitts and all this. Like he was a first-round pick. We liked him as a prospect. It's an early first-round pick too. He looks good in all the advanced stuff. You can poke a little bit of holes in it, but like he's already got a pretty big moat relative to the other wide receivers there in terms of targets. And I mean, this could be pretty condensed to him and Pitts. Pitts is definitely a smash. I love Pitts, but I don't know, just like upside, talent. You kind of get some regression going your way with the volume. Maybe Ritter's got something. I'm not the biggest Ritter guy, but
Hey, streamer, show the draft board.
I think he's fine at ADP.
Yeah,
Judy's the guy.
I like him better.
I don't
on
take
draft.
here very much.
He's just better for DraftKings scoring than underdog. Not to like overplay like the half PPR versus full, but just
wait, is underdog half point PPR?
People forget.
I learn something new every day. Been drafting on this site all year. Didn't even know. I've been taking all these wide receivers thinking it was full point PPR. What's going on?
that range of receivers though is like kind of overvalued in general, so it's tricky. But
yeah, it's tough because like
I think I'd rather have Adams, Gibbs than Judy, Bijan, like knowing exactly how it played out.
I think I would too. Yeah.
Say that 2v2 again.
Adams, Jahmyr Gibbs versus Bijan and Judy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I want the Gibbs side of that.
I am too. My Gibbs projection was like shockingly close to my Bijan one. That's not necessarily how I would play it, but I think Gibbs' volume is going to be pretty strong.
Bijan could just mega smash though, so
yeah.
Holy cow! Talk about Deontay Johnson's steam. Dude jumped from the 6th to the 5th round, and now he's 5th to the 4th.
He was like round 7 at one point.
Yeah,
he was round 7 at one point.
Is there a reason that Godwin started to slip again a little bit? Because Godwin,
I got him in the late 6th yesterday, like the 6'10".
Was there news that I missed on that or no?
I don't think so.
I think people just don't like the Bucks.
People just don't like the Bucks.
Yeah.
But
also Tyquan Thornton, was there news I missed on him? Because I saw him fall a lot.
I think
Leone's
just Parker is probably gonna play more than people want him to, and with Thornton got pushed up so high that people are starting to realize that it's like a little shaky.
Cool.
The funniest thing about the Deontay Johnson team, and I know this is a piss boy room so that you can throw some stuff out, but just like his ADP movement seems to be directly correlated to a few people saying he had 0 touchdowns last year. He's bound for some positive touchdown regression. Is there any other reason for his move up whereas Pickens hasn't moved up at all?
It's
Deontay
weird.
Johnson? Yeah, there's more reasons than that.
News
this much, I guess, like he was way too undervalued to start, but now it's gotten a little.
Is it just projections based? Like projections aren't having their full say, but they're having more say than 2 months ago.
That's what I think. I think enough people got into it, the weeds, and said, "Oh, he's had over 140 targets 3 years in a row." Like that's a lot of volume, and you can't project him for less than that. And then when you do, unless you project him for just ridiculously low efficiency, which he's sort of capable of, but everyone who does projections sort of regresses that a little bit. He winds up coming in a lot higher than where he was going. I think he was just inevitably going to be a riser once projections had their say.
This room's going to work out for us. It's flattened off a little bit.
It is.
I mean, I'm projecting him for fewer targets than the last 3 seasons by a decent amount, and I still have a wide receiver 21 in my projections because like it's just the way projections work. It's annoying.
A double Seattle tap is fun here, although if you think back through like the quarterback stuff, it would definitely push us toward a Geno build when we also have outs to Goff, Russell Wilson, but just something to consider. Not necessarily that we have
to the rookie double tap.
Jason Madison.
Lose JSN.
Of course.
I've had Cousins randomly fall real late.
Do you guys like Lockett still?
Yo, you do Lockett.
Can you click receiver?
I'd float Dobbins if we want to take a detour and then double tap wide receiver next.
That's cool.
Now I'm a little shaky about the detour if we do get wiped out there, but
okay. So Lockett.
I like Addison and Lockett.
I think that would be mine too.
That makes sense. Like I like the way that room looks.
I just think Addison's overvalued, but I mean that's 10 spots ahead of ADP. I'd probably be like Evans.
This dude hates the rookies, hates the young guys.
Addison's the stuff on Addison that is not applying to Quentin Johnson should go ahead of Addison straight up. I'll just say
I disagree with that.
No,
straight up.
Dude, Addison is going to smash.
Addison's in a great spot.
Addison's in a great spot, but he's playing alongside the best wide receiver in the NFL who can really consolidate. That's a good thing for Addison, but it's not a great thing for his absolute ceiling. Quentin Johnston has paths in the team that's likely to run the most plays, like literally likely to. We talked about this. Leone, you guys are projecting for like 2 more plays than any other team in the entire league. Like, there's going to be a ton of volume there. They've needed a third receiver. Last year when Keenan and Mike Williams went down, Josh Palmer did nothing. No one else stepped up. They didn't address anywhere else in their passing game. Gerald Everett was bad efficiency-wise. I was in on him. Like, they need a third weapon. So the only real reason I see Addison, the argument I keep seeing for Addison is they were really consolidating their routes. They're going to play him a ton right away. And they might not play Quentin Johnston a ton right away, but I think he will get there very, very quick. And they're going to have more plays. He has a better quarterback. It's still a good situation for Addison, but their prospect profiles were very similar. They're back-to-back in dynasty rookie drafts.
Yeah, I just think it's very different being the wide receiver 3 versus like the wide receiver 2.
3. TJ Hawkinson is a legit number 2.
Right. Well, I mean, you've got Eckler there for the Chargers too, if we're going to go like that route. But like, there's just, I think he's just way safer. I do agree. Like, the absolute nut ceiling goes to Quentin Johnston. Like, he's a huge yak guy, and for all the reasons you said on the offense, but I think there's a wide range of outcomes below that favor Addison. But we'll see.
Like,
if
KJ Osborne didn't do anything last year as a third guy, especially after Hawkinson came over. I mean, he had the one big game, but like consistent target volume as a third guy in an offense where Justin Jefferson's hitting 30% plus every week.
I mean, I don't know. It works out for us on our math. I don't know. It seems like it comes out okay that he's pretty able to get there.
Yeah. I also liked Addison more as a prospect, particularly from the floor. Like, Addison is a professional wide receiver. Like, I feel pretty strongly about that.
Yeah.
Johnston is a bit of a wild card. Right, Johnston could suck, or he could be awesome. I really don't know. Which I think makes me want to take stabs on Johnston. But I love that I'm getting the discount I am, relative to Addison, where I like Addison's median outcome, I think, is going to be pretty solid. I do agree with you, Ben, that his ceiling is his ultimate ceiling is not as juicy.
I think those are all good points. I do have Addison projected higher, Leone, so I'm with you on that.
They're interesting in that
points.
There's a lot of similarities, just like people are super hyped on Chargers right now. Everyone wants pieces of this Kellen Moore offense, and people are really hyped on the Vikings. I think the Vikings have the best playoff schedule, 15 through 17, great matchups, dome stuff. And so these are like 2 offenses I want to be targeting. I think I'm actually closer to the Gretsch side, where I think it's kind of weird that Quentin Johnston isn't going closer to where Addison is going. And I really do think he is going to move up here as we enter training camp. And if the canary in the coal mine with how excited people are to target this Chargers offense is any indication, I do think he's going to move up closer.
And that's a big part of it for me is like, I think there are scenarios where the Vikings are just legit bad. Like, I think they could bottom out. Their defense kind of sucks. That's probably good for their pass volume, but like, I think they could be legit pretty bad. I guess I don't see this because like Cousins, I think, could just have a really bad year. Things could just sort of melt down, whatever. I guess I don't see that for the Chargers. And maybe that's just like wrong. And I'm not thinking through it as well, but the Chargers are an offense I want a piece of in a lot of my drafts. And if I don't get like Keenan early, if I don't get Eckler early, like Johnson is such an easy click in this range where you want to be targeting receivers before the window closes. And that's part of it for me is like, I want to get a piece of the Chargers offense on that build, I guess, that rather than making sure I get a piece of the Vikings offense.
Love watching Zay.
I like the Vikings a lot though too. Like you said, their defense could be worse. I guess I don't see the systemic failure in offense happening, but they're going to throw a lot. Like Cousins isn't going to scramble. I don't think he's going to take a ton of sacks. They were pretty plus PROE last year. They're just going that route again this year.
If they're well run, their coaches are pretty good.
Yeah, O'Donnell seems good.
They've got like that combination of they have a lot of good skill players, but it's still super concentrated that you're like, I don't know. I like that middle ground that you can be in.
Wait, did Bateman go before Zay?
Both went.
They
both went.
Nice.
Shocking.
So we're in a really tough spot here.
I'll float something that I do in these wide receiver avalanche rooms that might work out really well depending on what he does here. We could take Waller Daniel Jones is going to be there at 109, or I should say, I think he's going to be there at 109. And then you set up a ton of late round wide receiver options with Daniel Jones.
What if we go Goddard and Waller?
I would probably rather get a running back here like Swift, but
Yeah,
I could see
I'd
that.
probably go like Swift Waller if you want to bet on the Eagles.
This is a
I guess Swift,
ridiculous
Goddard.
value on Goddard, though.
All right, yeah. We should probably take Goddard.
I just think Waller should be one of the picks, but I'm flexible. I think I lean Swift over Goddard. I get the value, but yeah, I'm got double tap is fun.
But I also think like Likely is a backdoor. If we want double elite tight end, and I guess you could still play Likely.
It's not
with
even
that,
double
but
elite. It's 7-8 turn. It's barely bully tight end. Like,
yeah, I know,
don't know.
but
Let's
you're
go
still,
for
if you're optimizing your roster,
I like
you're not
it.
taking third tight end.
Yeah, it's not.
No, I
the
agree.
optimal.
We're not taking likely. So we're kind of locking ourselves into OBJ with one of our next picks, which is disgusting. It's happening.
We could take Devin Dvorchak.
I did.
Let's do Nelson Aguilar in the 18th. That's
Can we
Yeah,
get
okay.
Nelson Aguilar in the 18th
Yeah,
instead?
we can take Aguilar in the 18th.
Also think like it's not a death sentence if you have an elite rushing quarterback unstacked.
Is
Even
Prochet going to
Yeah.
make the team?
like even in a tournament like this.
Yeah,
Maybe we-
I'm glad we have Waller because I would love to have another stack set up with bringbacks, and he's super easy to build around with Jones and.
You guys, they have Laquan Treadwell. Andy Isabella. That guy's got to break out sometime. He's on the Ravens roster as well.
You know you're in a
Trying to
bad
find
spot when you're
alternatives to
looking at
Odell
the you're at pick 85 and you're looking at the Ravens depth chart. That's when you know the
Yeah.
draft just
That's a rough.
yeah.
Yeah, the room did not like our unstacked Lamar move. Man, that's tough. 705 Bateman, 707 Zay.
I guess this does take you back to the decision of like, would knowing that there was a risk, like if you would have asked me what are the chances both of those guys are gone, Zay and Bateman, I would have said, I don't know, probably 25-30% chance both are gone. In that case, do you take J.K. Dobbins and be like, let's ride with Lamar and Dobbins so we can compound that big bet on the Ravens?
I don't know because
I don't think
for
so.
the
'cause
single week
the room-
upside, I don't know if they're super
Yeah.
correlated. Obviously, for the season long correlation,
Yeah.
they have it, but I don't know about for the playoff weeks, anyways.
And also, like, the reason we didn't get those Ravens wide receivers is because wide receivers have been so priced up. So to say, let's replace Tyler Lockett or Jordan Addison with a running back kind of compounds the overall problem.
Yeah. No, I agree.
We can just get
The
Gus
Lamar
Edwards
decision
taken
in
up.
general was tough. I don't know if it was
Yeah.
wrong, but it was. We knew it was risky.
It was wrong.
What's
going to
be sadder? What's going to be sadder, drafting OBJ or having to tilt if OBJ goes? Because we might actually have to feel
having to tilt that OBJ got sniped from us is much worse.
You
Yeah,
guys
that's like
need
the-
to take that on
That's
your
like
own.
the best case outcome is we can pretend like we got sniped on the stack. And be
Exactly.
super happy. That's the best scenario out
Yes.
there.
Oh,
No,
man.
I legit want OBJ right now.
I know you do, Pat. You're responsible for my only OBJ share this year.
I mean, I would
Could be your
probably.
second. The only.
Wow, we have him ranked 130. That's one of the guys we have the biggest stances on against ADP.
I'm not taking a lot of them, but like when you need a stacking partner with Lamar, and like I don't know, he could be
Bateman's
fine 2
banged
years off
up.
the ACL. Bateman's banged up.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers not a great prospect, not a horrible prospect, not great.
I'm
I mean,
laughing
I'll
how Pat.
blindly stack at ADP in this situation, regardless of how I
Yeah.
feel about the player.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have not taken Odell yet, but that's how I feel, Leone. Same as you.
I'm just
Might as
laughing
well.
that Pat has tight end tabbed off, so you can only see quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers. But it also looks like you've tabbed off a wide receiver as well.
That's sad but true. So here's an issue. We talked about how Waller opens up Jones, but we can't
Oh, boy, here
not
comes
take a
Byron
running back
Gross.
here, right?
Nico
and the bye
Collins
week,
just
bro.
went 99.
He's been going top 100 in
Wow.
a bunch of my drafts. Yeah.
Wild.
It's him and Sky Moore have filled that void of like 9th round drafters who get trigger finger at wide receiver.
Wow, 99.
Well, the running backs I wanted all went. Well, Dylan's there. Dylan Addison, baby.
I like that.
Yeah. But Dylan's going to go.
I still really like that Penny Harris Pirine grouping down there too.
Yeah.
I mean, is there a
Yeah, I
reason we
still
should be
think
out
those
on
guys
any of them other than just like some cut speculation or Dalvin could land in Denver or some of that stuff?
I like those guys. I'm a little just Bills bias worried that Latavius Murray's actually going to play,
Right.
but
They all have a
bit
little
worried
bit
about-
of.
Yeah. They all have a little. I'm not as in on Penny or a P.
Dylan is like, compared to those guys, Dylan's role is secure. He seems like a much safer. I get why his ADP is higher. Okay, cool. He went.
I do take Brian Robinson as well.
I mean, Brian Robinson is gross, but fine, I think, too.
As
You
an
probably
RB2
should grab
makes
one of
more
these
sense.
guys, though.
He just
Do you
got
guys-
no targets and
do you
wasn't
guys-
efficient as a runner.
So the pro for Daniel Jones is all the backdoor stacking options. The negative is he has the same fucking buy as Lamar. You could also do Geno stacked up with Lockett. It feels like a quarterback
Daniel
in a
Jones, OBJ to just get our stacks somewhat in order.
I think we need to be taking skill players and just figure out the second quarterback.
Yeah, I do too. I think, and we could always go Stafford with the bring back already set, and you can backdoor.
Well,
stack.
get OBJ in the queue.
What?
We're already running this. He's got to be
God.
a pick.
Yeah,
We're doing it.
I don't know. I like Penny, but I'm open to whatever.
I would
I don't
do
care.
Penny, too.
One of those running backs, I don't care which one.
Okay.
Do any of them have a correlation?
Pat, take
with
Odell
anybody?
second. Take Odell second just for me. Thank you. He slipped. To the 10th round
Have
there.
a
Look at that
correlation.
value.
we're literally trying to figure out like one of the running backs has correlation, but we can't even use the time because we have to take Odell one pick later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm completely with Pete. The latest we could get him, we don't want the ADP, that little screen there, the ADP pick number. Look, it was only 2.6 ahead of ADP. It was necessary. Can't go a full 3.6 ahead of ADP.
This stuff's supposed to be fun. All these.
Oh man.
Just silence. We're all fucking dealing with it. Oh, no.
I'm
So
not
much
doing it
coke
the
right
wrong
now.
way.
Pat, what was it like when you won the $2 million? How did you feel?
Oh no. Oh my god. Oh god. Yeah, so it felt better than this, I'd say. If I'm comparing the two feelings.
All right. Let's keep it together.
Let's roll. Let's spin it back. Let's get back on track.
Fucking double elite tight end, bully tight end thing you guys decided
Hey man.
to do as we're light on wide
guys,
receivers.
we do. We have the penny with Goddard. We bet on the Eagles. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it worked out.
Where's Rondell? Oh God, I've ruined it. Sorry.
Oh, yeah,
I'll
Penny
slip it
Goddard.
out.
Let's
It's
get
over.
on
Don't
the-
even.
Don't
Don't
even
even
start. Like there's just
We got to bring it back,
There's-
Pete.
0%
point.
chance.
He's
We
not
can
even making
backdoor
that
with
with
Kyler.
10.
We can do Rondale Kyler.
There's lots of. Well, Richardson, if he falls, we can just say fuck correlation. We're gonna go 2 naked running quarterbacks. Oh, I guess we got Odell stacked reluctantly. I'm trying to wipe that from my mind that we took Odell.
We also
This is
have
where you start-
receivers for Jones and Kirk. So as much as I love Richardson, it would be a bit weird to take him.
Yeah, but we have like the quarterbacks are falling. We're gonna be fine.
This is an idealistic anti-stacking draft. We're intentionally taking rushing QBs and not stacking them.
If we got Rondell, we could set up Kyler for the big game
Yeah, that's what I
stack. All of a
said.
sudden, we're turning things. Sorry, okay. We got outs. We got tons of outs. I'm back in.
there was just that dark period we'll never forget around the 9-10 turn, but then we emerged stronger due to the tribulations we had to endure.
Man, sometimes you got to choke down the medicine. It takes a minute. You got to.
That was a
And
nice
then you're good.
Rondell in the queue. It was very aspirational.
He didn't make it through the 10th.
Well, we can always tack on Trey McBride as part of our bully tight end build.
God damn.
Likely
man,
a
that's-
McBride. Let's make Dan Zach proud.
Is there something to be said about our bully tight end in a draft where we knew our receivers weren't going to be as deep and we would need some flex help?
There's a lot to be said about it, Ben.
I'm telling myself a story.
I feel like when I need wide receiver help, I'm more likely to go late round tight end, just knowing I can get like 3 guys that are going to start, and then I have to take less shitty wide receivers.
Yeah.
But
the thing
I mean,
about this is, as like bully tight ends go, like Hawkinson, had like a 7th round ADP last year, didn't he? So this is like not even, certainly not elite tight. Neither are like elite tight ends by ADP, and they're like on the, they're not even that early.
No,
but they're both capable of having.
We could have used a cheap tight end, and like it's hard for me to justify taking a cheap tight end now.
Both these guys feel like they could. They have like kind of 4th round value upside. So to get
there are only so many tight ends that can project for like 8 targets in a week, and these guys have the capability of getting to a place during the season where like their weekly target projection, maybe not 8, but is like a legit target projection, right?
Waller would pretty easily project for 8 if things go the way they could go.
Yeah. Goddard was the one I was thinking. Maybe he's like at most like 7. I don't know.
It's a little weaker. What about this turn? Where are you guys at?
I like the running backs here a good bit. Mitchell, Warren, Kendre.
Yeah. Those are all fun.
I mean, Warren gives us a little
Mitchell.
week 17. Yeah, if Mitchell falls,
Lockett.
I think he's a smash.
Yeah, that's true.
Lockett Warren is nice. We didn't take any Tampa guys. No real reason to go to Kendre.
Yeah. All right.
I think Mitchell Warren's a good turn. Yeah.
We are so back.
Boom.
Running backs look great.
Really
love the running backs. A little bit worried about the receivers.
Love the tight ends. Love
the tight ends.
Yeah.
Honestly, the receivers aren't that bad. Like, you can't say we got locked out. We got 4 through 6, and then we
got 4 wide receivers.
We definitely have 4 wide receivers.
We definitely have 4.
But yeah, the quarterback is where the opportunity cost was for us. But I don't know that we have Lamar. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we have a shittier quarterback too, I think this team is built to deal with that.
Yeah, I do think we could have considered Goff there. I'm trying to think
we definitely could have considered Goff there.
Because basically
I didn't realize that.
We don't have any on the board stacking options. Like, we'll have to
don't we have Stafford?
Well, I guess that's not Stafford's going to make it back, but Stafford. No, I see what you're seeing. A little Van Jefferson Stafford double tap.
Dude, yeah, with the bring back already on.
Van Jefferson is easily the worst ADP in every.
He is not.
Now, I was looking at ADPs the other day. He's 130s. That's insane. He's not good at football. Like, I know it's
not
good,
the
but
guy
like
who did this. Yeah,
137.
No, he's legitimately bad. He's a deep threat, but like, you're stacking on a team that could be a completely implode. Demarcus Robinson is going to play. That guy was a good blocker. They like to use the receivers to block.
No.
Timeout. This is a legit take. Demarcus Robinson is going to play over him all year.
He's not.
That's the guy you should
crazy.
take in the 18th round.
He's not.
He was
DeMarcus
good
Robinson
for the Ravens.
He's terrible. DeMarcus Robinson.
Good for the Ravens last year. He was legit good last year.
All right. Okay. I did not think we would get to the DeMarcus Robinson portion of the stream.
Why is Van Jefferson 130 ADP?
So what I'm hearing is we're going to need a wide receiver. We're going to want a little correlation with Darren Waller, DeMarcus Robinson, round 18 pick.
Good thing Van Jefferson is ADP so high, he's already off the board. He just went in the middle of the 12th round. It's insane. He's not Darnell Mooney.
DeMarcus Robinson had his best season in years last year at 1.34 yards per route run, which is not good. He was at 0.61 the year before with Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, no. His targets per route run were 7.8% that year.
He
was over 20.
I got you.
He was over 20% this past year.
Look, he was good with Baltimore last year.
He was.
Just
anything. He wasn't. No, the Rams. The Rams like to use their receivers. Rams like to use their receivers to block. It's a big part of their run game. And
so
DeMarcus Robinson was a blocker.
Jefferson's going to lose blocking snaps to DeMarcus Robinson. That seems okay.
No, I don't really have a take. It's just that Van Jefferson's bad.
Yeah, we know.
Just gonna left it at that.
We know. We're all aware of what your real take is.
All right, so Stafford does go. Goff does go.
You should have left it at that. That's true. I should have left it at that.
I love watching the concern on Peter's face as he does the quarterback correlation math.
It's starting to look like a Kenny Pickett team.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Who do we?
Oh yeah,
Jalen Warren, Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, which you
Well,
probably
we don't
have
have
to do
any
here.
other
He's not going to come back. I'm not.
What about
You could also do
Howell,
the-
Curtis
you could do the
Samuel?
Purdy.
What about naked Kyler? Fucking running all over the place against the
Not
Eagles
that
in
naked.
Week 17 shootout.
Dallas
We could do
Goedert
the
and Rashad
Michael
Penny
Wilson.
kinda.
We could do Michael Wilson at the end.
Or just
I think
Actually,
you can
not.
make a
Michael
case for
Wilson.
Pickett, Purdy,
They're talking about him as
or
their starting
Kyler.
mix.
See, I like the Howell Samuel. I'm in on that. This guy in the chat is saying it in all caps. I'm
I
not
think
that in
Patrick
on
Howell
it.
Pickett
but-
taking
Samuel.
Howell. He takes him in every draft.
I just took an onslaught Howell that was legitimately fun. What's our Purdy reason for? Oh, another Purdy Mitchell. My
Sorry,
second
Pat.
Purdy
Not
Mitchell
all
of
of
the
us have
day.
said front row seat.
Purdy
to
with the
other
non-pass
Purdy
catching running
Yeah.
back. That's the stat.
Yeah, you got to do that.
I'd probably
Pick-
pick Kyler and just be like, well, I don't even care if it gets stacked or not. If we get you guys want to do 18
Yeah, what do you think
Michael
about
Wilson, whatever.
Let's go for it.
I mean, Pickett's fine too, though.
I
Okay.
kind of like the Kyler swing for the fences. Honestly,
Okay. All right, let's do it. What
Especially
are we
with the-
doing with the other pick?
Roshan has a little mini when him and Bijan run 50-yard touchdowns against each other. I'm telling stories. I love this.
Yeah, you could also do Jaden Reed with Addison if we want to grab another wide receiver.
Yeah, I didn't know how much you're holding
I
back
like
for
that.
late round wide receiver.
We're like pretty good at. I feel better about our running back room than our wide receiver room.
I do,
I
but
like-
Yeah, do it.
I like Reed
Ro-
here. Roshan's a good pick too, but just
Yeah.
Yeah.
for wanting to build this out.
Yeah, Roshan's a good pick as well.
So we're taking. Who are we taking with Kyler? Greg Dortch.
I'm Michael Wilson over Dortch.
What the fuck, dude?
You know, Dortch had 4 games of 9 or more targets last year. Real stuff.
Yeah, he is. The reports on him is that he might be their wide receiver like 5.
That's actually the wrong stat. The correct stat is he had 5 games of 9 or more targets last year. 5. That's like almost a third of the season.
that was a good tactic that Ben just pulled, where like he gave the wrong stat
ignored.
on purpose, and then Pat gives some sort of feedback about his wide receiver 5, and then Ben corrects this stat. And
Ben
just brings
corrects
all
the
the
stat to
attention
a
back
even
to
more
the good
bull-
While
stat.
ignoring, it wasn't a tactic,
While
but it did
ignoring-
play out very well.
While ignoring what I said, yeah,
Yes.
it was pretty good.
What
Yeah.
a
You know what the
move.
real answer probably is? It is probably you ignore the positions and you take Trey McBride.
So here's what this is from Nick Menzio's Substack, which had a really good write up, kind of mini camp recaps. Fast learning third round wide receiver Michael Wilson is quote expected to have a role as a rookie. He's light years ahead of when he came in here for rookie mini camp, said Gannon. Wilson also looks comfortable and confident, according to Tyler Drake of Arizona Sports, and the team has been giving him reps at the X, Z, and F. And then Darren Urban of the Cardinals official website, quote, wouldn't be surprised if Greg Dortch is the number 5 receiver behind Brown, Rondale Moore, Zach Pascal, and Wilson.
But Wilson wasn't productive in college, right? At all.
He's a hyper athlete. It's a Terry McLaurin play.
But he was like less productive than McLaurin. He had 26 catches last year. Oh, he only played 6 games.
Yeah, but he's a RAS freak. He
I
had
can't believe we're debating DeMarcus Robinson and reading athletic blurbs about Michael Wilson. That's how down
No,
bad
I was
we
just
are
saying,
at
I was
wide
like-
receiver.
I mean, if you tried hard enough, do you think you could find a positive blurb on like every player?
Yeah. And especially with the way Arizona's going right now, I feel like they have to write positive blurbs about this rookie wide receiver. What the hell else are they going to write about?
I
They got
mean,
nothing.
maybe, but like it was 3 different things. It wasn't all just this. It was 2 beat writers and the coach being positive about him, and they just took him, I believe, in the 3rd round, and we act like he doesn't exist.
They said a lot of positive stuff about Isabella too. I remember I was super stoked on all the positive.
Yeah, they did say some positive
Why
stuff
would you
on him
bring
too.
that up?
I know. It pissed me off. I took him in the first round of dynasty drafts, man.
Michael Wilson is 6'2", 213. He had a 37.5-inch vertical, 125-inch broad jump, 4.58 40.
Literally can't catch a football. Doesn't have hands, but really fast and big and strong.
Big hands, 9.75-inch hands.
My favorite all-time dynasty fail is still me taking Andy Isabella instead of AJ Brown and DK Metcalf, and just looking at pictures of them side by side.
I've got some really bad ones too, but that one hurts for sure.
That one really hurts.
All right, what do we
It's
want to
funny,
do
too,
here?
'cause Davis is always team big wide receiver, and he was all over Isabella for some reason.
He's team little short king wide receiver now.
He's short king again. He loves Tutu. Yeah. He loves
George Rondell. He came back around on, I think.
He was out on Rondell for a minute.
Yeah. One thing to discuss is I was like, okay, at least with Lamar, we can get one of these Dolphins running backs in that game. If Jeff Wilson kicks around here at 180, I like him.
We could also do the Gus Edwards direct correlation with Lamar, which is more season long.
Season long versus week 17.
Yeah, what do you think we need more? Probably week 17, right? Probably need week 17.
I think Wilson just has more upside in general.
Yeah. Wilson's a smash here. But I say that as a guy who takes Wilson in every other draft.
I'm
Wilson. Happy to take him. What else? What's the other pick?
We gotta go wide receiver, right?
Probably a Giants wide receiver.
We never took Daniel Jones.
Hyatt, Wilson, Hyatt.
I'm probably Slayton over Hyatt.
I'll probably Hyatt. Just
didn't Slayton go?
On the
no,
rookie,
Slayton's there.
Wait, we have
Wandale's.
Yeah. I'm Slayton or Wandale. We have two rookies though, so I kind of like what Slayton does for us.
I'm good for Slayton or Wandale.
I'll buy that, a little early season production, if you will.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Reed might be very little early on.
All right. Slayton Waller, we got the Giants pass game bet.
We actually probably could do the McBride thing.
I think we could too.
To play with.
Kyler
we're
McBride.
done at running back, right? Like
we could definitely still take a running back. I mean, we could, but I mean, we definitely could take one too.
But a 2.583, and honestly, if we had Freiermuth and Njoku, we wouldn't even be thinking about it, right? We'd be correlated with McBride.
Yeah,
and these prices aren't that different. Yeah. It's one turn.
Well, also the wide receivers are just so shitty at this point that
right. Yeah,
Greg Dortch.
Should we do likely? Shouldn't we do?
Did you know that Greg Dortch had 5 games?
Oh yeah, that makes more sense to McBride. But
I guess whichever lasts.
Well, if it's likely, then I honestly would prefer Michael Wilson, who is leveraged, by the way, on the field.
Likely and Michael Wilson?
Yeah, likely Michael Wilson or McBride and not Michael Wilson.
Yeah, that sounds good. Also,
I made DP take Odell and Michael Wilson.
The ultimate, if you are worried about the early season wide receiver production, Robert Woods is.
That's so gross, dude. Seriously, Robert Woods.
Pretty sure you don't need to sell.
I know
Robert Woods.
I love how Pat.
No. I do. Please, Leone, please sell me on Robert Woods because that's so gross.
You're riding high still on the Zach Ertz from 2 years ago. You pick one of these dust balls a year and hit them.
That's what I do.
My two picks would be Trey McBride and Tutu Atwell. That's how I would finish this draft.
I would be taking the likely swing over McBride.
What is Tutu Atwell always a bring back for the Giants we have?
Bring back for our double Giants bet. But
I would go likely Atwell.
I would be DeMarcus Robinson and
and just forfeit the other pick once you get DeMarcus.
You were locked in at that point.
This would be a great 4 tight end team with likely and Trey McBride.
I mean, honestly,
it makes
lean
no
into
sense.
the skid.
Yeah. So you guys like Atwell over Wilson, even if we don't have any correlation with Kyler?
I think
I've
we could
not
do a
even
four.
considered taking Michael Wilson. That doesn't mean it's right, but I just have absolutely I haven't thought about it enough to have an opinion on if we should take Michael Wilson.
I think I'm team 4 tight end build. I like that.
No, I don't. I don't think you can do it with Goddard, and I don't know. Maybe I'm not being imaginative enough, but it just you're guaranteed.
In my mind, you're using him at flex a lot.
Yeah, but you're
I
guaranteed.
will just say I'm pro
roster
one tight
spots.
end here, likely or.
I am pro one tight end as well. I think Likely and McBride is locked in. I prefer Likely given that he's more directly tied to our primary bet.
I think I prefer McBride given we don't have a pass catcher for Kyler right currently.
No.
I think I prefer Likely just because there's more outcomes where he like mega smashes, and we have 2 really good tight ends already. So I like the higher risk, higher reward guy, but.
I think McBride could mega smash if you get a full season from Kyler.
I mean, yeah.
Ertz is coming back to be a pain in the ass. It's more of a his week 17 outcomes are a little bit less interesting, aren't they?
So but then we got to take Michael Wilson. This is pushing us towards Michael Wilson.
Well, we can take. I'd be down to take Tutu as well. We don't have to go. We could go unstack Kyler.
You could do McBride and Tutu. I mean, that's fine. We do McBride and Tutu.
Oh, there goes Likely.
Okay, Likely goes.
Okay, so McBride and Tutu.
McBride and Tutu.
We're landing this plane, baby.
Or
Tutu is it's really small.
What about
you guys didn't know?
What about Claypool or Tutu?
We have 2.
No,
we have
I think
2
Pete's
giants.
right. We got to get a
need
Ram
that
bring
game to
back.
Yeah, we need that.
All right,
we need
well,
that game.
You get the Bijan bring back. I mean, it wasn't like uncorrelated, but yeah, okay.
Right. I just unironically think DeMarcus Robinson's a better pick.
Than Tutu? So you're just out on the Rams entirely?
I mean, Tutu's like 145 pounds. He's not going to ever get more than a little bit of volume.
Hang on. The guy came in 155. You don't have to go full hyperbole with this dude. Just say his actual weight.
It's tough to earn volume when DeMarcus Robinson's out there.
Right.
There's a Galfa out there.
Well, Van Jefferson is so bad that it doesn't.
We got to start adjusting Cooper Kupp's projection.
Tutu had a 9-target game. Then he didn't have another game over 5. He only had 3 more over 3. Like, he played a lot late in the year, and he had a couple splash plays, but his production wasn't actually that great. Is he ever going to be a high route player?
Probably not.
I don't know. I'm not buying the Tutu thing either. Ben Skoronic.
All right. Let's review this real quick. We got Amon-Ra St. Brown, Bijan Robinson. Ultimately, we probably should have just gone Devontae Adams, and this would have been a lot easier, don't you think?
No, I think Lamar was a bigger issue than Devontae, but whatever.
I was gonna say at the 1-2, I want to do Amon-Ra Waddle, and Waddle would have ended up playing with Lamar really nice.
Waddle would have played very nicely with Lamar. But look, we didn't fully get locked out at wide receiver. We got an interesting bully tight end that includes an sort of insane value on Goddard relative to where I think he should be going. And then I know I'm the one who liked that by far the most. Our running back room looks pretty good to me. We got there with the correlation. We got Kyler stack, double bring back, the running back tight end thing. I don't know. I think we did it, guys. I think we didn't blow it. It looked like we were going to blow it. We didn't blow it.
We did something.
That's in the consensus take on every draft I've done today. We did something.
I do like the unique Goddard Waller at good price. I like doing stuff like that, even though I wasn't super on board at the time.
I think if you look at every group by position on our team, it looks fine. It's just in the totality of all of it, it doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, this looks fine. Kyler, Lamar, Bijan,
Penny, Mitchell, Warren. That's great.
That looks great. Amon-Ra, Judy, Lockett, Addison, Odell, Jaden Reed, Darius Slayton, Tutu. That one doesn't feel quite as good, but it's not bad.
But we're filling flex with tight end, hopefully.
Right. Goddard, Waller, McBride. We'll fill tight end with flex a couple times this year unless this team absolutely is terrible. That's the way this is going to go.
Yeah. we're basically rich.
Yeah, we did it. Pete, do we have a plan for ship chasing tomorrow?
No, we don't. I think we need a palate cleanser. We draft another Best Ball Mania team, and it's a good one. What do you think?
All right, I think we should do that.
I'm in. I like that plan.
Yeah. So yeah, tomorrow night, ship chasing. We'll do that, and then Pat and I will draft a team tomorrow morning too. Without
that's true.
Odell.
Another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need all the palate cleansers we can get.
What do you guys got going on at ETR, Leonie?
A couple podcasts out this week. Just did one on DeAndre Hopkins to the Tennessee Titans, and then I did one just kind of talking about some random best ball stuff, some of which I think is applicable to what we did today, like guys who moved way up the board, like Nico and Deontay Johnson, who we hit on how just not being afraid to go heavy on those guys early, because sometimes you have a tendency to just assume that you're so high on them that you'll get them enough later on, and then the ADP just changes so much, and you're like, well, shit, now I was right and I didn't get rewarded in any way. So I got that going on over at Establish the Edge.
Nice.
How many more drafts do you have today, Pat?
I've got 2 more drafts. I've got drafts with Davis, Jakob Sanderson, and Sam Sherman, and then closing it out with Chris Allen, RotoPat, and Kyle Dvorchak.
Very nice. You could tell Davis that Tutu was already drafted on stream. We got
I think
to him
twice
first.
now. I think we've done.
You had Tutu on another draft? Wow.
I think we did Tutu on another draft. Yeah.
So
but,
Pat, has this exercise
Famously 145 pounds.
Pat, do you think you're going to now stream the rest of all of your Best Ball Mania drafts just because of how much fun you're having?
No, I don't think so. The drafts have felt somewhat incoherent. At no point have I felt particularly excited about any of these teams. Generally, my goal is to have them not be a total disaster, which I'm I would say 3 for 5 on. And
it's tough to do a 4-man draft. We all had little ways we wanted to build in different directions. That's not easy.
Yeah,
it
some
is.
people want Daniel Jones. Some people want DeMarcus Robinson. You kind of just have to work through all that.
They would have correlated.
When you draft a team, you think ahead a couple rounds and you pencil in, what else is going to make sense and how the team's going to come together in a way that's internally consistent. It is much harder to do that when you've penciled in players and then 3 other people have penciled in different players.
Yeah.
And then those pencils change every single time you draft someone.
Davis is in the private chat wondering why we're disparaging Tutu Atwell. So before I go, one more time, famously 145 pounds.
Let's let Davis defend Tutu Atwell real quick.
He doesn't
have to defend him to me. I
no one's going to
suggested
tackle
him.
him. No one's going to tackle him. Who's tackling Tutu Atwell?
Wait, ever?
They feel bad.
Because he's too small to find?
It's too small to find.
Also, I don't know if this is because the stream has been going for 5 hours, but I'm seeing some latency in your guys' videos. The audio is coming through correctly, but your videos are dragging behind.
Well, that's shocking to hear from, that I am having internet troubles 4 hours and 56 minutes into a stream. But.
Davis, you've provided inspiration for my one of my podcasts that I just recorded today. Your tweet about Week 17 stacking with Justin Jefferson, Addison, and Kirk Cousins. So, thank you for that.
What you nagged me because I had a Hawkinson Addison team that's going to be fading 43% owned Justin Jefferson in the final.
I ripped on you for freaking out over that, as if you could not win Week 17 because you didn't have Justin Jefferson on that stack.
Well, it's not that. It's just that combination of players is both a bad advance rate bet and it's also a bad Week 17 ceiling projection bet compared to what other advanced teams are going to be there. Not that it's like a dead team or anything.
Both those things sound made up to me.
Oh shit! I don't know. Maybe they are. I'm just, buddy.
No,
that's sort of the bit. We sort of just make things up here.
Well, shit, I don't know. Maybe they are.
Why are they bad? No, but for real, why are they bad advance rate players? And why are they low ceiling in Week 17?
So the reason why I would expect them to be bad advance rate players, particularly in the 3-week sprint, is that every week when you go through the projections, Jefferson is going to probably be the highest projected wide receiver, I would imagine. And the other thing is Cousins spike weeks to Jefferson spike weeks have to almost be a 1-to-1, right? And maybe that'll be different with Hawkinson, but I would expect those spike weeks to be almost 1-to-1. And maybe Addison is better than I'm anticipating, but really it's just that those two players are so closely linked.
I think Davis, there's like a little bit of latency with that take there. It just isn't falling.
The video was good.
Maybe that's the case. I feel like you could say that for like most round one players, but I don't know.
Well, no, think about it. You could absolutely see Jalen Hurts teams not needing AJ Brown at all. But my guess would be like Matt Stafford, Jimmy Garoppolo, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins teams, that it's going to be quite hard to advance them and to have a good projectable ceiling in any given week without the guy earning 28% of that guy's targets.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable take, but in a 1 week span, it can definitely Aaron Rodgers can get there with Garrett Wilson having 4 targets.
Jefferson does good, and so does Jamar Chase, and then Addison scores a touchdown. It's
sure.
I mean, I don't know. It's just I don't know if it
we're
works
also.
quite that way.
I mean, we're micro analyzing median projections that are 6 months away from happening. I'm going to say some things that don't make very much sense when I'm just tilting sometimes.
That's the best part of how best ball's blown up is we just could the ridiculous layers of content that have come from this are just it's fantastic.
It's amazing. It's much better. It's much better than all these other solved games. Best ball is no limit hold'em and DFS is limit hold'em right now.
Now I see why ADP chasing goes 2.5 hours every single day.
Speaking of ADP chasing, welcoming Sam Sherman to the stream here. Jakob Sanderson.
I think we're getting kicked out.
Yeah,
that is what it's happening.
That's our cue.
Thank you guys.
Too many.
This shit show is now yours. We'll see you guys later.
Thank you for the baton.
Okay, Pat. I'm hopeful that this is going to be the first team you draft today that you feel good about. I think we got a good crew right here.
For half a second, I thought you said, I hope it's the first team you draft today. And I was like, are you familiar with what we're doing?
I would say I'm 3 for 5 on not complete disaster teams. But I do think I'm 0.5 out of 5 for teams I actually feel good about. That team didn't feel great about. I felt okay about the Siegele Erik team, which was my first and only zero running back team of the day. So, yeah, I hope you're right, Davis.
Well, I mean, I hope the only thing that I would do would be dependent on where our draft slot is, trying to get you to click the button on DK Metcalf, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
That would ruin my 0%.
Is this the finale, Pat, or you got one more after this?
We got one more after this. We got one more. I got Chris Allen, RotoPat, and Kyle Dvorchak coming on next.
This is the spot that I own. This is the only spot I pick at. Naturally, you got it.
I like this.
19% 103, and I brought that luck to you.
But I like Cup here. Do you guys like Cup here?
That's who I take. Yeah.
I'm fine with Cup or CMC. I don't have a take on which one. They're both good.
I just let ADP decide.
We just had Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers go in the mid-7th of our last draft, so I think Cup wins. Ties.
have these been real piss boy drafts?
Yeah. This one doesn't look quite as bad, but every time I bet that it might not be that bad, I'm wrong.
Yeah, I never take CMC. I just do Cup or Hill. I pick at the 103 so frequently that I'm combined 45% Chase Cup Hill exposure.
The thing with CMC is it was just a couple years ago where we were talking about how CMC can just break fantasy by separating so much from any other running back. And I think we could look back at this year and be like, it's kind of ridiculous that you could, if you wanted to, get 40% CMC exposure by just taking him. I'm not saying I'm doing that, but
does he really have that ceiling anymore? He was a guy.
Yeah.
I disagree.
He smashed. Okay, so sorry, Pat.
Let's take Cup. Put Cup in the queue.
Okay. Yeah, we can take Cup here. I'm totally fine with Cup. the ceiling from a volume perspective is definitely not what it was in Carolina.
Yes.
Like the days of the 90% snap share CMC are dead, but like those teams in Carolina were not good at scoring points. And the San Francisco 49ers have shown this insane efficiency that I think like the LaDainian Tomlinson, like 25 touchdown season, like that, those are in play for CMC, I think, in a way that they never were in Carolina. And he still like racked up good receiving volume and rushing volume in San Francisco, even though it wasn't the insane snap share level. So
but
I don't
a
know.
decent chunk of that was during games that Debo was out and Mitchell was out. Like you can sell me on CMC's upside in the scenario where other 49ers get hurt and he does not. But from base projection, I'm not sure that he projects better at all or that much better than Kupp, Hill, Jefferson, Chase.
Yeah, I also think like in the past, because he racked up so many receptions, he had this massive target share. He was literally like running routes out of the backfield where he'd like go across the middle of the field, like on some kind of like weird ass slant route type deal. Like he was getting, targeted down the field a little bit in addition to dump offs. And he just had total control of the backfield. It was so simple. It was like he either stays healthy and crushes or he gets hurt. Like that's the only two outcomes. And now I think there's outcomes where he's like fine because Elijah Mitchell's good. They've always kind of rotated the running backs. They're not going to have a ton of passing attempts, which is his bread and butter. So it's not that he doesn't have upside. It's just that
feels like Purdy is a real check down king. That's my vibes based analysis is that Brock Purdy being kind of shitty is actually sort of good for Christian McCaffrey.
But they have several check down king options. Like my case on CMC would be like base projection wise, I have him a hair below each of the top 4 wide receivers. Him and Mitchell split carries completely evenly when they were together. I think it's going to be closer to 55-45 or 60-40 on rush attempts and entirely CMC on the targets, but he is still in target competition with 3 other legitimate target earners. I think like you can paint the contingent upside for CMC being massive, but I also
he had 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns in 10 games. I just don't.
What the other guys did though.
I just don't. I just don't
also
buy
score
this.
1 million points.
Also, the Elijah Mitchell thing, I think you've got to do a little first half, second half splits with those because a lot of those, I'm not saying this can't happen again, but a lot of those are the 49ers blowing out teams and just putting Elijah Mitchell in for the second half.
But that's not great.
You play in a division.
That's not great, but I mean, the same thing we talk about with the Eagles, like it's not a guarantee they're going to blow out teams again. Like we don't, like I don't know. I wouldn't project that as being a guarantee. So. I don't know, man.
Pollard.
The RB1 overall is available to us right now. So
Pollard's
fine.
Pollard.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm down with Pollard. You guys, yeah.
He's going to score more points than CMC anyway.
Yeah.
But this is the other thing, right? It's like you can
click it,
sit back and get Pollard with Kupp.
Yeah.
And if you take CMC, you obviously could take CMC and Pollard together too. But like now, all of a sudden, I feel a little behind the 8 ball at wide receiver, just given these rooms. So I might start taking more CMC once the ADP changes. Like if I knew Olave was just going to be there for me, I could go CMC Olave every time. That's a real 2v2, right? Pollard, Kupp, CMC Olave. Like that's
I think that Pollard just projects like massively.
Yeah, I like Pollard. I like Pollard Kupp more. The thing is I'm just not like last year. I took 0 Jonathan Taylor. I did not select Jonathan. I just took McCaffrey every single time, and I don't feel. There's no player in the first round I feel comfortable really making a stand on like that right now.
I feel that way about McCaffrey, but not because I'm like, he can't bury me. He totally can bury me. It's just, I got to take stands somewhere. And that's where I just feel like I have 3 outs. Like, I just think the wide receivers can be straight up better than him. I think he can get hurt, or I think he can be old and decline enough that he just gets beat by the receivers.
Yeah.
Like, I've been drafting.
But we gotta pick. Yeah. Andrews is who I would pick. I also really like Debo here. I also extra like taking Debo with the 3 having Kupp because we're going to be fading CMC teams at similar ADPs.
The guy that I like at wide receiver, you guys hate, so I won't even pitch him.
I'd probably go Brees or Andrews.
I'm always
I
down to take
vote
Brees.
for Brees or Andrews. Probably Hall's my favorite.
Let's take Andrews.
All right. So the last thing on CMC, and then we can talk about other things. Like, I guess the Cooper Cup 2021 ceiling is comparable to CMC. I'm actually not sure about half PPR. I'd have to look it up. But like, Chase and Jefferson's best seasons are not really close to the McCaffrey level at his peak. So I just don't want to like say that those guys all have the same ceiling when I think the CMC ultimate ceiling is higher. I agree. Projection standpoint, he probably needs like an injury to someone to make it happen. But I think he has flashed a higher ceiling.
Ways, right? Like I'm fine with you saying like he has the highest true ceiling. I agree with that. But to me, it's like if the base projection on the wide receiver is comparable or better, then I'd always just rather take the wide receiver in a vacuum anyways, just due to general running back fragility. And especially in this environment where like Pollard and Henry and Jacobs project like massively better than the 2-3 wide receivers. Whereas I think CMC and Kap project comparably.
Got it. I mean, I still like I like going 2 running backs through 3 and mixing in Olave and Devonta Smith in the second round. Like, I think Olave has a legitimate breakout profile to match some of those top guys. So I want to mix it in. I'm not doing like I was just saying as a hypothetical. Like we could look back on this year and be like, oh, it's crazy you get CMC 40% of the time. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna have them all like pretty evenly in exposure. I'm just saying like it's not that
the
long
issue
ago
is like
that
look at the CMC team, like Higgins, Cooper. Like this is. I mean, given that this is an Avalanche draft, so this is not totally.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But you're never getting a good wide receiver at the 3-4 in any draft. Like you can take DK Metcalf or Calvin Ridley if you want, or Debo if you want, but like you're never getting a receiver at the 3-4 that out projects the running backs, quarterbacks, and tight ends. Like,
is there anything that makes your dick softer than getting Amari Cooper as your second wide receiver? It's just immediate. It's not good. Pain. It is immediate pain. It never works. Like that is the team. Like if I have to take Cooper at ADP on a team, I basically am just like counting that team out. I'm like, well, this team is just not going to be winning me. I'm not going to be chasing Kerrane with this team.
Yeah, I don't take a lot of Amari Cooper.
What are we going to be looking at here? Because I imagine
a wide receiver.
receivers.
Wide receiver. Yeah.
McLaurin. McLaurin already went.
He just went.
So we have a Raven, we have a Cowboy, so none of them.
We're setting up to probably
Kirk.
be. We're setting this up to probably be a 3 quarterback team with Goff and Stafford involved, and one of the late guys maybe.
Well, we have Lawrence out if Kirk comes.
Yeah, that's true. We could be looking at.
You probably can't afford more in Fields, even if we get more.
The wide receivers situation is getting extremely.
Yeah, we got to just plug our nose and take one. I would actually probably take Ayuk, but Kirk is fine.
Ayuk's gone.
Ayuk's gone. I would take more over Kirk.
That's fine.
I think I would take Kirk over more just because of the stack, but
I'm a Kirk vote, but I'm like I don't really care
because we don't have the Fields out anymore.
I don't even know we can afford the stack, to be honest. Like, we're gonna be
Kirk,
behind the.
But I will say Lawrence falls to like 8.
Should we take Hopkins? Should we take Hopkins to leave the option out?
Yeah, let's
the back door.
Oh, there he went.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine with more Kirk. I vote Kirk, but I'm fine with more.
Kirk is fine too.
I like Kirk, but
okay, you guys are all Kirk. Let's do it.
You want DJ Moore, Pat? You like DJ Moore?
I like DJ Moore over Kirk. Yeah, I just think he's better. And
I mean, I 100% think DJ Moore is better.
So I don't think we've ever talked about Ridley yet. I actually take Ridley. I know most of you guys are all pretty out on Ridley, but also not super in on Kirk. Like how are you playing the Jaguars? Or are you just not on the Jaguars?
I'm in on Ridley like at ADP. I'm not fading Ridley.
The thing is I don't even have to think for 1 second taking Debo over Ridley because Debo has giga 37-point games in his range that I don't think Ridley does at all.
I take Ridley over Debo every single time.
Could not be.
I just think Ridley has
take
out to being
Debo over Ridley
first round pick.
Time.
Like I think Ridley could be 28% target share on a top 5 passing offense in the league. I don't
I
think
have
he will
Ridley.
have his range of outcomes.
I'm at
All right.
6% on him. I'm not out, but
We got to
So
take
if-
we got to take Tyler Lockett here. We got to take Tyler Lockett here.
I kind of like
I'm a
if
strong
ETN doesn't
Lockett
go.
fan.
Do you guys not want to just bet on the Jags? Like,
I think we're gonna get buried.
When are we
It's a
getting
full-
we're
it's a
too
full round.
buried.
wide receiver Nico Collins in the 8th? Because you know that I'm okay with that, but I just
Yeah.
want to say that that's
I will
a full
say-
reality.
It's a full round. Do you think we can cut? We already took Andrews. We're looking at something really gross in the 7th round. We're probably looking at like Bateman, Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnston.
Lockett. Lockett is my vote, but I get the ETN thesis, but Lockett is who I would take.
I would go ETN,
I'm a Lockett vote, but I'm okay with it.
I'm gonna go ETN.
All right, let's do it.
I mean, like in these rooms, don't you have to like?
my
I
only
get the
issue
not
with-
getting buried thing, but like, isn't the benefit of these rooms like getting like players a full round after ADP and like trying to
Yes.
figure out like it is like walking a fine line between getting crushed, but like you got to take some of the values. Otherwise, like, what's the point of like being in these rooms, right?
Well, my only objection to it is that it, like, I'm fine with the ETN pick in a vacuum, but the only way that we escape the avalanche now, where you're comfortable, is if you go 0, 2, 4, 1. But to me, taking ETN means we want to take Lawrence in the 7th. So then we're going to be 1, 2, 3, 1.
We're not gonna take
taking Lawrence.
But then
It
why
was
are we
Lawrence
taking
or
2
ETN?
Jaguars back to back if we're
We
not
can
taking
take
Lawrence?
Because ETN and Kirk
we
are
can
correlated as well.
We can take Mingo. We can take Mingo and Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind if Kirk steps up and is like even the 1A or a close 1B to Ridley, and ETN is like, worthy of this pick, which he could be like a big hit at a 51 pick. So then it's like, yeah, the Jaguars are good. You have their starting running back and 1A, 1B receiver. That's awesome. You're psyched about that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I guess it's hard. It's hard for me to, like, if we've already bet on two of the best 3 players in the offense, and based on us drafting this team, we're really saying the 2 best players in this offense.
But
hard for me to then pass on half a round past ADP quarterback of that offense.
But
too.
quarterback points still are the most replaceable. The most you're less likely. Like if this Jags bets hit, we probably are not losing to a Lawrence team in the finals theoretically. You know what I mean? Like we can scrape 28 points at quarterback, and
Yeah,
if we have other.
I never want to be too like you can't beat this, because like you can always beat it with anything. It's never like I don't want to ever be deterministic about it, but I do think that's a slightly better case if you have a different elite quarterback. But maybe we do like a Russian quarterback, like maybe we take like a Richardson or a Daniel Jones or something, and then you can get more out through that.
Yeah, I mean,
we got a rogue
Daniel Jones with Kap. Yeah,
we got a rogue Deshaun Watson pick here. Deshaun Watson at the 5-6 turn.
What does the Ridley owner have at quarterback? Did they draft an early quarterback?
Oh, that's a good.
Thinking he might even fall
They
took
Field. They took Field. So we could
so we might actually get a round 8 Lawrence then.
We could push Lawrence to round 8 and have a chance.
Possible.
I think. I've seen
That's
him fall.
That's like 30 picks past ADP, but I'm down to try it.
Yeah, it's totally subjective, but
people.
I've seen him fall pretty far in these.
Very, very anecdotal. I was taking Trevor Lawrence in the 8th round of the Pomeranian with the same type of sick drafters who only care about wide receivers.
Yeah, I've done this move too. I'm doing all my poodle slows, and I've gotten some round 8 Lawrence where I've seen the Ridley person has a quarterback early, and I do the Kirk ETN double tap at that same spot.
Yeah.
We are probably going to have to do 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends, and get an extra receiver, though, I think, to feel good about what we got.
Well, we're definitely doing 2 tight ends.
We're definitely doing 2 tight ends.
Quarterback feels a little TBD.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's our wide receiver queue here?
Well, Tony just went, so someone else bit the Tony bullet for us.
I don't think we're gonna end up reaching. I don't think we're gonna end up with crazy reaches.
I mean, we're not gonna not reach.
Yeah. Oh, I actually like.
There's
I actually
one
like.
here that actually looks great.
Yeah, I like a couple of these names here.
Guy in front of us has 4 already. Maybe he can take a pause for the cause. He did.
There
not
goes Addison.
Oh, that's
thoughts on any of these other guys?
Pickens.
I'd go Pickens or Davis. Probably Pickens.
Set up. Yeah, I'm gonna say no Davis because there's no stack with him. So to me, it's
all right. Chat. We shot on Pickens all last draft. So
Well, wait. Do not click the button. We could take Brandon Cooks and set up the DAC. We could set up a 3.
He could come back
the
though.
7th round, Davis.
That's a 7th round move.
Sure, whatever. I mean, I do not love Pickens, but this is the thing that you have to do in Avalanche rooms.
I like none of these players in the 6th round, but that is the life we have chosen.
I just think that, and I know this is like contrarian, but like in these rooms, is it that bad just to say like I'm playing the flex through running back and I think if you
playing the flex through running back,
if you hit on, I just think like if we hit on George Pickens, like we don't need this like insane wide receiver volume. Like given that you hit on one of these guys, like I think you can survive these wide receiver avalanches like easier than people think you can.
I would hear your argument if the running back option wasn't like
but now it's I was gonna say that if it was Madison at 75, I would have made the case for that, but
I don't even like Madison the most of the running backs available. If Dobbins had fallen to us, I would have been pounding the table.
I think you can survive it, but you have to work real hard. You like Pierce here over the receiver? I think we have to go.
No. I like Pierce more than Madison. I don't like Pierce over the receivers. If I was doing any non-receiver here, I'm definitely advocating for Lawrence. Otherwise,
I was going to say Lawrence would be the only way I would.
I think we go Cooks, right, and try to play it through
I
that.
agree with that.
Yes. Yeah, I mean it feels bad. Round 7, Brandon Cooks feels bad, but it's just
this is the price that we paid for a round 5 Travis Etienne.
Yeah. So like the 2v2 would be Damian Pierce and Tyler Lockett versus Brandon Cooks and Travis Etienne. Like,
I mean, is that
Brandon Cooks and Travis Etienne,
or is Lawrence the Etienne? Because I don't think I'm taking Pierce in either of those scenarios personally.
Brandon Cooks is just Dallas Cowboys Tyler Lockett, really.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I can see that.
I've fallen into this pattern though of like I do love in theory that Detroit Dallas game, but I have such structural concerns about Dallas's offense outside of Tony Pollard that sometimes I find myself with these like 6 players from that game, and then I'm like, what happens if the Cowboys are just like the 19th best offense in the NFL? Like I'm gonna be in fucking jail on these teams.
So, Sam, I wanna pick your brain here on this like Avalanche take because I've been experimenting with it a little bit in the Poodle because it's kind of like a low dollar way to like experiment with it in a pretty predictable room environment because I'm in with 8 of the same drafters in every single lobby. And I've been doing I'm just going to take these 3 running backs when I'm getting the values because there's running backs that I like, and then we'll see if I can experiment with it. Like, how are you filling out those rooms? Because to me, it has to be specific both. He didn't like that question.
He didn't like that question. Dodging the question.
That's
all he talks about. Take running backs. So you ask him how he actually pulls it together. He leaves.
Yeah, all of a sudden doesn't want to speak to the media.
Kerrane, how much do you hate this team, bud?
I don't. I actually don't hate it. I don't like Pickens personally. Like if we had Addison here, I'd be like pretty.
You'd feel a lot better.
Same.
You'd feel a lot better.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. I just am not that into Pickens, but hey, maybe the chat's right. Maybe it's ACL. He's way better than Burks, as the chat said.
I mean, Pickens. The thing people forget.
I just don't know what the other option was.
The thing people forget about Pickens is that his dog quotient is off the charts. I mean, he is literally he leads the league in dogs. So I like that.
The one thing about Pickens that's kind of interesting, I think I've heard JJ Zachariason make this point. Like sometimes the raw volume stuff gets discounted because the per route stuff is bad, and that's kind of the story with Pickens. Where like you look at his raw receiving volume last year, it's good for a rookie. It's just that the per route stats don't look that good. But when you actually are like building models to like find signal in those things, the raw volume often matters more than the per route stats. Like not to say like the per route stuff is irrelevant, but like I think you do have to give him credit for just being on the field the entire season, running routes and getting to whatever 800.
But isn't he getting credit for that with his ADP?
No, I'm just saying like in comparison, if you're comparing him to Burks or something like that, like I think sometimes we overrate the per route stuff with a guy like Burks or like Tony and like really hammer Pickens for it when like he was just on the field more, and that's a little bit why. That sucks a lot.
Man, I was holding my breath. Like I went Fields Lawrence.
What do we want to do?
I just take
Charbonnet with
Pacheco.
Oh yeah,
Take
Pacheco's there,
Pacheco
right?
here.
Pacheco feels pretty good.
Yeah.
Pacheco
with that,
or
Davis?
Sharbs, but yeah, Pacheco's fine.
We have Sharbs as a correlation with Pickens.
That feels like a reach to do Charbonnet over Pacheco. I think
I
they're a
agree.
different
Yeah, let's just do Pacheco.
class of asset.
What is the next wide receiver looking like? Just curious.
It's going to be Sky Moore.
Yeah, I am not tabs off of wide receiver.
It's Jameson Williams.
This tier is so fucking clear.
This is why I have like 33% Zach Charbonnet because
I have so much Charbonnet.
I have so much Charbonnet.
I don't know what to do.
I do. I take it's to take Zach Charbonnet.
This was going to be my question, Sam, before your internet acted up. It was like, who are the wide receivers that you take when you do the I'm not getting to 4 wide receivers through 7 against an Avalanche room? Because like to me, if you're like, if the way you are like, I'm going to get extra running back is taking like a Madison or a Pierce, and then the way you compensate for that is I'm going to take a Juju or a Zay because I need the volume, I feel like you've just sacrificed too much upside personally.
No,
so
you
to
take
me, it's almost the opposite. It's like I'm willing.
You take
Like,
Sky
I'm willing
Moore,
to do the
you
3
take
running backs
Rasheed
with
Rice.
Bijan, Brees, Jacobs, and then I will just go all the way through like Sky, Mims, Rice. Like I'm just, and then if I just airball the entire team, or I hit something really high upside. Is kind of my view of it.
Yeah, I can answer that in a sec. Maybe after we make our pick.
Sure.
I think we take Dak, right? Like, give ourselves some upside at QB.
Can we see what Lamb drafter's been doing?
Yeah, the Lamb drafter does not have a quarterback.
Okay, so we got to take Dak.
And he has Gibbs, so he's eyeing it.
Okay, so let's stack.
I think we just don't So my answer to that, Jacob, of like what I do at wide receiver, if I'm like, I don't often do this. Like I am getting 4 wide receivers through 7 most of the time. In those instances where I'm not, I'm fine just completely punting like the Cortland Sutton, Jameson Williams, Sky Moore, Tyler Boyd range and just hammering running backs there. Like maybe getting to 5 running backs like in my first 10 picks. I think that's the best place to target them. And then I'll go for like Nico Collins, Jacoby Myers, Alec Pierce. Like I think you can hit like Jacoby Myers could easily be like the wide receiver 25 this year, right? He did that last year. I don't know. Like he's not an exciting guy because you can't envision like the top 12 upside. Obviously that's impossible, but he's a guy I like there. I just think like I don't want to do the feeling where like I'm chasing wide receiver just because I don't have the right number in the right round. Like I don't want to take a suboptimal pick because of that. So I'm fine just like trying to play the running back through the flex a little bit more and just make it up with volume of guys I like later at better prices.
Rashid Shaheed, 1 Giants wide receiver, and Tutu Atwell. That's how I comfort myself when I get ran out at wide receivers. On my last 3 picks, I know exactly the wide receivers I like.
To me, I find myself trying to do this a fair amount. Again, these aren't like my favorite receivers to have done it with. Like I really don't like Kirk, Pickens, and Cooks that much, but it's like I like that we got the 51 ETN. Like I agree with you, Sam, that like if you're in this room, you're trying to come out with it with like it's like a rare card or something. I got Travis Etienne at 51. Like you're gonna have to take a little risk.
I got my Zion Williamson debut dunk.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Yeah, and what you don't want to do is have that be a Top Shot moment because then none of it's going to matter. And because
I'm fine with ETN being the guy that we do it on. Like it's you only have so many shots to take that. I'm fine with it being on ETN. Like I think he has legitimately massive upside and legitimately massive failure risk. But like I can at least see a path where we're like, wow, like we got this great value ETN and he was a player that won championships for people this year. Whereas like I don't really want to be doing like we got 7th round Alexander Madison.
Yeah,
I don't know if that
exactly.
So 7th
axis of the earth.
Yeah, I guess so. But 7th round, like, what is that? Pick 80. We would have had a chance to pick 84. Like that's where you get into like he's no longer a dead zone price for a dead zone profile, and it's an offense that could be good, and he could just score a ton of touchdowns. Like I don't like making that argument for a guy in the 3rd, 4th round, but that's where I'm just like Alexander Madison the 7th could really smash. Like,
I mean,
if you're comparing him to
borrowed term
Jameson
from David
Williams,
Kitchen, like if we untether ourselves from the ADP, like is Alexander Madison
No, we're on the
fundamentally
clock.
different than Connor and White? Okay.
What do we got? What do we got?
Oh
Pat?
my God!
I'd
I
probably go
Alan Lazard in my face. That's
Mitchell or Jacoby.
Yeah, Jacoby.
I think we need one wide receiver at this
Jacoby
time.
kind of makes sense here, right?
I like
straight
Mitchell
up
as a
like
direct
Jacoby
bet
Myers.
against CMC teams from the 3-hole. But
Yeah, what if we do that? And then we try to get Mooney, Rondale, or Jacoby. I like
Sure.
Mitchell better than these other running backs.
Yeah, I like Mitchell.
So just like no one seems to want Hunter Renfrow or Jacoby Myers, but last season Matt Collins had 94 targets, and Foster Moreau and Hunter Renfrow and Darren Waller combined for 150. Like, there's a little bit of consolidation with no real target earning tight end. Jacoby Myers, I don't even think you have to squint and see it to be like a wide receiver 35 finish, and Renfrow can even have some spike weeks in there too. Like Jacoby is a click I really like.
Yeah, I have 14% Myers and 11% Renfrow. So you're talking to.
I would also
friends
float
here.
Mingo as a bring back on the Jag stuff, unlocks potentially a later.
I'm
Bryce
actually cool with that because that
I'm
that
good
also
with
sets
that.
us up with like if you I don't actually believe Young has very much upside. I like Stroud as the rookie quarterback back end one side, but like you can squint and see it.
I'm fine with Mingo. I have no interest in Mooney without a correlation.
Same.
Don't really like Rondale that much. Fine. Yeah, I don't think Mingo is worse enough than these guys to not get the correlation.
Yep.
Sam, you're kind of like a Mingo optimist, aren't you?
Mingo, it's almost like a full. It's almost like a full round above
questions.
We could try to push Mingo because it's almost a full
No.
round above ADP.
No, let's just take him.
Who else would we take? Okay.
Once Juju goes, I think anything goes at wide receiver. Like at that point, it's like what else matters?
We'd probably take A-Chain or Warren would have been the other option.
Oh,
I like Kenneth Gainwell and Chuba Hubbard just as much as those two guys.
Yeah.
What if Dalvin Cook doesn't go to Miami? Then
the
where
Patriots.
do these Miami backs finish in ADP if Dalvin goes to any of the other?
A couple rounds
31
up for
franchises?
A-Chain. I think he's 9th again, right?
Yeah.
Well, and Jeff Wilson be like a 12?
Yes, Jeff Wilson Jr. goes way up. Yeah,
way up. Yeah.
And
if
the Patriots.
If the backfield is as it is, who leads them in carries? Isn't
Jeff
it
Wilson Jr.
Probably Jeff Wilson Jr., who's like a 17th round pick.
My wife is a disaster right now. What ended up happening? Who did we take?
We took Mingo.
Okay. Yeah, Mingo's a guy I like.
Which is funny because I don't really like Mingo, and Sam and Pat every week when we do the show have to try and talk me into him being like a rookie year Kelvin Benjamin.
I don't like Mingo in Dynasty, but I definitely take him in best ball because I take a lot of Jags, and the Chark and Thielen are not. I take some Chark, but Thielen is unclickable for me, so I just kind of mix in the Mingo.
Chark is. I know like everyone seems to think Chark is a value, but he's unclickable for me too. Like his if you look at his reception perception, I know it's not everything, but it's literally the worst wide receiver charted in like all of Matt Harmon's like charting history. I know he caught some deep passes last year, and his like per route stuff looks decent, but he got like no money in a world where Adam Thielen and Robert Woods and all these guys got big deals. Like I think he could be like not even in 3 wide receiver sets if Terrace Marshall's any good. So
Chark
I'm
also
just out
wide
on Chark.
receiver 71 in open score last year.
Yeah,
I mean, look, I don't have any pushback against like Chark sucks. Like that's correct. Chark sucks. It's just Chark's cheaper than Thielen, runs deeper routes than Thielen. I think they both suck. So like, given the choice, I'd rather just take the guy who sucks but might go 3 for 80 and a touchdown one week than the guy who might go 6 for 45 and 0.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's just so like as long as he's ahead of like Isaiah Hodgins, and I know he has some risk to not be playing either, but there's just a couple guys going after that. I'll just never take Chark over. So
what if
I never take him
Isaiah
uncorrelated,
Hodgins?
but I'll take him as a bring back.
What if the Isaiah Hodgins thesis is he gets cut and then the Kansas City Chiefs sign him in week
Oh,
4,
gosh.
and he overtakes Marquez Valdez-Scantling's
Oh
role,
my
and that's
God.
how I saw
Right,
Hodgins
right,
fits
right,
there.
right.
Speaking of the Chiefs, we got Rice
Wait,
sitting here.
is
You guys
Van
know that?
Jefferson here just for the
He's
Rams
gone.
stack? He's gone.
Click
Okay.
click Rice
No.
before someone else, before
Redford's
the
just
mainframe.
here. That's your 30 minutes.
Before the mainframe.
Before the mainframe takes him away.
All right.
Uh, should we consider
how
Matthew Stafford?
No.
I think we should take
because
Stafford, right?
We could take Stafford with our next pick. Take Rice.
Well, we already.
No,
took
yeah,
Rice.
no. I mean,
talking
for
about our
yeah,
next pick.
yeah,
Should
yeah.
we consider?
Pat's
Wait.
screen is lagging on me. I'm like 10 seconds behind you guys.
What ADP are we at? Because I'm
Interesting.
Because you have your rankings in.
I have
right?
my
He's
rankings
not
in,
by
so
ADP.
we're in the 140s. 143 is on the board right now. So Stafford is he's got an ADP 152. He's my next highest ranked quarterback. He won't come
I just
back,
think
though.
the Stafford
You sure
blow
won't
up
come back?
games are. The Cup
They're
blow up
one-
games are
they're
so
1 to
tied to
1.
Stafford that like
they're one.
you kind of just got to do it. I think. I know we could
I
maybe
agree.
push him around, but like, what's the point?
Check
Alright.
check
No.
the bye weeks. Check the bye weeks and make sure that they're
Oh
different.
yeah, good call.
Yeah, they
So,
are different.
Week 7,
Okay.
week 10.
Week
Yeah,
10.
we're good there.
But Stafford.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. We also have, I think, our week 14 pick. There's someone that kind of jumps out to me as a really good one.
Okay.
Okay.
I agree. Sam, that's the exact way I view it every time I take Cup. I'm like, well, I'm just going to take Stafford with my
Yeah.
12th or 13th round pick, just like every time.
It just seems like
This
such
could
an
also
easy
be
way
a
to
2
get.
quarterback too.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I think
Fine
we
with that
should
either
now.
way, yeah.
I think we should go with 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Unless a really
here we
nice,
have
really
Paul-
nice stack lines up, maybe we consider like Kenny Pickett super late, maybe, but
Oh,
it would
I
have
think
to
I
fall a
feel. I
bunch.
think I know what guy you're talking about. I'll pull
We
it
need a
up.
bring back.
This
I
is
pulled it
also
in private.
Sterling Shepard.
this is also a nice thing. I love when I'm doing a more fragile running back build and none of them have overlapping bye weeks, or none of the expensive ones have overlapping bye weeks, like Mitchell and ETN do, but all the guys we took in the top 100 picks don't have overlapping buys.
One nice
Yeah,
thing about
that's
when
nice.
you get a value like ETN is that you can build it almost like you went running back, because
Yeah.
ETN has that kind of upside and
Yeah.
is kind of binary in some ways. Like he's either
Bimodal running back.
That's right, man. Don't say superhero. People don't like that one. ETN, I guess there are some scenarios where you take him in the 5th round and he kind of like muddles along and it's enough because he's a 5th rounder. It's so cheap
Yeah.
but in most cases, like he's either going to hold off Bigsby and be an awesome pick, or it's going to be a gross committee and he's not going to catch any passes again. And you're going to wish he took someone else.
Well, he's
I
not
think his
he's not
worst
going to
healthy
catch any
case
passes.
is 2022 Miles Sanders.
Yeah.
Like I think he'll at least be like an efficient get 50% to 65% of the running back rush share and half the touchdowns. Like I think that's at least what he's going to do. I don't know if he's going to do more than that or not, but I think he has a pretty safe base role.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just like, he's a good breakaway runner, a good success rate runner on an offense that could be, like, I'm not saying it's guaranteed to be, but it could be like a top 3 scoring offense in the NFL if Ridley and everything clicks and Lawrence takes another jump. Like, to me, it's like, it's kind of like the Joe Mixon, like in terms of offensive environment, it's kind of like the Joe Mixon bet, but I think ETN's just way more talented. Probably will catch less passes than Mixon, but like could just have awesome rushing efficiency and a good offense. So in the 5th round, I don't see the downside of it in the 5th round unless he gets injured, to be honest. Like,
Well, no, but what I mean is you can play it almost like you got him in the 2nd. And
yeah.
Right. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I think that people too, like whenever there's a running back that's priced up more, people like pick at their flaws so much that they forget what's good. Like if we didn't think of ETN as
we're on the clock.
Okay, anyway, we're on the clock. Our main
So
guy got
Laporta's
taken.
gone. We didn't get Laporta.
Is
Hodgins
available?
Hodgins is available. I'm into Hodgins.
I don't know if we want to do that now. There's no other receiver that I want.
Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba makes sense.
That's
I'd go-
what I take.
I'd go Hodgins for the
Hodgins is the higher
right?
ADP. Yeah. Yeah, let's do
Because we also have a Jeff Wilson out if we don't do Chuba. Because that's with Andrews.
Right. Oh, I like
Like
that.
I'm better with Chuba, but I just mean if Chuba gets taken. We could do Wilson or Moshe.
I kind of like Wilson over Chuba because I think he has outs to be the number one in a way that Chuba doesn't.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
I'm fine with either.
Also, I think like the Chuba stuff, I like him, but like I think we're maybe overestimating the fact that he's the guaranteed number 2 just like a tiny bit. Like, have they really
Spears has
ever...
been the guy I've been trying to get more of actually because I think he is the clear number 2.
Yeah,
Chuba played quite a bit after they traded Christian McCaffrey
and was
last
good.
year. He was pretty good.
Okay,
he was good. He was very good last year.
I think his standalone role is very at risk. Like I could see a scenario where Sanders gets all the carries and Blackshear is a compliment, but I really struggle to see, unless they just sign a guy, I guess. But if like Miles Sanders gets hurt, I think it's Chuba or it's free agent. They're not giving 15 carries a game to 190-pound Raheem Blackshear.
Right. They're not. Yeah, he's got the contingent upside still for sure.
I'm fine with Jeff Wilson though, and I'm fine with Spears. Just isn't correlated at all, right?
He doesn't correlate, but I think he's just the best pick.
Yeah.
Are you only taking Spears so that you're setting up a Robert Woods bring back?
No, I'm not setting up for Robert Woods. Unless you guys want to take Robert Woods. If you want to take him,
if you promise me not that you won't take
I will promise I will not tout Woods. Are you guys good with Spears?
Yeah, Spears is fine.
Sure, Spears is fine. Yeah, it is true with Haskins. I mean, they spent a 3rd-round pick on Spears. That's pretty high. Haskins is going to get arrested or something. Like, that does not look like a good situation.
Very likely to be caught, I would think, right? If you're that player and you're under criminal investigation, you don't have very much
resilience. He didn't even really play last year, so, like, even taking out that criminal stuff, like, he just looks like a bad bet to be anything, so... Yeah, I don't know. 3rd-round pick in Spears, that's pretty good draft cap. Like, he's the cheapest 3rd-round running back on the draft board right now, like, by a lot, right? Like, Bigsby's way priced up.
What's
way priced up.
Davis is going to say 0% because he thinks the Titans are winning the AFC South. But what percentage chance is Derrick Henry a trade deadline move if they're 1-6?
No one's going to want to pay him money, right?
Maybe someone. I don't know. 10% chance? Can I get a 10% chance?
10% seems right. I mean, yeah, but I mean Henry getting traded is bullish for the well, it's anti-bullish for the thesis, which is against the Texans in week 17, but still probably fine for him in fantasy.
It means whatever team he's getting traded to is a playoff contender, so
well, it's fine for Henry. It's fine for him. I just mean like also that Spears is then probably like around 7, around 8 value for the rest of the season. It also means the Titans would suck, which is good for Spears because he can catch a bunch of passes. Although I guess then Will Levis would be throwing them, so he would have a 52% catch rate.
He's the most likely to be a 0 of the 3 guys that we talked about, just because like Henry just not like a true 0, but like he basically never really hits our lineup. Yeah, but we've got Pacheco, Etienne, and Pollard.
Hilliard had some weeks.
Hilliard had a couple weeks, yeah, but I just think like. He's got like contingent value where it's like it could just be him. You know, there's no one else really there. Oh, we have a super chat here.
Like he's the anti-fragile pick, right? Like everything.
Yes.
Everything we were talking about yesterday about what if the Titans suck, all of that benefits Tyjae Spears. Like the more things going wrong on the Titans means better chance for 3rd-round rookie plays more.
Right. Yeah, he is kind of the anti-fragile pick. If everything implodes, he's gonna crush. I do love a super chat to tell Davis that he's on the clock in Scott Fishbowl.
And someone took Rashee Rice ahead of me too.
Oh man,
brutal.
He's a great pick for the SFB scoring format for sure.
Well, who is our tight end again? It's Andrews and
it's
what's
Andrews.
his bye week?
Andrews and nobody else.
13.
We're setting up our Durham Smythe bring back.
This is we're
setting
Ferguson,
up setting up Jake Ferguson.
Yeah. I wasn't seriously touting Durham Smythe. I really hope that you guys didn't think that was sincere.
Well, you can never be too sure these days.
I have taken one Durham Smythe actually.
I took Durham. So on DraftKings you have to take Durham Smythe because you have to take one.
You don't have to. You're not being threatened.
Yeah, to get the tier credits to get there. I think it's like to get like 2,000 tier credits. You have to take one player from every skill position on every team.
Oh, really?
So you do literally have to
You
take
are
Durham
forced to
Smythe.
take Durham Smythe.
You have to take Durham
Or you
Smythe.
take Elijah Higgins.
And you have to take Logan Thomas. Those are the
I don't need to be.
Here's where I just take Devontae Parker, but you guys aren't going to let me do it. So
Well, we actually just took him in the other draft.
We're taking.
We want Wandale.
Do we have to take Wandale? Is there no other Giants
Wandale.
wide receiver? Is there a Giants wide receiver that doesn't have an ACL and an 8 out of 6?
Can we take Ferguson? And hope
I would
Wandale
say
gets
that's
sniped?
a 17th rounder. Nope. I hope Wandale gets
Guys,
sniped.
Wandale. Okay, I'm just gonna get my
He's
Wandale.
such
Like,
a bad pick.
he's the biggest just zero pick in fantasy football this year. I get he's so cheap, but like coming off a
Wandale
late
or
season,
Hyatt. We could take Hyatt.
I don't get it.
would
Coming
rather
out of a
have
late
Hyatt.
season ACL tear, he literally like only catches like screens and flats and tore his ACL in December. Like
Wandale's so
I don't know,
polarizing. It's
man.
funny that we didn't even take him in the other draft. I didn't take him in a draft where Siegele was saying he's like one of the best picks on the board. I think it was Siegele.
Why?
It all blends together.
He had
You guys,
okay,
the
if-
chat can remind me. Who touted Wandale earlier? I literally don't know.
Dude, his 100-yard game. If you can watch his 100-yard game on YouTube, like 60 yards are 2-minute drill in the end of the first half where he's just catching like dump offs and like running 10 yards when they're playing prevent defense and he's catching dump offs. That's his like 100-yard breakout game that everyone talks about. I don't know, man. Like
that. Well, his game against the
I don't
Jaguars
know.
was legitimate. I mean, unless you just think all flop production is illegitimate.
We're taking
but his game
Ferguson
against the
here, right?
Jaguars was primarily first
Yes.
half. Yes.
Yeah, Fergie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Um,
That's the game I'm talking about.
I think you're
Here's
talking
the thing
about
with-
his second game, aren't you? Like you're saying because his first game against the Jaguars, almost all his production was in the first quarter.
don't know,
Wandale
man.
got recruited to the University of Nebraska as a fucking running back. That dude is literally dog. I cannot accept Wandale Slayton.
I'm somewhere in
He's
between you
awesome.
guys. Like I am all in for Wandale, the football player. I think he's like a big time. Like you should get him for a 3rd round pick in Dynasty in every league. Like I think he was a pretty sound prospect, good draft capital, had like pretty much anything you'd want to see from him when he played. But he is a horrendous fit for a half PPR scoring format. He's only drawing live for a slot wide receiver role on a team with 3 other plausible slot wide receivers, and he doesn't have an ACL. I don't really get the bet. Like you have to overcome health obstacles, depth chart obstacles for the payoff of being Daniel Jones's slot wide receiver on a 70% route share. Like that just seems like I'm like hopping through spikes, like a bed of spikes.
It sounds
for a pot
like
of copper.
It sounds
I
like
just
your
don't really
third
get it.
eye is slammed shut. It sounds
Yeah,
like your
you
third
have
eye
a-
could not
your eye
possibly
is
be
slammed
more
shut.
I'd rather take
I
he's
sleep
he's my
so-
5th preference in Giants wide receivers.
I
I'd
sleep
rather
so
take
comfortably
Hodgins,
having
Slayton,
0% Wandale.
Hodgins, Slayton,
Actually-
Terrence Campbell, Jalen Hyatt. I will take Wandale over Sterling Shepard, but it's a decision.
I wouldn't even go there. He'd be my 6th.
Here's the thing. This is why I think it makes sense. We have Stafford. We've bet on Cup. We've
Sure.
got. We need. What do we need? We want bringbacks on that stack.
That's what we
why
could
we're
have taken-
interested in Giants wide receivers. Who could we have taken?
We're all
No, Slayton was
Bryant's
gone.
Slayton was there.
Yeah,
wasn't he?
No, Slayton was gone.
Oh, okay.
I just don't think like.
was
And I'd
gone.
rather just take Tutu or Puka.
Well, they're usually available in the 18th round, and that's literally who I'm going to suggest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's. I mean, to me, like, it's two.
No,
we
not,
took 2
not
outs.
Puka. Come on, not Puka.
I'm just saying that because I
Marcus
want
Robinson?
to. I don't want to be a snake. If you're looking at like we're taking 2 cheap stabs on Giants wide receivers as potential bringbacks.
Oh,
then-
someone took Justin Ross just to tilt me.
Just
They
to
took
tilt
Justin
you. Look at that.
They don't
Oh,
love
look at that. Oh, with the Mahomes team too. He's got to get Justin Ross. He had to have him.
Oh,
Can I pitch Josh
hate
Reynolds
that
to
for you.
anybody?
No, you can't.
the
Marvin
Where is
Jones.
he? Josh Reynolds? Is he on the
Oh,
line?
Tutu got
still?
sniped.
Yeah, he's going to be a starter. all
Oh,
year
that's
for the
why we
Detroit
said
Lions.
Puka. That's why we.
I'm sick.
Puka's a
I'm
better
sick
pick
to my.
than
I'm
Tutu.
sick to my
We
goddamn
can't get
stomach right now.
Tutu on the Davis team. This
Right,
is,
but we can
Puka-
take
is
Josh
Puka there?
Reynolds as our bring back for the Dallas stack. And he's going to be starting in 3 wide receiver sets. He's starting in 2
No.
wide receiver
At the
sets
end
for
of the
first
year?
6 weeks.
Should we
This
just take
is 3 wide
Puka?
receiver sets at the end of the year? I think so.
Let's just
He's
take
taking
guys
more than
gotta-
Marvin Jones.
you guys got to
Let's just
nominate someone, or we're doing Robert
Puka.
Woods.
No, my
Puka,
God, not
Puka,
Robert Woods.
Puka.
Can we take Leonard
Puka.
Fournette?
I'd do Leonard Fournette. I don't care.
With
Yeah.
1 second, we got Puka in.
I feel pretty strongly, actually, like in hindsight, that Puka and Wandale combined will not contribute as much to this team as Leonard Fournette.
When Leonard Fournette is a starting running back in week 6, everyone is just going to be they're going to be like, wow, we just spent the entire offseason letting Leonard Fournette be an 18th round pick, and he's just
so much Fournette.
It's going to be week 17. Leonard Fournette will be projecting for 14.8 half PPR points, and Puka Nacua and Wandale Robinson will have 8 combined receptions.
I'm starting to get worried about the Fournette bags, like just a little bit. I'm still taking him, but like,
it's fine.
I'm getting like a little Will Fuller energy at this point, where I'm like, what is the point of me going 30% on a guy who might not be playing in the league this year?
I mean, you talked a big game, thing, right? You talked a big game. The chat is reviewing this team quite harshly. We got Snake on 2-2 Atwell, which sort of sums up our last couple of rounds.
I mean, I think with Fournette, like, okay, yes, I absolutely think there's like, I will say it's even over. I'll say it's like a 50% chance he is unsigned by week 1. That's fine. I think it's like a 20% chance he's unsigned at some point during the season. And even if that 20% hits.
Wait, what percent chance he's not signed by week 1?
I think it's 50-50.
Wow.
That's high.
Like, I think it's pretty
it's only
50-50.
It's only 50-50 if no running back gets hurt in the preseason. Like no running back.
Well, because here's the take, right? If you're Leonard Fournette, at this point,
I just saw someone say Ben Skowronek in the chat. That person needs to leave immediately. No Skowronek talk. No,
we're not doing Ben Scrotum.
Wow.
I think with Leonard Fournette, right? If you're Fournette, and at this point it's pretty clear, like nobody is demanding his services. Like he's not getting a $4 million contract or anything like that. So to me, it's like why sign up to be a backup and see if the running back ahead of you gets hurt? Why not just wait until any of the running backs get hurt, and then you get to go to the team where you know you're going to get the touches? So I wouldn't be surprised if he's just waiting in the wings in like week 3, and then Joe Mixon pulled a hamstring, he's out for the next 4 weeks. Like we're calling up Leonard Fournette. Like I just foresee that, and I think you can easily pay off from that. Like Latavius Murray started last year unemployed, then he was on the Saints practice squad, then he was on the Broncos, then he was killing it in the playoffs. Like Leonard Fournette can do that, and you're happy.
The thing that Fournette has going for him too is, I was looking at this last week. There's like over 10 teams easily where the running back 2 is just like an absolute nobody, like undrafted free agent, 6th round rookie. And a lot of these teams are like aspiring playoff teams, like the Bengals. No offense to Rojo, but Dallas, the Chargers. The Giants, the Jets, like the Jets, put Zonovan Knight ahead of Michael Carter last year. Like there's so many teams out there where the running back 2 is like a wasteland. So I feel like there's plenty of spots for those guys. But at the same time, the teams might just be like, hey, like, fuck it, let's just ride with the guys that have
There's going to be injuries, guys.
Season. Yeah.
The people are going to take their ACLs and stuff. It's going to suck. There's going to be injuries in training camp. I think all these guys are going to get signed probably before the season, because there will be enough injuries. Sure. Sprained ankles, tweaked hamstrings. Like they don't have to all be season ending. It's just like, oh shit, we need, and also not just to the starters, right? Like a running back 2, Tajay Spears finally admits he doesn't have an ACL. The Titans signed someone.
That's
Leonard Fournette hit for multiple teams. Like it could be like, oh, this guy sprained his ankle, he's out for 3 weeks. Like Leonard Fournette comes up, plays. Oh, he's not playing special teams. We've demoted him to the practice squad. Oh, he's been signed by another team. Like these guys could literally hit on multiple teams.
100%. Browns is one. Jerome Ford, gets turf toe. I mean, like that's.
How about the Vikings? How about the Vikings who have all these?
Oh wait, Alexander Madison sucks. That's weird. Who would have predicted? Oh, Leonard Fournette falling down.
Yeah. So I just think all these guys are signing, unless they don't want to play, right? Like
that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like Fournette,
Lenny's hat, man. That hat, it had all the teams on it. Right. He wants to play. I think he wants to play.
My take on it is just that it doesn't matter when, but like I just don't think it's going to happen soon, I guess is my point, because some people are like, why haven't they signed yet? And it's like, well, it doesn't serve the team well to sign Leonard Fournette now, because why would they, right? If you're the Chargers now, why not go through training camp and see if Isaiah Spiller's any good, right? Like why not?
Yes.
Why not wait and see, right? Training camp, no consequences. See if your young guys can play. Sure, Cowboys, like let's see if Malik Davis can play in the preseason. Why not? And then other teams are looking at it and
Jaguars,
saying, hey, like
right? Big speed.
someone else might cut a running back we like, right? And then we like that running back. And then you get the end of preseason. Some teams have cut some guys. Some teams are dissatisfied with their current crop. Now another round. And then you could even get a round in season. Like, only one I'm kind of bearish on signing at all is Kareem Hunt, because to me, it's like, do you want to like sign like a noted bad person for like a depth running back role? Like, I don't know if you, to me, it's like, if you're just signing someone for a job that literally anyone could do, like
the locker room
you prefer to
vibes
do a good
on Lenny are way better than
Lenny
seems like a great dude.
It seems like an immaculate locker room vibes on Lenny, and I've bet against Lenny many times in his career. But although, isn't that funny though? Because talk about a turnaround. I mean, he was literally cut from the Jaguars. They were completely out on him. It seemed like as a person, like they were like kind of out, and then he just like completely revived his reputation among.
He got that Brady shine.
Us. Yeah, he got the Brady shine. Yeah, it was fun.
Became
And playoff Lenny,
winner,
he did the playoff Lenny thing.
He was playoff Lenny, Lombardi Lenny. What's he going to be now? It's like late season
Lenny.
Claim off the practice squad Lenny. Yeah, late.
What was the thing with the Jags? Like, didn't like Tom Coughlin hate Lenny because he like missed a team photo or something? It was something weird, right? Like,
I thought there was some kind of like.
I think being hated by Tom
involved.
Coughlin is a positive for your personality.
Yeah, I thought it was Tom.
One
Coughlin
could argue
hating him, but I don't remember.
Tom Coughlin did hate him.
Anyways, that's a lot of Leonard Fournette talk.
We have a great team. Puka, Wandale, the guys you need.
Yeah, let's review the team real quick. So
would have felt I would have felt better with Tutu. I would have felt better.
I would have felt better with Tutu as well.
I would have felt better with Devontae Parker, but that's just
Devontae Parker. Listen, it's not a bit with Sam. Okay, he really look at.
So the Juju thing was a little bit of a bit. The Thielen thing was a bit. I was never actually drafting those guys. Like, I'm gonna be so.
You had a Thielen bit.
Parker. Yeah, we had a lot of bits. We've been doing this since February, Jacob. We've talked about it.
Yeah, I listened to most episodes, but I missed the Thielen.
We spent like an hour and a half on DJ Chark versus Adam Thielen in March.
We did.
So
we did. That was March.
The winner is no one.
Exactly. All right, let's review the team. Pat, what do you think?
All right. Dak Prescott and Matthew Stafford feels like we're getting kind of the two quarterbacks in the window move, but Stafford at a really nice discount there. That's okay. I don't hate it. Pollard, Etienne, Pacheco, Mitchell, Spears. Pretty good. Pretty good running
back room.
Very nice.
Etienne value. Very nice. Pacheco, we didn't even talk about that. We almost a 10-pick discount on him.
That's a very half PPR running back room.
This is where it gets a little ugly. But I will say, look, we played it. We got Rashee Rice and Jonathan Mingo, which are like legitimate upside swings as our wide receiver 5 and 6. Isaiah Hodgins is kind of a bridge wide receiver for an otherwise shitty room if those wide receivers don't get it together. Wan'Dale Robinson is another late season swing, and Puka Nacua is a wasted pick because we couldn't get to it. So overall,
would people feel much better about this team if we had Bryce Young instead of Wan'Dale? Like, if they hate the Wan'Dale pick, would they be like, "Oh, you got Bryce Young, like it's fine"?
I don't know. Like, I think it's just a personal thing for me and Wan'Dale, but like, I don't think structurally it was. I think you do want to do two quarterbacks with Dak and Stafford stacked with pass catchers. Like, I'm not sure the Bryce Young to Mingo stack really adds much to this team, as does an extra flyer at wide receiver. So I don't know the problem structurally.
We don't need the Bryce Young. Like, we kind of have. We made the bet on these two guys.
We could have
Bryce Young
like
hitting our week 17 lineup.
Right, like if we could have gotten like a pick 180 Kyler had we taken Rondale or something like that. That's interesting. But like the Bryce Young is left. I like our team, except that I hate all of our wide receivers. But if you pretend that these wide receivers are just the average of wide receivers available at those ADPs, then it's a great wide receiver.
Structurally, this team makes a lot of sense. It does not make sense to have picked the players we did.
Not a good draft for the player takes.
These players are fine. These players are perfect.
That's the correct word, Davis. These players are fine. Yeah.
I do really wish we had Tutu. I'm legitimately tilted.
I am too. Because
what's the Tutu deal like? That's not a bit. I thought it was a bit. You guys actually
it's not a bit.
He's the Rams McCole Hardman. He's the guy. He does two things. One, on a team where you're maybe going to struggle for wide receiver production early in the season, he should be on the field. And two, there is some nominal chance that the Rams are much better than the market thinks, and they're actually scoring points and, like doing fun shit that the McVay offense used to do, and Atwell is involved in that later.
I'm on board with number 2. I don't really get number 1. Like, what route share are you projecting for Tutu Atwell? Like,
it's just that the wide receiver 2 is wide open.
Powell?
Like Van Jefferson.
No, I think he could be like their third wide receiver. Like,
yeah,
depending on how Puka.
And I don't really think Van Jefferson is that good.
Probably DeMarcus Robinson.
Oh my! Enough.
Oh, you and Gretsch.
Yeah,
he's correct.
Tutu is like Wan'Dale Robinson if he was actually a real wide receiver and had a chance to play this year.
Well, let me make a point. Let me make a point.
Do you want to do a Robinson bet? Wan'Dale Robinson versus DeMarcus Robinson. Half PPR points scored in 2023.
Well, let me make a point that Kerrane often makes, which is that a great way to ensure that your guy is on the field and playing is via production on special teams. So DeMarcus Robinson is not going to return at all, but Tutu Atwell was a phenomenal returner in college and a good returner as a rookie. They let Brandon Powell do it last year, but I do not believe Brandon Powell is on the roster anymore. So Tutu has a pretty clear path to being like a core part of their 53-man roster.
Tutu also wins downfield. Like his production last year was like deep bombs, which I like.
Yes.
In best ball, I don't like screens and flats only. That's just me.
Yeah. I mean, he's getting a little bit. It's weird. It's weird he's getting used deep downfield, but he is.
I mean, he's fast. Like the 2-2 pick can be. The 2-2 pick can be wrong and fine. Like it can be, oh man, he has a 12% route share for the season, but 1 week he can have a 12% route share with 1 target and 1 catch for 70 yards and a touchdown, and then
his route share is going to be higher than that for sure. But more importantly,
it'll probably be above 12. Yeah.
More importantly, if you just think about it as 18th round McCole Hardman on the Rams. That's the right way to think about it.
I like 18th round McCole Hardman on the Jets.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
That's trying to wrap this up.
We got to wrap up. We did not end this strongly at all, but it is over now. And so we got to figure out if we're doing our mailback pod to close out the Dynasty series that me, Davis, and Jacob have been doing this week. We're going to do it. It's either this week or next week. It seems like maybe next week, but keep an eye out for that, and I'll tweet out when it actually is and get the questions, and we'll get that going. But we've been doing that'll be the 5th part of a Dynasty series that Jake and I and Davis have been doing, and so check it out if you haven't checked it out. But yeah, anything else you guys got going on?
I'll miss this. This is going to be like the 6th of 7 podcasts we've done over 2 months. It feels like I've had 2 new semi-permanent podcast hosts. So I'll mourn the end of it.
We're going to figure something else out next.
We should do some check-ins on the Dynasty ranks and stuff throughout the year. So, and then ADP chasing, make sure to check that out on Mondays at noon. That's always been we're finally going to get – we got the Hopkins signing, which is nice. Yeah, we're going to see some ADPs changed.
We
should have some people to keep up, Sam?
Yeah. I don't know, man. They're we don't need to get into it, but they're kind of breaking recently. I don't know what's going on. But anyway,
really? I had no idea about this. I was just
no, they are. The charts are actually breaking. But we'll figure it out.
How can they break? You've been running them for like months.
Dude, yeah, that's not a good podcast conversation, but the charts, I'll figure out the charts. They'll be back.
There was the last 5 minutes.
They're currently broken, but they'll be back. And we should have training camp news by next week.
Oh my god!
So that'll be fun to sort through.
All right, breaking news.
Charts breaking news.
Yeah. Subscribe to Thinking About Thinking. There we go.
Yes, Thinking About Thinking. Take Cast, Sports Grid Fans Football Podcast. ADP Chasing.
Beautiful.
Thank you guys.
See you guys.
Later, fellas.
Later. All right, we got Kyle Dvorchak. We got Chris Allen. We got RotoPat joining the stream for the final stream of the day.
What's going on, boys?
Welcome, guys.
So I heard you kind of getting ragged there at the end of the previous draft. You got stuff breaking. You got Mecole Hardman talk. You got poor man's Mecole Hardman talk.
Demarcus Robinson has come up several times with impassioned takes today. That's what happens when you stream for more than a couple hours.
That's when you know it's getting good. When you get some D-Rob talk, that's when you know it's getting good.
What team is Demarcus Robinson on this year? The Bears?
No, keep going. I want to see how many guesses it's in.
I'd say this ought to be good.
Jets?
No,
it's not the Falcons. It's not any team I've done in the depth chart so far. Let's see here. Is it? Oh, it's the Giants.
Nope.
It's the. Oh my God! It's not the Bucks? Is it the Commanders? I'm actually out of guesses. Tell me, I need to put them in our depth charts.
It's the Rams. It's the Rams.
Oh, wow. Yikes.
I almost said the Ravens because that's where he was last year, but he's on the Rams.
Big trouble in Little Skowronek City.
Yeah, and Little Tutu City.
I was about to say, like that should have dovetailed right into that Tutu conversation.
I was updating our Rams depth chart earlier today, and I had like an extremely negative, mean thought. I just didn't tweet it out, but I'll say it on the podcast now. Ben Skowronek's definitely one of the very worst players in the entire NFL.
Well, he's been called Ben Scrotum several times in the chat, so it could be meaner.
He was the classic last year. I feel like he only ever got targeted in the end zone, and then it was only ever the ball bouncing off his hands, like either out of bounds or to the other team.
Yeah.
Well, they use Ben Skowronek as a fullback, which is typically, I think, what good receivers happen. I think Justin Jefferson lined up as a fullback a bunch. Like maybe it was more as a rookie, and like Cooper Kupp, he probably lined up as a fullback. But Ben Skowronek legitimately lined up as a fullback. He's a tiny wide receiver, like skin and bones fella, and they're like, "Yeah, you fullback, buddy."
Now, in his defense, if John Wolford is throwing you passes, I would say that we do have to give some credit, to what he's trying to do out there. I mean, Skowronek, he could be a good player. We don't know. I mean,
I know. Very kind of you. That's very kind of you. His hands don't seem related to Wolford, but yeah.
That is fair. That is fair.
All right, a couple points here before we get started in this draft. I've been kind of just firing these in behind the scenes, to try to get drafts that aren't like complete avalanches. That is not what I want for this draft. I want this to be a full-blown avalanche. I want to blow
let's go.
RotoPat's mind. And so to the point that we are taking wide receivers that are not on the RotoWorld depth charts. That's what we're trying to do this draft. Before we get into the draft, and I'll do a 3-2-1 countdown before I enter, so don't worry. But I do just want to ask you before we get out of here, this is the last draft of the day. Subscribe to the channel. We are like 3 people away, I believe, or something from hitting 2,000. So that would be awesome as part of the stream today. Sign up for Legendary Upside and get $30 off at legendaryupside.com/early. You can also get a $50 credit for Underdog by signing up for the site. By signing up, you fill out a form. It's under perk/Discord at the top of the site. I'll send your username over to Underdog. And next Monday is when I would expect you to receive the credit because I'm sending them over in batches about once a week. So that's out of the way. Let's go ahead and get drafting. 3, 2, 1. All right.
For Chris and Pat and RotoPat, I've been tuning in every now and then. I'll tune in, watch a draft, goes horribly, and I tune out. Pat, you're generally not thrilled with how the drafts have gone, I would say. Is that like a fair characterization? Some good, some bad, but nothing that's blown you away, right?
Nothing that has blown me away. Nothing has kind of fell together in a coherent way where I'm like, damn, that was a good one. But I would say some have been good. I would say some have been good.
All right.
Some have not been.
I'm just kidding. I haven't even seen them.
Got a lot of Jordan Love stacks out there.
Just comes in with the flames, just like I disagree.
I haven't even seen all of them. I saw the last one and the 2 before that or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think last draft you had a Stetson Bennett, Demarcus Robinson stack.
Well, you got to get that correlation, Pat.
Yes.
By the way, I see D-Rob signed on June 12th. I was on vacation. If you're wondering how I missed that breaking news.
Oh, you don't catch up on your work emails?
No, I wasn't checking from the beach in South Padre Island the Rams transaction wire. He's their number 2 receiver, though. Someone should have told me about that.
I mean, for the people that are really out there grinding, I have his so D-Rob's Twitter account like on my alerts, just like Schefter. So whenever stuff like this pops up, I mean, Pat, you got to be on this stuff.
Is that because you expected D-Rob to break into media? Is that
yes,
is that why you started
exactly? Yeah.
D-Rob's actually breaking baseball transactions. He had the St. Louis Cardinals signing Ryan Tepera yesterday. So
not a real player, but
that went on over like a lead balloon, by the way.
I don't know what anything you just said is.
Oh, wait, you said Tapia? Did he used to play for the Brewers?
No, that was Raimel Tapia. Played for the Rockies. I think maybe the Brewers. I'm talking about a reliever. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Ryan Tepera. But anyways.
Oh, Tepera.
Crane, you're almost on the clock
making
here.
names up, bud.
Time to start.
We're almost on the clock, Pat. We are almost on the clock.
That's true. Here we go. Let's see here. Who's been going? I can't read this.
So Kelsey's here at a discount, and AJ Brown is here at a discount, which are the kind of the two.
I will never quote just take the value with the tight end. Never once done that.
Dude, if Kelsey makes here at 10, like we're throwing that down. That is
that has to be
windmill.
All right, that's fine. Can he keep getting away with it? I noticed his yards per route run actually increased a little last year. I felt like maybe like the last gasp though.
I don't know why I would feel that way. Doesn't matter. I don't see why we would go anywhere else, right? I mean, I don't know. If you wanted Bijan, go for it, but
no, AJ Brown.
I can't make the case for Bijan over AJB.
Love it. I haven't drafted him all day.
So Kelsey, I guess too, even if the efficiency collapsed though, he's just going to see so many red zone targets. Like it just doesn't even matter. Like
what was the one game where he scored like 5 touchdowns and got 75 yards? Like he could just do that a bunch.
It was under. I think it was like 40 yards.
Was it really
4 touchdowns? Yeah, that's Travis Kelsey summer. So Crane, now when are we allowed to take Hurts? Since we got AJB.
I don't think yet. I don't think we take him yet.
When do we take Jack Stoll?
We pray he goes to the 3rd round and then he'll get sniped and we'll be set.
Quez Watkins, you got to draft in like the 10th round, or else you're not going to get him.
Kerrane, do you ever avoid stacking the Eagles or taking Hurts because there's like so few people to stack them with? Or...
Well, we are on the clock. What do you guys like here?
I would just take Garrett or Amon-Ra below ADP by 2-3 picks. 2 picks.
Jonathan Taylor season.
I've taken a bunch of Amon-Ra today, so I'm kind of leaning.
That's fine. Go for it.
How come we didn't even consider Waddle?
I'd be into Waddle too.
Yeah, whatever.
I would just looked at the top of. I was sorting by ADP with my eyes, but
okay.
I would have been fine with Waddle too. He's also fine.
Crane, do you have any Jonathan Taylor shares? Like, I think
I have a ton of Jonathan Taylor.
Okay, so I feel like people are only making the negative. I'm starting to see some people finally making the positive Jonathan Taylor case, but
I'm at 16.5% on Jonathan Taylor.
It's like, wow, because people are really forgetting when the 24-year-old was the #1 overall player in fantasy 2 years ago. And,
it's kind of wild.
Yeah, it is really, really wild.
Yeah, I was out on theory on Taylor in like May 1st, and then actually putting it to practice. I'm like, oh no, the 24-year-old who was the 101 a year ago. Let's just take that guy.
Yeah, that seems like a good pick.
But Crane has never drafted a running back, so we didn't do it.
That's true. I've never drafted one, as you can see by this draft. So
yes,
yeah.
It is funny. Garrett Wilson just set and forget in round 2, huh? Do we have any fear that Aaron Rodgers is gonna like have his COVID club guys and just like only throw to them and not?
Well, what's Garrett's like? What is his personality like? That's important here.
Yeah.
Say, are they cool? Like him and Rodgers cool? We need this like insider.
Because Adam seems like pretty chill and normal, and like I've seen interviews with him. He does not come across like Aaron Rodgers.
No, I think Rodgers is pretty transactional. He's pretty cool if you get him 12 touchdowns or whatever.
Right.
Which is why you love Jake Kumaro so much.
Yeah.
Hour 7 of the stream for Pat.
We've got Jake Kumaro. Someone should compile
Pat, you think 7 hours in, you're the first to mention Jake Kumaro. You're the 9th.
I know, it's true.
Yeah.
I wanted
actually the first.
I was going to say, I wanted to be the first to mention at least one player today, but maybe someone in the underdog pool, actually.
True.
Has anyone mentioned Justin Shorter yet today?
No.
That has to be a first.
Is it Cavante? I'm not sure.
Cavante Turpin?
Turpin, Kavonte Turpin has come up.
Oh my goodness!
Of course, he's really good. Of course, he would come.
What team is he on? I just saw him on the depth charts.
He's a Dallas kick returner. He's like a really good kick returner, and he was a stud in the XFL.
Kenny and Wongwu came up today.
Wow.
Sure, why not?
What about Ty Chandler?
Ty Chandler has been drafted today.
What?
by us. I think twice.
Oh God!
Has Rico Dowdle come up?
Rico Dowdle has not come up.
That's a good name.
Have you drafted Ezekiel Elliott at any point today?
I almost was in a position where he would have made sense, but I was on stream with Shawn Siegele at the time, and I asked Shawn if he would have been open to taking Ezekiel Elliott, and he
was probably not open.
He's probably not. Actually, I'm pretty sure I threw up in his mouth.
He immediately disconnected. Have you taken any Dalvin? What's your Dalvin opinion?
We had Dalvin like 20 picks past ADP and still passed.
Wow. I would have done that. And I'm also very anti-Dalvin with you as well, but I would have done that, I think.
I took him in the Scott Fish Bowl. Now, granted, I never understand what's going on in the Scott Fish Bowl.
Tight ends are good.
Tight ends are very good.
I did hear that.
I have Dalton Schultz and Irv Smith riding them to glory.
Well, good tight ends are good.
Yes.
You're still screwed. Josh Jacobs goes, which would have been kind of interesting.
Oh man, see, Josh Jacobs is going to be right. I feel like too. Josh Jacobs is only ever getting the negative case. But what are we doing here, Patrick?
I like Debo.
leaning in to stare.
I like Keenan. Okay.
Debo's a guy where I feel like we only ever hear the negative case too.
I would go Keenan over Debo, but another one where like they're both good picks. I'm fine with them.
Chris,
I'd probably go Keenan.
I've gone Keenan like over Debo, but yeah.
Keenan
was just nuking at the end of the year. Like as soon as he got back on the field, because he came back that one false start in like week 7. When he actually came back, he was in like a 1,400-yard pace for like 8 games or something. Not, still 8 half-season sample, but like not nothing. It was very clear that he was like the guy. And Mike Williams was like, I don't know, I'm just not a Mike Williams guy, but like he's a number 2 or more. So
I don't take a lot of Amari Cooper, but this is 6 picks past ADP, and he's correlated with Garrett Wilson.
Oh, perfect. Do it.
Oh my gosh. Correlated with Garrett Wilson, huh?
I normally haven't taken much Amari, but I was making the case for him on Twitter. Like, you look at target share guys, and like he really looks a lot closer to the elites than you think. He was like 26 and change last year, and we're already like at least somewhat betting.
We treat him
on
like
the
he's
Deshaun
30.
Watson.
So maybe in his ninth
not 30.
season,
To be honest, he's not 30. I also treat him like he's 30.
maybe in his ninth season he will finally get 1,200 yards.
There's no way he doesn't have.
Looking very powerfully into it. He's never once had 1,200 yards.
All right.
Is that right?
He is considering it very strong.
1189, 1114, 1160, 1153, but he's right.
That's
he's
such a good boomer stat.
Yeah, no
it's
more.
So good because it is like shit. Really?
It's not even it's not a stat as much as a state of mind. He's hard cash.
See, and I thought he would be. I thought with Dak he would have gotten there, but no.
There's just no ceiling. It doesn't matter what the setup is. You could be like, he's with Joe Montana and he's allowed to play against 80s football players as a 2010s football player.
1,199 yards.
Yeah, exactly. 1,199 yards still. But yeah, whatever.
Pat, I like this team so far. I hate to say it, but this is one
I do
of the better
too.
teams you started with.
It's kind of fun. It's a fun start.
And you've got a good mix.
I'm optimistic.
You've got like wide receiver one overall upside with AJB. You've got like dark horse, like top 5 wide receiver upside with Garrett Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
You banked the compiling with Keenan. You banked some
An
compiling.
1,199-yard upside with Amari Cooper.
And still, I mean, if you still want to work in the quarterbacks that at least like almost all of them are attached to, minus Hurts, obviously. I mean, they're still available at this point. I mean, I'm assuming we won't get Herbert, but it's potential.
It's possible. Probably
It's
not,
possible.
given how early Fields went. Like,
yeah,
on the side of the board could do.
I'm guessing he'll go, but like the rest of them.
What if we stack AJB with Tanner McKee? Has he been mentioned yet today?
There's no way.
He has not. Is that even their backup? Who's their backup?
It is. I had to double check it this week.
Oh my god!
I mean,
wow.
I assume he'll be their 3rd string, right?
Wait a minute, is Marcus Mariota on the Eagles?
That's who it is. Yeah, it's
Yes.
Mariota.
Yeah, because
but
Minshew's
McKee
with
is
the
on
Colts.
that roster, right?
Yeah,
Kyle,
Mariota's on the Eagles.
Kyle, we really badly need to add Marcus Mariota to our depth charts. He wasn't there yesterday. We've had some problems with the changeover, Patrick.
Well, yeah, that's
Is
not on us. I'm
Hurts
sure
on
he's
there?
actually on the roster.
Hertz was on there. Mariota was not. And I was like, man, I guess they're just going into the season with Tanner McKee as their backup. That feels risky. And they're not, it turns out.
Mariota's not that much better.
No, he's not.
Oh, let's see if the Mike Williams person does the Justin Herbert.
If not, then we might be solid. Oh, we might be good.
Our odds went up a lot just now.
Yeah.
Plus, we have are we in position for Watson? Watson's at 84, and we're going to be picking 82. So yeah, we're in good shape either way.
This could work. This could work.
Oh yeah.
If we don't get Herbert, what else do you guys like? I think one of these running backs is actually pretty interesting in the late fifth if they were to fall.
I like Dobbins. We had
them,
Ravens reporter Clifton Brown on our podcast yesterday, and he said Dobbins is the third down back. I mean, not that was like really up in the air, but he also confirmed they want more running back receptions, so on and so forth. He basically was making the upside case for J.K. Dobbins. He wasn't a fantasy guy, but he was basically making the upside case for J.K. Dobbins, that the usage is going to be what we want.
This is pretty rare. We see Jamar Chase and T. Higgins stacked up with Patrick Mahomes, and then that allows Burrow to still be on the clock.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
That's why I was trying to figure out why Burrow is still on the clock, and I had no clue. Curious, Pat, if or Chris or anyone, if you're in the fifth round and like the Ken Walker spot, would you double elite QB, especially knowing you had both Bengals? Like, I've been in that spot like once before, and I had no clue what to do.
I don't think I'd do it.
I wouldn't do it either. You kind of made your bed there. I just wouldn't do it. I would do it with one, but not both. I'm not taking
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so Burrow goes to pick before. Do you want to just get Herbert?
Yes.
Yeah,
I feel pretty good about banking Herbert.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jalen Guyton's back. People are saying. Many people are saying. But, anyone?
You're looking at the Chargers depth. Are you looking at the Chargers depth chart?
No, but that somehow has been a recurring motif on our show. And hey, people forget. Not a fantasy name, but Jalen Guyton's out. Like they didn't have any downfield game guys, and that has somehow been a motif on our.
Can we get some Michael Bandy love instead, or anything?
Oh
like
yes,
that?
hell yeah, we can.
Can we get some of that? I mean, let's do that instead.
He was a big preseason guy, right? Like he was a good preseason producer for like preseason DFS grinders.
Yeah.
Remember when Josh Palmer was getting downfield targets for some reason last year?
Oh, poor Josh Palmer. Yeah.
What a
he had his chance. He got his chance.
He definitely had his chance. No one can say he didn't get his chance last year.
There's no just give this guy a shot takes.
No.
Just give this guy a few more shots.
He did get it.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, I'm a big fan of. Are you guys in him?
Yes.
I would go Kyle Pitts, but I also have a ton of JSN. So
what's like the bullish JSN case? Because I still feel like JSN is basically like apprenticing Tyler Lockett this year. And it's more about, I think, sorry if you guys have heard me say this, I thought it was more about like a succession plan for Tyler Lockett. But
I think he's ready.
He's ready.
He's ready right now.
He's definitely ready. I just think the Seahawks are weird. They had no receiving depth. I think they basically took a value, and it's going to be hard for him to like really get the targets this year.
I mean, like the alternative is playing Colby Parkinson and Will Dissly a bunch of snaps.
They literally didn't have a number 3 receiver. Like
right.
No, I know. I'm saying
DS
like now that they have one, now that they have a number 3 receiver, like there's an opportunity cost.
He'll be out there. I just think that they're such target dominators, Lockett and Metcalf.
I don't know, man. I think like that is kind of what he is. Like he's the target dominator.
He was for
like,
1 year. 1 year. 1 year.
But I mean, if you look at like the player archetype, he gets open very quickly. He gets open short and intermediate area, and Geno Smith is pretty accurate to those parts of the field. That's kind of his strength. So
he is such a good Geno fit too. It is like
such
such
a good
understated
Geno
how Geno is like the expert like mid-range and layup taker, and that's what JSN is. He's the expert mid-range and layup receiver.
Exactly. So my thing is like I'm not worried about the targets. I'm worried about the routes. If he is out there a lot, I think he's getting targeted because he's going to be open.
And from a yak perspective, he should be able to create after the catch, at least as compared to what people have posted. How many clips of Tyler Lockett catching the ball and just immediately going down like right afterwards?
He's so good at it.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost made a career at it for the past like 4 or 5 years.
Plus, you guys are coming on. There's several streams. My wide receiver 5 has been like Jacoby Myers, Jonathan Mingo. So look, JSN, my wide receiver 5 here. I mean, thank you for helping me.
I think I'd have gone Pitts there. I think with 4 receivers straight out the gate and Pitts, who I know you like too. So I don't
say, Pat, who was your RB1?
On this team, who was our RB1 going to be? Someone pretty good. I think we're going to be okay. Maybe like Rashad White, Isaiah Pacheco, Javonte Williams.
I forgot. I'm surprised. Like, Jonathan Taylor's still there. Christian McCaffrey's still there. This is underdog. This is the onslaught.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Why don't we take Nick Chubb?
2003, Edgerrin James is there. That's interesting.
Arguably, the moment of the day has been us in the 14th round of a draft and Denny Carter suggesting Pat Freiermuth. So that was.
I didn't watch Denny's. I got to go back.
He was gone.
Yeah,
he was gone. He was a 9th round pick.
That tracks.
How many? 5 picks away. Quentin Johnson for the double. We're live.
I'm into that.
And then I think we hit running back on the next, we're 11 or whatever.
I hate to say it, I actually do like it. It'd be pretty interesting too. For your wide receiver 5 and 6. You're kind of taking like mid-round flyers, but they're both real life first-round picks. That's kind of amazing,
right? I would also be okay with Watson if Johnston goes. I don't know.
Sure.
What do you guys?
Yeah, sure. I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that was allowed.
Well, no, they both have week 5 buys.
Oh man.
We also have 3 wide receivers with week 5 buys.
Good point.
So.
Okay, yeah, I think I'd even be fine with the double buy QB. It's not what I would do, but like I think there's an argument for it. But like also all of the week 5, like we can't then add Cedric Tillman or whatever because we are literally going to have like 3 starting receivers that week.
Mm-hmm. What about Javonte as the bring back on?
I love Javonte. Javonte is so good.
Was he actually good before he got hurt?
He was like the best tackle breaker, one of the best yards after contact running backs in each of the past 2 years. And he was also that way in college. So it all tracks for me.
I never understood why he didn't command more touches. This is
I agree with that.
Very curious.
I agree with that. The Melvin Gordon usage was,
yeah, I'm good with Javonte. Yeah, it was kind of
Melvin Gordon usage was painful.
Yeah, Kyle, to your point, like the receptions, the target share for Gordon was the only thing that was kind of like holding me back on really anointing Javonte as being like the RB1 for that squad.
So Kerrane, your RB1 might be beginning of the year on the pup list.
That's not ideal.
If Rashad White makes it back around, I'd be in on Rashad White because he is just like he's just touches guy, I think. Like maybe he's efficient, but that team's gonna suck. But like we probably just want touches guy at this point.
Yeah.
I wonder what the odds are the Bucks sign somebody though. Even like bring back Lenny.
I don't think that Lenny doesn't want to go back. They're too bad.
He doesn't want to, but he wants to
hear you.
He wants to make money.
He wants to make money.
I can't hear.
How do we mime out Rashad White? I look like
Kerrane is doing the Tim Robinson skit where you're supposed to guess what he is.
Are we all good with Rashad White?
Yeah.
Especially because Pacheco's actually there was a report in the Athletic that
he's not practicing.
The W.
Pacheco's not practicing.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna get at is that no, did he?
We did a W.
Oh, he did.
No.
We were saying not Pacheco.
I don't know what happened. We know you can't hear us.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Well, they made it 6 hours.
Oh man. Yeah. Sorry,
right,
Chris. Before all this, you were saying
Kerrane, just listen out of your computer. Who cares?
So what was it? What the torn leg, labrum, broken finger, something like that.
Hand and shoulder. You would
hand and shoulder. Exactly.
He was recovering from only 1 surgery instead of 2.
Yeah.
And someone in the Athletic said they didn't expect to have him back until a few weeks into training camp, which
it
is
does sound like he's
pretty
not going to be
sus.
ready to begin camp.
All right.
Yes,
I
exactly.
can hear you again.
Pat,
now
we were
we're-
making a W for Rashad White.
Yeah.
That was a W? I thought that was a pass catcher.
Oh no, I understood what Pat was doing right away.
darn. This is pass
there
catcher.
we
This is
go.
W.
Oh,
And Pat, I
God.
pointed at me because I'm also white.
Oh, no.
there were so many signs. The signs were there.
Come on, man.
Well, we got Pacheco.
To be honest,
only reason
Connected to my phone.
Pacheco is like crazy upside. It's just weird with the red flags.
Yeah, the only reason I was against Pacheco in that spot, and I think we all kind of agreed, is that, as Pat, you know, he probably isn't, the Athletic said, he's not expected to come back. And I don't know if Pat's even listening right now.
He might not
I'll
be.
wait till he gets back.
Because like if we already have Javonte, who we expect to miss some time, and there's now a second running back with injury concerns right out the gate.
It's a problem.
Can you guys
Now
hear
can
me?
you hear us?
We can hear you.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
I can't believe Chris, Kyle, and Pat Doherty came on after Pat had 5 so-so drafts. They're fine. Nothing to write home about. And we were throwing it down. We're the meme of what Wade throws to LeBron, goes to camera or whatever, or maybe that reversed.
Yeah.
And then Pat just fumbles the bag with our very obvious, all the signs there for Rashad White.
The $2 million man takes Isaiah Pacheco instead of Rashad White. Very curious.
RotoPat, give the Isaiah Pacheco spiel though, because you like him a lot, and I like. If it was not for that little like scary window of them both missing the first 2 weeks or whatever, I also would have been fine with it.
I mean, Pacheco, you just love the way, like, as a day 3 rookie, that he made himself undeniable early in the season. The real only issue was he wasn't catching passes. He never like fully caught passes, but he did have the 5-catch AFC Championship game. They waited till May, I'm assuming, for like arcane salary cap reasons, to re-sign Jerick McKinnon. They probably still like Jerick McKinnon, but they did leave Jerick McKinnon on the open market for 2 months. I just think CEH isn't getting any coaching staff vote of confidence, like anything like that. They just seem out on CEH. And I do think like he could get like maybe in that 25 to 30 catch range. Maybe, I guess maybe that's not enough, but I don't think the Chiefs can pass as much in the red zone as they did last year either. Like that just feels, even for the Chiefs, kind of unsustainable. And they're going to have like more running back carries in the red zone. And it just seems like there's a lot of arrows pointing upwards for Isaiah Pacheco.
I don't see headphones in for Pat. Can he still hear? Can he hear us or no?
I don't think he can hear us.
I'm talking and his eyes are just glazing around.
This
so
is
clearly
great.
He can't.
Kerrane, you don't have to have headphones to hear. Just have us come out of your computer.
I'm guessing he's worried about the feedback on his mic.
He is.
Put
My
in
headphones
here
are not
who you want.
working. I can't
Show
get
us the
anything to
board.
connect to my computer.
Oh, this is
So
just
put in
excellent.
the private chat who you
broadcasting.
want. Which should have been what I said originally, because you can hear me.
Yeah, we
Yep.
I can't.
You
I don't
can
have
talk
speakers
to
connected
us.
to the computer.
We
I never
can hear
bought
you.
Speakers for
We
the
can hear
computer.
you.
So
Yeah.
it's headphones.
You don't have
Wrong
any
clock.
speakers?
Show us the video.
Also,
before.
Pat
Yeah.
is not showing us the board. So
don't know what's
I'm in
going
for
on.
Brian Robinson. Oh, wait. Actually, either AJ Dillon or Brian Robinson. You guys pick real quick.
I've leaned Dylan over, like in
I
this-
definitely lean Dylan.
Yeah.
Dillon.
J. D.
All right, AJ Dillon.
Somebody put yeah.
AJ Dillon?
Great. He put yeah.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Much easier
Okay,
this
I'm
time.
gonna try again
To be
with
fair,
headphones.
maybe we should have typed out in our chat who we wanted last time with Rashad
No,
White.
that wasn't.
Oh yeah, we didn't think about that.
No,
All
but I
of our
think the bit was
keyboards
much funnier of us
disconnected.
all trying to mime it out. I think that
So-
was a
I
much
mean-
more enjoyable experience for the
Our
listeners
keyboards
to
all
watch.
disconnected at the exact same time.
Yeah.
It's.
I was
it's
fine
some
with either of the
gaming
guys
computer
there.
Didn't come with speakers. I never bought any.
Oh,
It's like trying to hold conversation with a child. He's just talking him
Yeah.
down. It's like doesn't.
Yeah, so
understand
he
how
literally
We're on
doesn't
the
have
clock again.
speakers. That seems wild.
Does he not own 2 pairs of headphones?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Oh shit,
Oh.
Brian!
Are we on the clock?
I'm
Brian Robinson?
yes. I'm
Yeah.
also back in for Brian Robinson. Like that's the type of guy we need. More touchdowns.
Thumbs up is a thing people do. Thumbs up is what you do when you. This is not. What is this? Thumbs up. Thank you, Chris. Thumbs up.
No,
A universally understood symbol. What is this?
It's a W, is what it is.
No.
Does anybody have a big hat? Put a big hat on, so we'll know we should take Brian Robinson.
Oh, my God.
right.
No, Pat, but
That's
Pat
not working.
can't give us the thumbs up spiel
Hang on,
because
I have,
Rashad White was not at the
How do we
top of the
charge
queue,
that?
so we had to communicate to move someone up the queue.
Yeah.
None of these millennials or Zoomers know Morse code either.
Oh man.
Couldn't. tapping on the screen.
Who's got like a notepad with like a Sharpie so we can just like hold up a sign?
That's true.
with
I've
the name
actually
on it?
got. Here we go.
We can figure this out. This is teamwork. This is legitimate
Pat, do you
teamwork
have-
right here, live on stream. There we go.
All right, I'm back.
Here you go, Pat. I was
he's back.
signaling our next
No,
pick.
I thought you were gonna
Kerrane,
write-
leave. This is way funnier. This is way funnier if we
Oh,
make
this is so
RotoPat
much
write
better.
them down.
Should have put like Fryermuth in the 14th. Let's put that on there.
Fryermuth or death.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you get a little? Just pump a little juice into those.
I connected to my other. So I have an old pair of headphones which I use to stream with because they. Oh my god! I just lost them again.
Oh no!
All right, RotoPat, get the notepad back out.
Yep, get it back.
All right, so on this team, we still have no tight ends. Oh, how far? 8 picks away. Greg Dulcich around ADP. Like he's around that.
I like
spot
that.
in ADP. Yep. And he heard
Yeah,
me,
that
apparently,
correlates
and
with
he's a run back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bring back for Herbert. Let's do it.
I just frankly like
do
Greg
that.
Dulcich's ADP too. Like he flashed a lot of the stuff of like a productive tight end as a rookie, which is really hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. 1-2 million and didn't buy speakers. That's true, but I don't really use the speakers. You know, I got.
Who doesn't
Bluetooth
use
speaker I
speakers?
connect-
You ever
I have a
listen to
Bluetooth
music?
speaker I connect to my phone. I play all my music through my phone.
Right, so
Yeah,
you
me
can't
too. I don't
damage
have
your
speakers
hearing.
in my office.
Yeah, they all right. See,
I don't have speakers, but I have more than one pair of headphones.
That is true. Yeah.
I have really nice speakers. I have creative speakers.
guys, I kind of like it though. I kind of like our room. I know Rashad White's who we wanted, but Pacheco gives us some upside. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not,
I mean, just
I don't think
missing-
any of us
just
are.
missing this. That's all we're
Yeah,
missing.
yeah. Next time, I still can't believe that you went with this, Pat. instead
No,
of-
because
Kyle
Kyle
Hey,
explained it. Explain it again, Kyle.
Kerrane, Rashad White was not at the top of the queue, so we needed to communicate to move him up, and there were 3 players in the queue, so we needed to like tell you
Yeah,
how to move the right
isn't
player up.
The W's more like that, or
That would've
like
worked
this?
too.
How could you do that? I can't
Like this.
do that. What were you just doing there?
You
Even?
did this. I did the W.
I
How
will
do you
say, Kerrane,
even
if
do
you
that?
watch the tape back, if you go look
Wait,
at the
hang on,
tape,
what's happening with Pat's hand?
What is that?
You can't do it.
Did he just throw up a gang sign? Like what just happened?
Pat, you can't do that. Pat, put your hand down.
we're almost on the clock.
I'd
Dulcich
like
is-
to apologize. Today on Patrick Crane's stream, I made an inappropriate gesture.
I mean, I don't know. This
God.
is the more natural W. All right, so
I guess I
Dulcich
could have
made it
done
back.
that. I don't know. That looks like 2 V's.
Are we good with
Dulcich
Dulcich?
for me. I think everyone's cool with that.
Oh, look at the pull up the tight end. Pull up the tight ends. Come on, this is
Oh
ridiculous.
boy.
RotoPat, it's a week 17 thing. The
Yeah.
Broncos play the Chargers in week
That's
17.
fine. As Kerrane has pointed out, it seems Sean Payton's at least heard of him now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sean Payton was a little embarrassed when he didn't hear him the first time, so he went back and looked at his tape, and he was like, "Oh, I know who that is. He's cool. He's cool."
He does know who he is now. That's positive.
What do we got on next? We still. I mean, I like the way our running backs turn out. Maybe you need some more touches or whatever, but like, I like our running
I think we're
backs. You
pretty
better
good.
believe I like our receivers. We just got to kind of nail down the onesie positions.
We could do Rodgers as the other side of this.
Yes.
14 picks past ADP.
Oh, 100%. I don't even. That's a
snap.
14 past ADP with our wide receiver 1.
Yeah, snap.
And a bring
I
back.
don't know, whatever.
We have the Cooper bring back too.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, yeah, that's easy. That's easy.
How is the best draft I've done the one where my headphones died?
Well, that's the best draft because we wound
That's
up.
sort of a call. That's like a calls coming from inside the house sort of situation.
We didn't get Rashad White, so this is not the best draft.
Anytime you can't hear
Are you guys
Dave-
Not
willing to
Chris.
Rashad White?
Let me show you these other drafts. It's the best draft.
How into White are you guys?
Pretty good.
I'm not-
I do fear they're going to sign somebody. I think they're going to add somebody in training camp. Is my fear with.
Yeah, I'm not so into him that I'm like dying that we missed on him. He was my pick, but like,
For his cost right now, he's fine.
yeah.
Okay.
That's where I'm
It
at.
seems like a team that just lost Tom Brady, that has such a conservative coaching staff, it has these aging wide receivers. I just have a hard time believing they're going to have like all their eggs in the Rashad White basket. But
That's
they do
why-
so far. It's July 18th, and they still do.
Yeah.
That's why I'll just lean on the volume. And if everybody starts, if the fantasy collective like comes to the realization in August that Rachaad White's going to get all the touches, there's some sense of optimism for the Bucks, and then White starts to get steamed, then I'm out. But for right now, he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, White was dreadful last year too. Was like super inefficient on the ground, and I think that was maybe a product of the Bucks because so was Lenny. But like, the Bucks didn't get better in the offseason, so it's not like we expected the situation around him to improve to let that come up.
Yeah, I thought from a success rate standpoint, like him and Lenny were fairly close, and even like rush yards over expectation, it wasn't like there was this massive gap between the two. So some of it could have just been because of the offensive line injuries and all that. Like that could have played a role.
For sure. Yeah, that's kind of my take on White too. I think he's fine there. I'm not even sure why I changed it to Pacheco at the last second.
Because I don't know. You didn't know what this meant.
I didn't know what this meant, and I just was like,
What did you think I was making a P?
But yeah, you said you thought this was pass catching, but that would also mean White.
That would mean White. Yeah, I honestly just completely panicked. I just fully panicked. It was like, I was like, I've taken Pacheco earlier today. Pacheco is like, he's like on the Chiefs, like he's a starting running back. Like it just felt like more.
I do think the Pacheco, the pass catching role is like even slightly bigger than expected. He like could go like nuclear. And Pat, I was making the case when you couldn't hear. I mean, this is probably faulty logic, but is there any way the Chiefs can pass as much in the red zone again as they did last year? Didn't they passed at like some like insane rate in the red zone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
we're on the clock here.
I feel like even the Chiefs can't do that again.
Yeah.
Jerome Ford's kind of interesting as part of this.
Jerry Ford. He goes by Jerry Ford.
I would go Roshan first and try and get Jerome on the turn, and then we're maybe done at running back.
That's fair.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, with the way that this running back room shakes out. Yeah, if we get those two, then that's it.
We got like Dylan Robinson for like early season sort of cheap points, and then a lot of like late season or even just like beyond week 3, basically for Pacheco and Javonte. A lot of mid to late season upside.
The running back room actually does look pretty good after not taking one for 6 rounds.
Yeah.
I think we converted another one, Kyle.
Plenty of upside.
I was already like in the training program. I don't need like full conversion. I'm just like waiting to make my first communion and confirmation, basically.
First communion.
Yeah. I've been baptized.
RotoPat, the oldest 8th grader I've ever met.
I'm in the church. I need the oils anointed upon my head.
If people didn't realize I was raised Catholic, that was my glee at the first communion joke. Gave that away. Jerome Ford, you guys want to do that?
Yes.
I'm in.
All right.
Jerry Ford's another guy where I'm almost positive they're going to sign somebody, by the way. Like almost positive.
I feel like, I don't know, they would have just like brought back Hunt. Like,
I feel like if he's any good at all, he would have commanded a single touch on offense last year.
But that's why none of the guys are signed right now. It's because none of them are any good.
It's true. It's a very interesting situation.
Like they're all pretty mid. I do think Hunt is maybe like Hunt's obviously like Dalvin's the best of the free agent guys, but I'm not sold on him being so much better. And then Fournette is like utility, but not actually that good. And then Zeke is even a worse version of that. And maybe Hunt's somewhere below that range, but they're all like, none of them are providing you any sort of surplus. They're all providing you slight negative. So why not bring back the guy who knows the system? So I don't think they're super in for a free agent.
I don't think it'll be one of those free. I think it's like some like C tier free agent, just someone who can like.
Well, they already have that. John Kelly is on the roster. Give me points for naming John Kelly first, please.
It's like, wow.
Oh yeah, that's
pretty crazy.
But not on the Roto-World depth chart. Just pulled it up.
Hold on, what team? What team?
I'm kidding. Hold on.
So they didn't transfer. I've got about the first 20 fixed for the skill players. The Eagles were not on the first 20, so I didn't know Mariota. So yeah, they didn't transfer over when we did the new site. Pretty unfortunate.
That is pretty unfortunate.
Pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
But Kyle and I aren't mad about it.
No, I'm fine.
Don't put it in the newspaper that we got mad.
That is brutal, man.
I'm pretty brutal. Kyle volunteered to take the non-glamour positions, though. So
yeah, I got an offensive line and defense.
He's a grinder at heart.
Oh wow.
Oh man,
you volunteered for that?
You are literally in the trenches fixing the vertical depth chart. That's incredible.
He's a grinder at heart. He's a grinder at heart. He may come off as a zoomer, but he's a grinder.
So the thing you know about Zoomers is a lot of us are hustle kings. We love our side hustles. We love our passive income. And there's no better way to make passive income than volunteering for work while on salary. I make no more money doing this.
Yeah. Kyle, I don't think you understand what passive income means.
No, it's when you're actively doing things without money. It's volunteering. It's
the
like
income still needs to actively come in. It is you that is passive.
Yeah. What are we thinking here, by the way? It's been a while.
What's our team look like?
So we're good on running back, right? We're looking at maybe
I think we're good, yeah.
We have
tight
two
end, wide
quarterbacks?
receiver.
I can't remember.
Yeah, we've got Rodgers and Herbert, so we're good there.
Oh, when did we take Rodgers? Wow.
Right when my headphones came back, we took Rodgers.
Oh yeah.
We gotta take some more of the COVID boys then. Sorry. Just assuming that's
Devontae
what
for me.
I mean, and honestly, you are
Tyler
right,
Conklin?
and we should take Tyler Conklin. So
my
that's our
lord.
pick.
That's 12 picks ahead ADP. I think we try and swing them around the bend.
Well,
I
what
also see
else?
a lot of two tight ends.
Name anyone else.
I would go Devontae.
I've been hammering Devontae at that point.
Yeah, take Devontae.
Apologies to Sam Sherman. We've now drafted Devontae twice. By the way, that's after Conklin and ADP. Shouldn't we just get the stack?
Get the stack. There you go.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. I didn't realize how far down he was.
Take the step one is take Conk Daddy. Step two is profit.
If you want guys out there running routes, Tyler Conklin is your guy.
He will run. So will Devontae Parker. We're about to really get some cardio.
Oh yeah, the cardio kings, baby.
All right, so we're good. We got different buys at tight end. We got we have a ton of week 5 buys going on at wide receiver. So Parker, I think, at least helps us there.
Mm-hmm. Do we have do we have a Devontae Parker upside case? He has had a 1,200-yard season, unlike Amari Cooper.
Wait, is he really?
Is his career high higher than Cooper's?
I believe it is, yes.
No.
I'm pulling up PFR like right now. 1202 in 2019.
Holy shit.
I remember
That's
stats.
his upside case.
I remember
Pat, you
stats
asked for his
pretty
upside
well.
case. It's right there.
Yep.
All right, there we go. Boom. Yeah, you're making the upside case.
1,200-yard season on the Resi.
All right.
That's what you got.
So the upside case is that sans DeAndre Hopkins signing there. He is locked into like a starting outside role. And 2 years ago, the offense was like legit good. They were still like slow, balanced, but they were really good in like EPA per play, even on passing plays, like success rate on passing plays. They were a boring but good offense.
They had defined roles in 2021. That was the problem with the Patriots offense last year is no one had a defined role.
Awful. They had no clue what they were doing with Jonah. They had no clue what they were doing with these free agent receivers they signed. Like they were a mess. But now they have a legit offensive coordinator now. So I think they could maybe push back towards that 2021 team. And I think Parker's like a big routes runner. He's probably got the most routes of like a 16th round receiver you'll find.
Crane, has anyone made you take Tyquan Thornton today?
You know what? No. And Thornton's been kind of the guy that a lot of people on the stream, I think, like more. But I've taken Parker twice now, and not with Sam Sherman, who loves Parker. So, yeah, there was an opportunity to take them 3 times.
Wasn't Tyquan like the hot flavor of the month? Like that? What was that? Like April, May, or something like that? Where
for a second he was.
He closed the season somewhat strong.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. There's no way he did.
Well, by somewhat strong, I mean he actually started compiling stats.
Yes. Like, he was actually making catches and doing that fantasy thing where we want points from him.
That fantasy thing where he does anything.
He was playing fantasy football by the
where
end of the
he gives us points and helps our rosters.
That's true. He did top 21 yards once in the final 5 weeks. So
that's 2 points. All right, 4 points in a PPR league.
You're looking at Marcus Jones, by the way.
That's D-Rob territory if you're getting 4 points. Okay.
It's interesting to me that Chase Claypool essentially doesn't have an ADP. I mean, he does, but you know what I mean. He just went. That's why I said that.
Yeah. He's on your mind. I don't know, man. Like they're gonna run so much. I don't know if the team really likes him, despite trading basically a first-round pick for him. I don't know if he's that good. I take him every now and then. Like I get naked Justin Fields because I'm like, Justin Fields could run a lot, but I still want to tap into like maybe he throws some deep bombs. And sometimes I get shut out of like Darnell Mooney. So I have some Claypool, but he's a bad vibes player, I'll say.
Yeah.
Vibes are very bad.
It does not seem good for him. Like the market, well, the beat writers and stuff, and just what the Bears are saying themselves, it seems like it could go bad. They could be like, this was a mistake. We corrected it by trading for DJ Moore. We are going to be done.
We are talking to a Bears beat writer on Thursday, and we will ask about that.
Yep. And see how quickly he's going to wind up in Arizona by the end of the season.
That would be funny. That'd be very
He
funny.
feels more like a Falcons
I could
fan
see him
than me.
being a Patriots reclamation project the way I could see that happening.
He converted to a blocker by the Falcons.
What do you think about Mecole Hardman here?
Need a COVID guy. Sorry.
I'm fine with it.
He's got
I'm
the
fine
jab,
with
by the
it.
way. Yeah.
It's correlated. He's got some big play upside.
They
He's
intentionally, they were very intentional with him. They went out and signed him. So
Yeah.
they must
I guess that's certainly one way to put it.
Was he on Aaron Rodgers' approved list?
I think he was actually.
Well, sign me up then.
Yeah. Yeah. He checks everyone's YouTube history to make sure that they can be signed.
Yeah. It's like, so what do you think about ayahuasca?
Yeah.
How many times have you seen the Divergent series?
Rogers makes makes everyone take mushrooms and then asks them about ayahuasca.
Yeah.
We're on the clock here. Michael Mayer.
Receivers here
with the tight
still?
end.
Oh, yeah,
I
sure,
think we should
tight
take
end,
a third tight end, right?
Yep,
I'm
I'm
Mayer. Mayer there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Is there
I
any
love-
correlation we can build in? I don't think so.
Not really.
We already
I don't
got
see
it,
any.
so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Mayer.
Yeah,
I like
let's
Mayer.
take a good pick in Mayer. Guys, I like this
About
team.
time, boys.
I like this team.
Boys,
I think this is a good team.
I don't like.
It's a good team. My headphones died. We're supposed to have Rashad White instead of Pacheco, but I don't think any of us really care about that.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would
it's fine.
still looking at this roster. I would still call this, I would still put this as a W for this team after looking at it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think this is a W. This is a W, as everyone does. This is how you make W's.
This is how you make W's.
Well, this is
You make a W.
How
like
has
you're
it
doing
become the
like a
controversy?
goose.
I just
I was
Yeah.
trying to.
this
It's
is going to be
It's not a turkey. This is a W, guys.
The real controversy is you guys made me throw up a gang sign.
Well, no one made you do anything.
I would say like
And Pat, it was weird that you knew the blood sign right away.
yes, you threw that up there.
I
Yeah.
left that life
Yeah.
behind. Everyone knows
Yeah.
that.
We can't see your hands in your normal setup, and now we know you're just practicing.
Left that life behind. I have 4 kids now. So
Just mild mannered Pat Doherty.
So Kerrane, you drafted 7 teams, huh?
I drafted 7 teams today. I think this is my favorite one.
Who was your most drafted player?
Devontae Barker was drafted twice.
It's
There we go.
The first name that came to
Yeah,
mind was Devontae
not
Parker.
not Jalen Hurts, not
No,
Chiefs,
no,
no Bengals, none of that.
I don't know that
Devontae
anyone was
Parker.
drafted more than twice. Javonte Williams was drafted twice. Amon-Ra St. Brown was drafted twice. I think Keenan twice.
It's pretty interesting, actually. You would have thought there'd be 1, 3, or 4 in there.
Brian Robinson. I think it might have been Brian Robinson.
Wow.
Brian Robinson might have been on 3 or 4 of the teams.
You aren't scared at all of this rookie, Chris Rodriguez?
No, I'm
not. I don't think he's
they literally
good.
talked him up. The last
I think
our
the
last-
special teams talk up can go one of 2 ways. I think in some ways they're actually praising him, like this guy loves dirty work, and that's
good.
how you-
Let him have it.
Yeah.
Have fun, bud.
Better him than throwing Gibson to doing that this year.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. I think I don't know. I mean, Robinson, he's priced like he's a contingent play on someone, and he's going to be like their starting 2-down running back. So I'm just
like
it seems
like
good.
Rashad Penny is kind of slotted in to be more of a backup. Samaje Perine outside of the first few weeks is slotted in to be more of a backup. Damian Harris like more of a backup, whereas like Brian Robinson, I get it. Like Chris Rodriguez is not nothing. He had like a good final season after 3 years or whatever, but like Robinson is definitely a starter for like 2 downs for most games. So I think I agree with Pat that he looks underpriced just based on role. Even if I'm like totally indifferent on his talent. He's fine. I don't care either way.
Yeah.
Sorry that I was talking Chris Rodriguez. As you
Well, there was
wrap up
that beat report about him. But yeah, he just didn't pop in anything for me. Like his prospect profile was very underwhelming.
He's not good, but neither is Brian Robinson, and probably neither is Antonio Gibson.
I think Brian Robinson might be okay. Robinson got significantly better over the second half of the year. He wasn't elite, but he became fine after getting like literally shot before the year. And he had like 1,400 rushing yards in the SEC. It was his third or fourth year or something. Like it's not that special, but that is better than like Chris Rodriguez, who we haven't seen in the NFL yet, but he did less at Kentucky, right? So
yeah.
They rated pretty similar to me actually as prospects.
I could see that,
Maybe I'm too harsh on Rodriguez, but it's like seeing the guy immediately become a 2-down starter on an NFL team and do okay in some of the advanced metrics. Robinson took a bullet as well, as Super Ninja Cowboy points out. Calgomu.
Yeah. To your point, Pat, though, we thought we had some idea of what Brian Robinson was. He comes into the NFL and he's a good-ish version of that, a fine-ish version of that. On average, most players that aren't like first-round picks don't turn out to be much. It's just like the cruel reality of the NFL. So when Robinson turned out to be kind of something, that was ahead of expectation. The expectation for Chris Rodriguez or any third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh round pick is that they like are washed out of the league in 3 years, which is just like that's how brutal the NFL is, how high competition it is. So if you project that onto Rodriguez, but like starting-ish level onto Brian Robinson, which we've seen a little bit of, it makes the gap look really wide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's enough to update your priors too, like on Robinson as a prospect. The fact that he did that, it's kind of like the Pickens bull case that we've had in the chat here today. It's like he got on the field, he's recovering from an injury, he's set himself up for a second-year breakout. So I'm kind of into it.
Yep. Pat, I was in the chat for the Pickens convo, and it was like, oh, wait till you find out the correlation of receiving yards year over year. These yards per route run slappies are going to be dead.
That is a good point. Every once in a while, it is you can kind of ignore. He does get a lot of actual yards. Someone just says that, and
a lot of actual yards,
yes.
And in no competition for routes. So
yeah.
But all right, guys, I'm gonna land the plane here. What do we got going on, Chris? I had Dwayne and Ian on to start the day. And
did they slander me at all?
They did not slander you.
All right, good.
And we were talking about the Fantasy Life site, which was just launched.
Mm-hmm.
A ton of free content over there. That's awesome, including your weather content, in addition to some other really good stuff.
Yep. Yeah, the new site redesign, it looks great if people can go and check that out. And yep, my big research article for the week, or actually for the season, rather, going back over weather stuff that you and I discussed last week on ship chasing, which again, thanks for having me on for that. Yeah, so go and check it out. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff for sure.
And then we got another site that launched, rotoworld.com. Ever heard of it?
Never heard of it.
It is relaunched, and we are still wrapping up our team preview series. Rivers McCown's article on the Pittsburgh Steelers, speaking of George Pickens, went up today. As you know, training camp begins next week, a.k.a. the Blurb Apocalypse will be beginning. And we're going to be having, guess who's going to be moving ADPs, folks? RotoWorld. When we seize upon little nuggets and tweet about them and post about them. And so
Little Nuggets, by the way, the fifth wide receiver for the Rams.
Gotta
update those depth charts, Pat.
Well played.
On the old
played,
beach.
Pat.
On the old beach. So yeah. Good old D-Rob. Who could ever forget? But I did.
All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. We did hit 2,000 subscribers on the channel during this stream. So thank you guys.
Yeah, that's amazing.
For subscribing. That's awesome.
Nice job,
yeah.
W's up in the chat. W's up.
Yep.
W's up. Put those W's up.
There we go.
Pat,
Look,
these
see, the
W's.
spread fingers is what got me.
Well,
Pat,
I'm
these
trying to get them.
W's.
My fingers,
W's,
my
Pat.
fingers hurt. They don't really go in. Yeah.
The early bird special deal.
Behind, man.
The early bird deal will run through the end of today. So if you haven't signed up for Legendary Upside, if you're watching this a little bit later after the fact, after work, go ahead and sign up. You can get $30 off. LegendaryUpside.com/early. Still do have some underdog credits as well. fill out the form, which I will add to the description of this video. I don't think I put it in there to begin with, but put the page where the form is in the video description. Sign up for Legendary Upside. Got best ball rankings. That's what I was drafting off all day. Got DraftKings rankings. Got a bunch of great content coming out as well. Guys, thanks for watching this 7-hour mega stream. This was a lot of fun. I didn't think I was a little worried it wouldn't be fun about 3 hours in, and it was fun the whole way. Thanks for helping me close it out. This last one was a blast. See you guys later.
Thanks for having me.